An apprentice to SECMA. But come on in, come on in. You're now chiefing with the chief. Chief Pontiac Rod Hayes up in here, up in here. I got a message for the tribes, a message for my sisters. I'm gonna give y'all a couple minutes while I light my blunt for some people to get in here. And then we're gonna take off. What's going on? Also, Big Bear. Mira. Yeah. Come on in, come on in. Oh shit, I forgot to get my drink. I'll wait till about halfway through. Hopefully I don't start coughing and need something to drink when I start smoking my bleezy. People be thinking that they don't be knowing how good this weed be when I be coughing. They just think I got fucking the flu, the cold, congested lungs. I'm good. But this stuff that my little brother and them be giving me be that done die. Yo, booyaka, booyaka. I'm still high from last night. Give y'all a couple more minutes. I'm gonna go grab my drink just in case before I light this blunt. 'Cause I don't want to be in here hacking and coughing too bad where I can't. Yeah, go on, roll up, y'all. While y'all roll up, I'm gonna go up here, grab me something to drink. Take but a second. And fix my backdrop. Okay, okay. Go ahead and roll, Keisha. I got you. Pour my drink now. I don't know what I got with apple juice, but me and apple juice got this thing. Well, I'm trying to cut back on the other stuff. I don't be drinking that motor oil. What they call it, that fire water. Alcohol don't do us right. Ooh, puff, puff. Yeah. All right, let's get in here. Let's get in to the proceedings this evening. This was literally some Johnny on the spot. Go tell him this right quick. It's not going to be long. but I'm gonna take some Q&As. We get like an hour and a half in. But by this being the, because they will oust that male if his ass get wrong. So let me get in here. I'm gonna tell y'all something. The first time I smoked Blue Lotus in my, I've been smoking roses for years, buds and roses. Now I'm smoking buds and lotus. Let me tell you something. That Blue Lotus started talking to me the other day when I was smoking it, and the sister called to trigger it. When she was asking me stuff, it was sending me to the receipts that she was talking. And as I was going to the receipts, the damn Blue Lotus was telling me, don't forget the Blue Lotus ceremony at the gathering for the sisters. I'm like, the Blue Lotus ceremony? I don't remember reading about the Blue Lotus ceremony. Let me look up and see if this shit real or if I'm hallucinating from the shit I'm smoking. I go in and pull it up, show shit stank. It was a Blue Lotus ritual, and the sister had triggered so many downloads. The the connection between Bast, Sekhmet, and Tefnut. I had never knew. I knew that Bastet was the main apprentice to Sekhmet, but I had forgot that Tefnut was also out of the house of Sekhmet, the lion goddess. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, why in the hell? What do Tefnut got to do with them two? Which was the three sister matrix. So I'm like, what the hell? So I go look it up. I said, what's the zoo type for Tefnut? Now, you know the Earth is on Shu and me in resonant frequency right now, and it's supposed to be on the Shu and Tefnut resonant frequency. Tefnut is the moisture of the air. So I'm like, what's her zoo type? Sure as shit stank, her zoo type was goddamn lion. That means that she was more closer to Sekhmet than Bastet. And Bastet is her like her main apprentice, or so I thought. So that would mean that Tefnut and Sekhmet would be equals in their power. Because both of them are sisters, they daughters of Ra. I was like, whoa. So I'm still learning. I don't know it all. I do not know it all. Yeah. So anyway, it's an eclipse coming up. Sometime leading up to this eclipse, uh, the women gotta announce the date for the event between today and the eclipse. So, so the healing ritual is a later. It's like the mothers got stuff to do in the interim. And when the mothers is taking care of their business, the clan mothers across the land, around the world. This is not local, but it's going to start local for the ones of us that's here. So, my dog's making a strange bark outside I ain't never heard before. They sound like they talking. But look, so I was reviewing today. I was reviewing the some paperwork that I was preparing for Empress to read, and while I was reviewing it, I had my tablet reading it out loud. I was standing in my backyard with the dogs, and out of nowhere, three blue jays. They was listening to what I was playing, and they just started making all kind of noise. Right. So for those who don't know, the blue jay is the bird of justice in the tribal rankings. When you see the Blue Jays come, especially if it's more than two of them, they don't. They normally be one, or every now and then you'll see two, but to see three is an anomaly. And at the part that I was listening to was talking about the power of the Three Sisters activation. So they up there raising all this hell. I look up there, it's three Blue Jays. So that let me know that nature is telling me that the path we on is the correct path according to nature. But man's perspective, we overlook nature because we think we smarter than nature, we think we bigger than nature, and we think we know way more than nature. Nature been here before we was, and we don't be remembering that, right? Like they gave us Chronos as Father Time. You know who's older than Chronos? Mother Time, Mother Kali Ma. Mother Kali Ma is the construct of time itself, is her anatomy. And our ability to map time is based off the circadian rhythm of the earth, which matches the circadian rhythm of the women. This is what we call the biorhythm or the biological rhythmic frequency emitted from an organism. They have biorhythm apps and it map you in three primary positions. It map you, we ain't got to the seven sisters yet. The opening gate is the three sisters. The seven sisters is the most powerful seal. But the greatest seal on earth is what we call the 13th seat, which is surrounded by 12 other seats. Nobody's bigger than nobody. It's just that somebody have to call the other 12 matriarchs in order for the earth to go back to a matriarchal planet. And the one that calls them sits in the Isis seat, which is the 13th seat, historically known as Isis and the 12 Daughters, which was an earth protocol for redemption. We had a blueprint. I've been following it since I started. Most of us don't remember because of the amnesia. We don't remember the tribal measure to overturn or overthrow anything belligerent to the clan mothers. We don't remember that. So a lot of us, the ones who did remember, got murdered early. The soon as they realized that they knew what was going on and they started talking about women in power, they was out of there. And remember, they was at Elijah Muhammad the whole time because he kept saying 75% of my work is with the women, right? And finally, they couldn't get him. They got Malcolm and several other members or former members like Clarence 13X, Father God Allah Puddin out of the 5% Nation. They murdered him too. They was murdering these guys because they did not want to surrender the power. Now, we fortunate enough, um, nah, you most of us don't understand that MLK got tricked and that Elijah Muhammad exposed the trick to him in 1965. It's known as the historical meeting. It was historic because the guy that was picked by the system to keep us under control met the guy who nature picked to break the control paradigm. And when he talked to Martin, and Martin had a pure heart, he had an open heart, he had a lot of love, and his family became under attack for him shifting his dynamic. Most of us don't know that them so-called black Jews, one of them shot his mama in the face in the pulpit in the front row of the church. They drowned his brother in the swimming pool. All this is because Elijah told him what was going on, and he was able to come back and tell us how they brought the European peasantry over here, mechanized their farm. The only problem that we really have in understanding this whole thing is that the white man ain't even white. That's the biggest problem we got because we get stuck in this skin race paradigm war protocol. The white man not white. That he darker than me. He make me look light skinned. The white man is not a pale face. Pale face and white man is two entirely different subject matters. And as long as we still thinking that the pale face is the white man, we can find people that look like us because the white man look just like us. They look just as dark. They not us though. The white man ain't white. Y'all got to get that out y'all brain. That's poison. That skin-based racism is a military strategy to maintain control over a mass of people. Not only is the white man not white, all religions are also crowd control war protocols. That's why they keep telling you worship, but you didn't know that the worship was the worship. Because we ain't pronouncing it right. Because we think that the A and the O in war changes the pronunciation of the word. It's a warship. And as long that's the Admiralty maritime jurisdictional paradigm we stuck under, right? Long as we were stuck under that paradigm, we was on the ship of war. It was the good ship Plymouth. We didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. We didn't take war to nobody. They brought war to us. And as the matriarchy returns, y'all gotta remember the only thing that's slowing us down now is that BS they got going on where Israel think they can just blow up who they want when they want with no repercussions and no consequence. Then you got these people in Iran thinking that because they ancient Persians that they gonna be the leaders in this new world. They not, because they let the enemy in the gate through the portal that they got still over there. It's inactive, but it's still there. Just like the one in Iraq was still there. Then you got the ones in the Ukraine who think because they had control of the financial institutions of the world that they untouchable. They getting touched. Putin touching them. Just the same way they was touching on them babies, Putin touching them grown ass men now. Right? So they wanted to harvest children, he harvesting they wicked ass. They the same people. All of them the same people. We call them Khazarians. They all the same people. From uh, malicious and false information that they fed us to turn us against each other. As long as we fighting each other, we ain't going nowhere. But when we peep game, this is the game. They don't want y'all to know that the person responsible to give us the instructions to reclaim everything is the person that they identify by DNA, genetic codes that match the first mother. It is the closest similitude. So that means that somewhere they have a genetic sample of the first mother. And they've been matching it up to women all over the world for eons. Y'all think DNA new? Think that they just discovered the helix in the 50s? What you think the caduceus is? It got nothing to do with medicine. It got everything to do with DNA. The straight pillar, that's just a spine. Because an upright person stands with an upright spine. It's a straight staff. They tricking us. Everything they told us, well, even if they told us the truth, it was used as a tool of deception. Yeah, they counterfeit spirits to Earth. They can't sync with the Earth. That's why they don't want the women to reactivate the planetary grid through the feminine matriarchal matrix. Because if they do, the Earth gonna treat them like parasites and turn their DNA off. Right? They can't do that. You can't do that. When you go to another place, the only thing that's keeping them from literally perishing on Earth is the fact that the women haven't reactivated the sacerdotal seat with the 12 sisters, the daughters of Isis. And because that hasn't been done, that's the only reason why they can walk around on here without dropping dead, because the Earth have a defense system. We the antibodies. So if the T cells, which is the women, don't activate the grid, the earth ain't gonna get rid of them. They can stay long as y'all want them to stay. Long as the women stay confused and delusional, they can stay long as they want to stay. Ain't nothing the men can do. We can keep killing them and they're gonna keep coming back, or what they call taking a host. They either keep coming back or take a host. Now, the way that they take hosts is through blood rituals and transfusions and parasites, what they call the vril. If we kill one with a vril worm, it just killed the body. You didn't kill the parasite. The vril worm, a sister did a post a couple weeks ago, and she was literally breaking down the science of the vril worm. And I put in the comments, she's telling the whole science of how the vril worm work. The vril worm is part of a hive mind that never forgets because they always hear. So even if you kill one of the worm can also, all of his consciousness is absorbed by the rest of them. So you got to get all of them. And the lady named Anne Rand wrote a post-apocalyptic novel years ago called Atlas Shrugged. In order to put in the algorithm the term Atlas Shrugged, well, who is Atlas? First of all, they have us thinking that Atlas was some old strong, pale-faced man with tiny balls and tiny genitals over there in Europe somewhere that was holding the earth on his shoulders. Okay, all right, we can take that. So Atlas is the one that holds the earth on his shoulders. Now, a weightlifter know what I'm talking about when I mention a shrug. Swing the shoulders, do this shrug, right? And you use it to build up your lats. Now, in the process, not your lats, your traps, your trapezius muscles, and the trapezius is homonym, sound alike. The trapezius is the muscle. The trapezius is the swing that they flip from, like the flying Wallendas, right? That's for a reason. They tell us that nigga come from Negro. Negro comes from necro. Necro is dead. That's why they say black is dead in the eyes of the law. But that's not where nigger come from. Nigger come from Nagas. They didn't even pronounce it nigger until the latter part of the 1900s. If you hear the old pale faces say it, they never was saying nigger. They were saying naga. Look at them nagas over there. Them kings. Them kings of the bloodline, them serpent kings. That's who they talking about. The nagas. But because of the colonizer had to figure out an adjustment, they attached it to a transliteration and translation of the word Negro. But it's not. They two entirely different language sources. Nagas, the closest language where you can find the term Nagas being used for royalty and king is in Sanskrit. Sanskrit is one of the oldest continuously spoken languages on the planet, uninterrupted by colonization. Even though they have people over there that speak English, like they're from Bangladesh and they're speaking a really, really, really English. But the Sanskrit language, which is the parent language to Hindi, the is the only place where you're gonna find them still using Nagas for the kings. In other places, they got different words for royalty. Like the word chief, not even one of our words. The words and words they use and are not always the same. And when they're not always meant the same, and it's like taking the foreigner's language and you hear a word you recognize and you try to latch on to that word, but that word don't mean to them what it means to you. So because of what they told us the word mean after they killed off the knowers, Because that's what all of those strange fruit that Billie Holiday sung about, them was our educators. Those was our leaders. They wasn't just regular old everyday Joes. They don't care about the regular old everyday Joes. They care about the ones that can put a stop to their reign of terror. And I'm here to put a stop to their reign of terror. And the only reason why they ain't got me and got rid of me, the only reason is because I know they pattern and I stay out of their way. They want me to go to all of these other events. Nope, I'm not doing it. And that was the reason. Because long as they can't say that I'm building a cult, they have no justifiable reason to come and attack me. They have to say you building a cult as a tribal leader. Everyone in and that's why the Panthers didn't come up as a tribal organization, but as a political organization. Well, we know now that politics is not the source to our liberation because the political structure is controlled by the enemy. We know that from the Black Panther Party and studying the Black Panther history and what they all went through. So if you don't know what they went through, then you can't say what they dealt with. You don't know the enemy like they do. This is why Tupac moved the way he did. And this is why he had all these artists. And it's the part y'all wasn't noticing. Everywhere he went, just like E40 still doing it. They can't touch him because he not fitting it into the pattern. He not building a cult. But he going to places and he telling the chiefs that's coming to see his concert, hey man, y'all gotta clean y'all hood up, man. Y'all gotta get them young guys under control. You know what I'm saying? We trying to get it back, but we can't do it unless y'all help. Everybody want a piece of the pie, but don't nobody want to lift a finger to bake this motherfucker. They all want to wait till it's baked and then rush in there with their plate. Big Mama said not happening. That's not how it works. If you're not gonna contribute to your own liberation, then you might as well go and jump off the bridge. Everybody got a role to play. And we are responsible for our liberation collectively and individually. Individually, you're responsible to liberate your mental self first. Because the primary cause of the problem is the spells they put on us from learning, the spells they put on us from thinking. These are the spells that's slowing us down, right? But that shit don't work when you know it's there. Once you understand the mechanics of any sorcery spell, your spiritual system, it's like your immune system. Until you experience something you need to be immune to, you're not going to be immune to it. But as soon as your antibodies discover it, they do what the scientists do. They break that shit down, learn the components, functions, the triggers, how it works, what it don't like, what it like, until they figure out a way to get rid of it. We the antibodies. We responsible to get rid of the parasites, not by going out trying to kill them off, but that ain't gonna never get rid of them. We have to wake up enough people in mass to change and shift the paradigm back to its original proper functioning order of the matriarchal order. That's it. Yeah, they got to choose a door. You can't just sit there. Look, if a dude gets shot and go to the hospital and sit in the waiting room with a bullet, bleed, don't know how bad internally, but bad enough externally. But he don't want to go get a doctor. He just want to sit there. Somebody might come along and see him, but what if he in a little area like a small backwood town that only got one doctor and two nurses, and they in the back because they don't know nobody in the waiting room? This is the situation that most of us is in. We don't know we sitting in the waiting room waiting because we want everybody else to do it. We don't want to do it. And it ain't got nothing to do because people think that your freedom requires the shedding of blood. Not if you right. Not if you telling the truth. That's the main two components. Stand in the position of right and tell the goddamn truth and shame the devil. And then you start making the universe work to assist you in the liberation process. But we want to get on social media and gossip. We want to talk about why that man and that woman broke up in their relationship, why that girl ain't got no man, why that man can't find a girl. All of the menial, petty bullshit. Um, who having sex with who got what disease. This is the stuff that dominate our conversations on a day-to-day basis. I'm not making up to scroll social media and you can see it. And that was now you can't see it as much because it's a new juicy piece of data floating through the gossip circle. Then that's them niggas ain't niggas, them Indians. That right there that took over. Then it took over. Cause now even the ones who didn't know shit but knew who they was an Indian. Now they stepping up talking about nah, my grandmama and them always told us we was Indians. I don't know who you talking to. I see them brothers up here telling it. Now everybody coming out the woodwork and they all telling who we are. I don't have a gripe with the $5 Indians. They got a gripe with us. But the ones that took side with the colonizers, I got a gripe with them. They will not be running them casinos. I know that. That shit gonna get shut the fuck down by Big Mama. I'm not the one to do that. That's not my job. So I don't own the banking redemptions process. That's not mine. That's Big Mama domain. But I can tell you this: everybody that's been sucking our money up, they're gonna get shut down. Donald John Quavy is just waiting on the last thing that the sisters got to do. The Big Mama's got to do, and Big Mama know what to do. When that happens, then them JAG officers gonna release them Gitmo files because they ain't been telling y'all who they been executing. Now this was the problem. Let's go back over a little recent history. The George Herbert Walker Bush had passed a law to make himself the king of the Americas, North, Central, and South. This unity or union um, was the um, source by which they was finna come up with a new fiat called the Amero, right? And he was the highest ranked member of that secret society y'all call Illuminati in North America, and his territorial region was the total Americas. Now, he had operatives when he hijacked the presidency under Reagan, because that's why Reagan got shot. Hinckley was the Hinckley family and the Bush family was tight knit. You can look this up. Don't believe what Rod telling you. Look it up. Now, John Hinckley, the one who is free right now today, the first ever person to assassinate a president to walk free and don't get life until he died. The first ever. That means that he got some juice. He was the illegitimate son of George Herbert Walker Bush with one of his friends' wives, right? The wife of one of his friends had a baby by him, and they named him John Hinckley Jr. But they knew he wasn't a Hinckley. They knew he was a Bush. But they knew that Bush had these boy toys. The boy toys is assassins. And then he got Jeb and G Dummy. Now, Jeb and John Hinckley pull their images up. Look at the side by side comparison. They brothers. John Hinckley and Jeb Bush look more like brothers than Jeb Bush and George Bush with the same so-called mama. I think they are test tube babies myself, but that's just my opinion. I can't prove it. But George looked like the old man. Jeb and John look like they the twins. They look like fraternal twin brothers. They look almost exactly alike but different. Now, he also had as one of his boy toys a collection that we know as Boys from Brazil breeding program that rolls out of the Third Reich, and they were all of them were Barry Sotoros, Barack Obama. Now, when they went to make the coup, they had to give us what was called 3 knocks to a finish. So they gave us the first World Trade Center bombing in 1991. Then they gave us the federal building in Oklahoma City in 95. And then they gave us 9/11. From 9/11, they tried to run the same goddamn play they ran on Iraq and Afghanistan that they ran on us. Let me tell you what the play was. The play is that you hire a contractor to rebuild the infrastructure of the decimated land. And this contractor would then find people to do their bidding in that land, and then they would give them the appearance of leadership. The first person that mirrors George Washington, whose name was Muhammad Karzai. American CIA found Muhammad Karzai the same way they found Saddam Hussein. Most of us don't know that the CIA was the ones that paid for Saddam Hussein to have an in-house coup in Iraq, take over, and they also gave him the genetic scientists in order to make clones of him that and body doubles of him. So it was like 5 or 6 Saddam Husseins. They had a limiter. Normally, when they make the doubles through cloning process, they make them in batches of 25s and 50s. This is why it was 50 other boys from Brazil that were the clones of Akhenaten. The reason they cloned Akhenaten is because they figured that when Tupac came, they would have his father Akhenaten, right, as Tupac was Tut, right? Now, his father being Akhenaten, they said he could pull a rank on his son and take the throne. But in the realm of the gods, they don't play that shit. If it ain't your turn, don't sit your ass on that throne. But now it's always a higher authority to call on. When Tupac said, I did everything I can and I did everything righteous by the rules of war in the public domain and let us know that he couldn't get his shit, right? Once he did that, that activate number 7. And I am number 7. So when he activate number 7, my job is not to take sides in anybody's bullshit. I don't care what your skin color is. I don't care how tall you is. I don't care how fat you is. I want to know what is the problem and how can I fix it. I discovered that the biggest problem was the earth was running on the wrong frequency. Shu and Min are 2 masculine energies out of Egypt. That tell me right there it's a red flag. That's the biggest red flag anybody could see. When they keep telling us it's the Schumann resonance, it's the Shu Teflon resonance in proper balance, but it's the Schumann resonance if you own some elemental P uh, GBQ community type shit with your rainbow flag. That don't got nothing to do with the earth. That's all from off world that was brought here. That's not our systems. The systems that we have been following are inversions of our systems. We didn't we went to the bank in order to get the money out. We didn't go to put money in the bank. We went to go my big mama had something for everybody. But now everybody got something for the central banking cartel. They know who the rightful heirs is. I've been telling us this for years. They always knew who we were. They always knew where we were. They have shadowed specific chiefs. They tried to kill me on numerous occasions. It's just fortunately for me, my spirit protection is stronger than their ability to think. So they couldn't kill me, so they locked my ass up, which is the second thing they do to anybody that they can't kill or not supposed to kill. They lock their ass up. That's why when it came to Stan Tukey Williams, they didn't execute him. They froze his ass. They put him in cryostasis because they wasn't allowed to kill him. He's been thawed out And he waiting to show himself to his Crips because he's needed. He's needed in order for them to understand that it was never about red versus blue. It was about, hey, tribes, wake up. Wake up. Don't believe the hype. Go back and listen to um Same Game, the West Coast Rap All Stars. That was not an accident that they put that out. And they got inspired by the East Coast, by New York putting out Self Destruction, right? So these are two critical pieces of music that's often overlooked in the hip hop community because of the same. Michael Jackson led the We Are the World. Look, you got the R&B community singing We Are the World. Not just R&B, country, blues, jazz, all them singers was singing on the We Are the World. Every major song singer of the era of the day was on that song, except one, His Purple Majesty. Because he didn't believe that anything that dealt with the system could overthrow the system. Well, he didn't show up. So you got everybody but Prince on there. He's the only one not on there. Now, all of them is fighting the goddamn record companies. Michael fighting them. Uh, uh, what's his name? Bruce Springsteen was fighting them. Uh, Kenny Rogers, Dolly Parton, everybody that made an album in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s was fighting the music industry, not for something that they didn't owe them, for what they are earned. So they all fighting the music industry for what they already didn't earn. Contractually, they're supposed to be giving them this money. They wasn't giving these artists their money. They had a sharecropping agreement. The sharecropping agreement is the source of the music contract, the 360 deal, right? They murdered Sam Cooke, bought his masters, but they told us this was about some hooker chick in the hotel room. It had nothing to do with her. Then they told us that that black lady shot him. She ain't even the one that shot him. But she took that money in order to cry self-defense. He wasn't shot no one time. Ask his family. Don't ask me. Go find his family's report and let them tell you how many times he was shot. Right? They poisoned Jimmy. Well, they gave Jimi Hendrix a hot shot. Right? They gave Janis Joplin a hot shot. Most of them that they're telling y'all OD didn't OD. They gave him a hot shot. Um, what's the dude name? Mac Mall, I think was his name. Died on his tour bus. That wasn't no accident. That fentanyl death wasn't no accident. They did look. Some of these people not dead. Kurt Cobain is not dead. Courtney Cox gonna faint when she see Kurt Cobain because she thought she killed him. He ain't dead. He was extracted long before they assassins ever got there to kill him and say he committed suicide. He was already gone. I'm gonna tell you somebody else that's not dead. DMX ain't dead. Chief Zolo. They wasn't allowed to kill him, so they just took him out the game until the grand finale. They gonna have something called a dead celebrity ball. They didn't had them before, but this one gonna be different. This one gonna have, instead of lookalike artists, it's gonna have real artists that you thought was dead. Aaliyah and Left Eye, they ain't dead. They in Honduras, having a good old girl day together, and it was Left Eye refused to stay unless they got Aaliyah out. She was gonna blow everybody cover if they don't get Aaliyah out. She was that serious. So they had to get Aaliyah out. So they gave us this fake ass plane crash story, right? DMX is Chief Zolo. Look up Chief Zolo, spell Xolo, and you're gonna understand his affection to the dog, cause that's who what they call Anpu Anubis. That's who that is, Chief Zolo, right? Mike not dead, MJ not dead. Look, Pimp C not dead. That nigga get on my nerves. Come on, man. Nigga need to be sane, man. You gonna have to make this stuff go faster. And he be all in my ear with his psychic ass. I wish he fucking stopped. Come on, man. You know nigga need to be sane, man. I got hoes to chase. I got shows to do, man. Y'all got me back here sitting like I'm some kind of sap or sucker or something. I need to be seen. That's what he keep telling me. Triple X, XXX Tentacion. He kept telling me, he was like, man, I ain't gone nowhere. I'm here. I'm boots on the ground. I just can't come out right now. Because they tried to kill him. For real, they wanted him dead. A lot of these guys not dead. Yeah, Mike gonna be back. Yeah, he gonna be back. A lot of these guys, they gonna do the dead. I'm telling you, they gonna do a dead celebrity ball, and a lot of artists that people thought was dead, going far back as the '60s, is gonna perform. A lot of artists is not dead. A lot of people in general that had the spotlight are not dead, but they had to feign their death to take them out of the spotlight. A lot of them people not dead. And the reason why they feign their death is so they don't get killed for real. If when you understand Machiavelli, right? You have people that saying Machiavelli faked his death. Machiavelli never faked his death in his lifetime. There's no record of that anywhere. But in his journals, when he was writing to Leonardo di Piero Medici, right? While he was writing him, he told him the hardest move to compensate for is the general who feigns his death to confuse his enemies. Mao Zedong did it. Um, Arthur Rimbaud, who they made the movie Eddie and the Cruisers on, did it. A few more other ones. I had a list of them, but a lot of these people not gone. A lot of them is here waiting on the so they can live their life and give their art to the world without having to worry about am I gonna have some money at the end of my career. Matriarchs believe that everybody should be compensated for their work. It no matter if you did a small job, you just won't get as bigger compensation as somebody that did a bigger job. Sometimes a small job might be more important than the bigger job, right? Now, let's get back to the takeover. So they gave us the three knocks to the finish: the World Trade Center, the Federal Building, the World Trade Center. Then they brought up Barry Soetoro as the Great Black Hope. We finally got somebody that we can put in the Oval Office. The Oval Office don't even fucking belong here in its current capacity. It don't even belong here. It was buried under the ground before they dug it up for a fucking reason, because it don't supposed to be there no more. It had exhausted its purpose, but they repurposed it when they dug it up. And the people they had dig it up, they called slaves to say they built it, did not build the White House. That's why 80% of it is still under the ground. But y'all don't even really know that because y'all think that the shit that they've been telling us is true and real. And they've been lying to us the whole time, right? It's just like your parents, you on a long road trip. Oh, we about to get off real soon. The exit coming up. Just hold it a little bit longer. Because they know you don't really got to pee. Then you fall asleep in the back seat. And then you wake up at the destination. You still got to go to the bathroom, baby? Go and take your ass in there. Come on now. They've been running game on us. They've been literally running the lone white con on us. Get the book by Iceberg Slim because he talk about the lone white con in one of the short stories in the book. They've been running this con on us, telling us that we got some mysterious enemy called the white man, but they not telling us the white man ain't paleface. They not telling us that part. And that um they run in the country because the savages that was here was unfit. We got buildings older than 1,000 years. We got buildings over 1,000 years old. They turn them into prisons, they turn them into mental institutions, and they turn them into state buildings like the White House. Why do you think Trump moved to Mar-a-Lago? Because Mar-a-Lago should have been where the White House office of authority was supposed to be sitting, but it was displaced during the Gullah Wars that they call Seminole Wars. When you read about it, when they call it Seminole Wars, that's your enemy's perspective. When you read about it and they calling it the Gullah Wars, that's from our elders, our ancestors' perspective. It's two different perspectives. Then they lied about the name Seminole. They tell us that it's Cimarron from the Latin for runaway. That's not what that means. It's not even, it's Latin, semi and nolles. Semi means half, nolles means birth, half breed. They was calling us half breed, but the implied meaning was mixed breed in reference to the varying skin complexions of the different people that populated the Gullah community. We had pale faces over here long before Columbus came, and we didn't have no issues with them. They've been living in the Appalachians over 1,000 years. So all of a sudden now they newcomers, but they get treated just like us, but we don't pay that no attention, and they get called po white trash. When I asked my mama about the po white trash part, because we was told that there was something called white privilege, but the po white trash never was able to capitalize on the white privilege, and I didn't never understand that until my mama say it was always been people that looked like them over here. They was just from different tribes. So then I ran across the story of Scotta and Scotia and the history of them fleeing the Templar assassins. And it clicked right there. It clicked right there. That's why they get okay, now it makes sense. Cause Scotta was settled in what we call today the Appalachian Mountains with her band of rescuers. And this is where your Smurfs come from. Because when they came over here, that southern sun was whooping their ass. So my big mama and them gave them silver water that turned their skin blue. And that's why we had forgot that there was pale faces over here. Because when we saw them, they was literally baby blue. And some of them, if they had more pigment in they melanocytes, was able to turn a darker shade of blue. So they were shades of blue when the colonizer came. They even wrote about this shit, but we don't remember none of that. We don't. We only read what they told us to read, and we don't read the whole story. That's where the origin of the Smurfs come from. The little Irish redheads that populated the Appalachians is the children of Scotta. Now, she had a twin sister who was caramel complexion, but she was freckles. We didn't all seen a sister that's light skinned with freckles, but it's unmistakable she a sister. That was Scotia. Scotia settled in Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia literally translated as New Scotta, but or New Scotland. And because of Scotland is named after Scotta, in Scotia, Nova Scotia is named after her twin sister. They was fraternal twins, Scotta and Scotia. Scotia settled Nova Scotia, and her sons gave us ice hockey. Go look it up. You will find out that it was some brothers that created ice hockey. Them was the sons of Scotia, twin sister to Scotta. In the Orishas of the South, and you will see her as Maman Brigitte, the redhead, buttermilk complexion, um, Orisha. How the fuck she get in there? Where she come from? Also known as the wife of the Baron. So we know that the story they telling us got cracks so big in it that they navigated us around all the cracks. They walked us around all the crack. They never let us see the crack, because if you see the crack, then you peep the game, right? And if you peep the game, trick no good. I fucked around and stepped into one of them cracks. I didn't see that motherfucker. I stepped in it knee deep and found out that the white man wasn't white. Talking about a nigga that want to cry. My feelings ain't never been hurt in my life. People call me ugly, dumb, black ass, nappy head, nigga, all kind of stuff. The worst thing, my feelings never been hurt as bad as when I found out that the white man ain't white. That hurt my soul. Now, next thing. Once Barry get into office, the FBI got records that he's coming. The CIA is telling the FBI to look for him. They're telling them that there is an asset coming to take over America that was deployed by the Bush family, and that he would be coming from the rural urban areas, and they didn't even think he was gonna be a brother. They didn't even think he was gonna have no. They thought he was. They've been looking for. They was looking for a little white boy. They never. He caught him so he blindsided them so good because they thought he was gonna be a little white boy or a little pale boy. He wasn't pale, but that's what they was looking for. That's how he. That's how he tricked them, right? So they put Barry in there to establish the coup de grace. And the coup de grace goal was to sell the United States to the country of Morocco. And this is when he did that big old thing about the history of Morocco being the first ones to recognize. They ain't recognize us. We was already here. We didn't need their fucking recognition. They recognized the colonizers. They sanctioned the colonizers. Morocco, it wasn't Morocco yet. That was Al Maghrib. Morocco was a corporation out of Spain called the Royal Corporate del Maroc. It was the Royal Corporation Al Maroc from Morocco. Morocco wasn't a country yet. When you go back and look, Morocco haven't been a country 100 years. Noble Ali had the flag, the red flag with the green star, before Morocco was ever a country, right? So when when Barack come in, he establishing the coup, but military intelligence all peep game. Now it's emotionally taxing on us because he looked like one of us, and we believe the people behind this don't look like us, right? Now, all the time, the people that's creating all of the turmoil, the gang wars, which is tribal conflicts being initiated by outsiders infiltrating the tribes, they can't never get the chance for their elders and their leadership to restructure the tribal format before they start busting them up. This is what the problem is. This is why you have inner city violence, because the training program is for the training program for the tribes is always on the land that they from, in their home area, and it was always two tribes used to train each other. Well, they took our training exercises and turned them into death sentences. And once they did that, now they got a justifiable um, claim to say we uncivilized savages because we can't even get along with each other. But every time we start getting along, they send infiltrators, underminers. Well, this is why I had to move the way I had to move, because I knew they pattern. So I moved always outside of their pattern, always under their restrictions. So whatever restrictions they had up, I went the other way, so I didn't have to abide by them. So now I'm becoming what's called a Zeta wolf. The Zeta wolf is the only wolf in the wolf pack that picked the members of his pack. Every other pack is born into it. As a Zeta wolf, I had to roam the land to look by people that think similar, right? Why is you putting body armor and high energy trail mix prices in here? I'm hoping that you're going somewhere with that, bro, because otherwise you about to irk me. But I'm gonna let it go. Anyway, so Barack job was to sell the corporation called the United States of America, not the land. He can't sell the land. Nobody has ever sold this land. It is even when you go buy a house and you think you're buying a house, they tell you we could sell you the house. We can't sell you the land. Everybody that ever came over here know that you cannot sell people the land. You can sell them the right to build on the land, but the land belonged to the clan mothers. Always been that way, always gonna be that way. That's actually a global concept. But the war protocols has made so many people forget the ways of the old. So I got to come tell y'all, look, they tricked us. They made us think that we was foreigners on our own homeland. They made us think that they knew everything and we ain't no shit. They made us feel so belittled and demeaned and dehuman that we didn't have enough self-esteem to stand up straight. Right? I don't want to be one to tell y'all that shit. I don't want to be the one. I don't want to be the one that had to come and tell us how to get out of this. But wasn't nobody left. Everybody was either locked up or dead, or had to be extracted so they wouldn't be dead. So now it's just down to little old me and how strategic can I move, right? How strategic can I navigate around these clowns? I'm gonna try. I don't know. It depends on the people. I've been attacked by people that I thought would be coming to help. I've been attacked by people who should have helped. Some of the people don't. Everybody don't have to be right all the time, and as long as we don't understand that, then we not gonna know how to help each other. When you find somebody, if I make a mistake, and if I don't see it and you tell me about it, I'm not gonna get mad. Big Mama called me last night and said, "You made a mistake." I said, "Yes, ma'am. Tell me what it is so I can fix it." I ain't trying to wallow in no bullshit. I want to fix the fucking problem. So a lot of people that should have been the support team, they got mad because of whatever their personal trauma is. I must have hit that shit on the head. The biggest thing that's pissing a lot of people off with me right now is me telling everybody that the whole doctrine of racism is a war protocol and they've used every form of media, education, and entertainment to perpetuate that bullshit. And it's not rooted in no truth nowhere. All it's rooted in is war. Now, I said this in the beginning, I said now, either we gonna fix the problem or we can leave these devils in power. And people kept telling me, let's fix the problem. Let's fix. I said the problem is it's gonna be ugly before it get pretty. Y'all watching all of the ugly. People taking shots from a psychopath telling them that it's gonna save their life from a common cold that they just rebranded Corona. You couldn't even say Corona or COVID without getting banned on social media. Especially if you wasn't promoting the vaccine. If you wasn't promoting the vaccine, you was done talking about it. I was fortunate enough to get a whole 2 hour video in breaking down everything they was doing with COVID, and I turned out to be right in the motherfucker. I didn't want to be right. I wanted to not know what I was talking about, but I seen it too clear. So now where we at? So once Barack um, tried to establish his coup, this guy named Petraeus want to execute him. Yeah, big shootout at the White House, ran into the gates. He knew he couldn't get there. He was just trying to get attention on the problem. Well, if he's trying to get attention on the problem, whose attention is he trying to get? Because military intelligence is aware of what's taking place. Central intelligence is aware of what's taking place. The FBI believe they know what's taking place, but they can't believe that it's a darkie in office. That's the part that had the FBI stumped because they was under the mind control, expecting the pale face. That's how they got past the FBI because they was looking for a nigga. COINTELPRO, to stop the rise of any potential messiah who would incite the masses. And the only people in that document to use for a comparative analysis of what this messiah might look like is Elijah Muhammad, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. Them the only three names that they called out. They didn't call out no KKK. They didn't call out no skinhead movement, which didn't exist. They didn't call out no Nazis, which absolutely existed with the KKK back then, but they didn't even get along. We didn't even realize the KKK was started by some darkies. And that's why the Nazis never liked them. But the Nazis was started by the same darkies in another part of Europe. When they got over here, the palefaces confused that they're giving instructions to because they know about the Black Brotherhood of Spain when they get over here, and then they see the Nazis see these Southern Klan riders with these robes on. They thinking they the same niggas from Europe, the Black Brotherhood of Spain, that wear that regalia. They don't know. The Nazis don't know them ain't the ones from over there. Them just some Johnny come latelys masquerading as the so-called white man and they ain't even white. When I first started telling people the white man ain't white, a couple pale faces was like, "No, I'm tan." I was like, "No." I'm like, "Ain't none of y'all classification as white people accurate. The people that's classified as white people look like me." And they were like, "What you say?" And some of them knew what I was talking about, and they try to ease out the room so I don't call on them and put the spotlight on them and make them tell it. Because I used to love making them tell it because they don't like to tell it because they put their life and their family in danger if they tell the secret, right? That's called the most violent bloody oath, right? Or what they call the Rockefeller oath of secrecy. They got two of them. One of them from the church, the Pope. It's a bloody oath of the papacy, the other one from the bankers. So they made these agreements to keep us blind to who we are, put us under conjure spells. George Washington was the first president. They found this land and set up 13 colonies and settled here. And that was it. Ta-da! We suddenly here. Later on, they decided that the laborers' work was too much, so they imported some niggas from Africa. Bullshit, right? So they most of the holidays is repurposed tribal um ceremonial or ritual days because they all based on the stars. They're not based on what they're telling us. Christmas has nothing to do with the birth of a little baby named Jesus in the manger in Bethlehem. It has nothing to do with that. It's the winter solstice. That's all it got something to do with. Easter has nothing to do with no little baby being born in Bethlehem or no crucifixion story. The story called the crucifixion story, if you look up the word crucifixion, it's a compound word. Crux, CRUX, hyphen, fiction, FICTION. In reality, that means it is the point of the fraud. The falsehood starts right here with the crucifixion, the crux of the fiction, the pivot point. If you can balance out this story and find the truth in it, then you can't be stopped. Well, here's the truth to that story. The story is about Cleopatra. Cleopatra was sitting as the pharaoh at the time, and if a woman's sitting on the pharaoh seat, she's sitting on the sacerdotal seat. The sacerdotal seat can only be held by women. If she sits on the sacerdotal seat, she is called Auset. Auset means throne. If she's called Auset as her rank, in her translation of Auset in Greek is Isis. And the only thing that they did to change Isis to Jesus is they turned the I into a fish hook so they can make you be a fisher of men. So you can get catfish every time you try to find out who she is. That's why every time one of them stringy beard hippies come along talking about they Jesus, they take their ass and lock them up or kill them. You don't even have to say it for real. Like David Koresh, they took an excerpt from one of his speeches. He was like, "Damn, Jesus Christ," and I was like, "Man, he shouldn't have never did that." Then I get to the people they call truthers in where the Europeans gather, and the truthers got the whole video, and they let me see it. And it's David Koresh, and he said they're coming to get us. They're running around telling people that I said I am Jesus Christ. I said, "Oh, power that you can do with editing, everything." And he knew that the government was the fraud, but he didn't have them outgunned. They didn't go in there nothing about no kids because he wasn't doing nothing wrong to no kids. Because if they would have, they'd have let him stay. And they didn't go in there about anything other than the fact that he was financing his whole Branch Dravidian community. Now, first of all, when he said the word Dravidian, look up Dravidians of India, you're going to see some 1969 Jacksons. Big afros, big noses. And he's saying that he's a branch of the Dravidians. Where you get that from? They saying he's from the root of David. He didn't say Davidian. He said Dravidian. But they classified it as Davidian to kill him and killed all them babies and them people in the process. They don't care. Did nobody that did that dirt lose a night of sleep? Because if they would have, they'd have said something. All of them believe, because they so-called government lied to them, that they was actually eradicating the criminal element from the society. They don't even know they part of the criminal element. All of the crime is manufactured through circumstances, situations, and conditions. People only seek to get high because it's hell on earth right now. That's escapism. They got volumes and volumes in psychology that deal with escapism through narcotic addiction. Then if you put the women back where they supposed to, it'd be heaven. Motherfucker don't want to be high. They want to experience this shit. I want to see this shit. And so the next thing he did is they used the election ballots because they didn't want Trump to take over. Because if Barry don't get us sold to Morocco, they got a plan B. It's the Hillary plan, right? Operation Watergate, open the floodgates, which was an immigration scheme. But we don't want to talk about that. The immigration scheme was to overrun with so many people that's not from the land that it confuses the people of the land as to the imposters just squatting next to us. This was all a game to them. So now Hillary is staged, and according to their script, she was supposed to win, but we played our trump card, the big joker, right? When we played the big joker, they were screwed because the only way you can play the big joker is that you have to have the full backing of the military, not the top brass in the military have to all see the fraud in order to play the trump card. Now we say play the trump card like a spade game, but it was lit. This is where your Lockwood stories that Barron Trump and all of that. This is where it come in because it's part of the code. They can't play the trump card until all of the top brass see the problem and the solution clearly. They all got to know these people frauds, them people the real deal. We're going to get rid of the frauds so that the real deal can use their tribal traditions to restore the balance. If all of them don't see it, if it's one of them that object, they have to go back to work until they got enough evidence to prove it to them. When you seen them walk out with Trump, that means that the full JAG court, the full military intelligence brass was on board to restart back to the land. The only problem is they had to systematically dismantle the system in everybody's face without letting them know what's happening. In comes the 2020 election. The 2020 January 6th was all about um, seizing the flag. What do I mean? If you go back to January the 6th, and this is why you have an advantage when you have somebody that don't look like you that can walk past people that you can't. There's a military special forces guy who was also trained by a shaman from the land. And he all he have to do is sit at Pelosi's desk, put the territorial flag, the war flag of the land, the red, white, and blue old glory, behind the Admiralty jurisdiction, and sit there for 30 seconds. He was there for like 10 minutes. Once he did that, that's called sinking the battleship. The battleship was the fraud of the judiciary that was administrative law in admiralty jurisdiction. The reason they were administrative law in admiralty is because the United States Corporation had a usufruct agreement that inserted George Washington as the first president. The usufruct agreement was only for them to be here temporarily to stabilize the people in the communities that's been upset by what we called back then the Civil War and to rebuild the infrastructure. Well, they got greedy. When they found out how wealthy the people over here was financially, they didn't care that it was only because they was the same amount of wealthy in spirit. And they decided that we gonna have to figure out a way to never tell them that this is a contract and that we not really a government but outside contractors that masquerade as the government, but we're going to use the military. What they call in the police is the military. It's a foreign military. Before the United Nations, it was a foreign military. They didn't have a United Nations in 1776. So they had to create private companies, right? The Virginia Company, the Northwest Trading Company, the Commonwealth Company. All these were companies that was coming over here doing trade. And this common language we call in English is actually a trade language that was developed between the Irish and the people of this land, not England. The English is not from England. English is a whole different language. The English that we using today has been added on to from every language in the world. Now, check out what happened next. Once Hillary put her hat in, they knew that that was the final phase to the coup de grace. So the military have to make a counter move. They don't want to do it because of something called posse comitatus or some shit that they're not supposed to do a military action on the land, but they can't let the coup go down, right? And then it started becoming a JAG issue because the president is the commander in chief of the armed forces. He's not the governor of the land. Never have been. His official title is not president. President is a leader of a corporation, but his title, as far as the people is concerned, is commander in chief of the armed forces. That's why he said he's gonna be the last president. The person who's supposed to have been the birthright commander is indisposed in and ADX, and his name is Chief Malik Angel Bay, aka Jeff Fort. He was supposed to be the commander in chief of all of the tribal. Every tribe has what they call a shield. When you get all the shields together, then each shield got a leader, and it forms a round table of leaders at the war in the war room. And the person whose job to sit at the head of the seat on in military matters, because it's no head, it's a round table, so that there's no big eyes and no little U's. But the person, when it comes to the warfare, who is supposed to be the general, who's supposed to tell Larry, Benny Lee, Big Tookie, um, the guy Puddin, the founder, one of the OGs from the power, who was supposed to organize them into the defense force? Jeff. That's why they didn't move the same. Larry's job is for political purposes. He is a statesman. He is not a war chief. He's a statesman. But he have war chiefs under his command as a statesman. And his job is to give a report to the people about the state of the communities across the land. Who's under attack, why they under attack, who they under, two tribes fighting, what two tribes. That was his tribal responsibility, but they took that from him. So because if he ever go around and talk to the leadership of all the tribes, then he got to come back, talk to his study group and say, this is what they told us. Y'all figure it out. Come back, so I can write my speech. I got to go tell Big Mama and them what's going on. They couldn't allow that. Then the vice lords got 5 kings. That's not no accident, because they are supposed to be what they call the inner court guard of the matriarchal seat. That's why we say the vice lord house is Big Mama house. They supposed to be the guardians of Big Mama. Like if somebody want to come to her house, they had to get past vice lords. But they didn't call them vice lords in a tribal origin. But they represented the same color code, the same 5 chiefs, right? And the reason they had 5 chiefs is in case one of them went rogue. They always had 4, which is the foundation to draw from. If more than one of them went rogue, it was all shut down by the matriarchy, and they would get all new kings. But now, on the West Coast, it was different. You had what you call a war chief, and a statesman was in one. That was the other side of the Mississippi. They have what they call the 5 bears, which is the shield of the West Coast. The 5 bears represent 5 critical key chiefs. You never supposed to know who they is until it's too late. And those 5 was supposed to be with Raymond Washington and Tookie, because you had to have 2 in the Blue House. You had to have 2 kings in the Blue House, right? And then the Red House, I think I don't remember how many they had. I think they had like 3, because they make up the 5 bears. But so you hear them tell the history of Raymond Washington and Big Tookie. They don't tell you about all of the infiltrators that came. Now, the Panthers don't originate from Cali. That's a Southern clan. The Black Panther Party for Self-Defense came later. The original Black Panthers from out of Mississippi. They was the Black Panther Brigade in World War II. And General Patton said that if anybody was going to save America from the enemy within and the enemy without, it would be these Panthers. That's what he was talking about. They was a tank brigade. Now, when they got back from World War II, they set up a political Black Panther Party for self-defense in Mississippi. This is where Geronimo Pratt come from, who is your historical chief, Geronimo, your war chief. He was actually not a chief publicly. He was in modern terms, he would be a drill sergeant. He would be either a drill sergeant or some kind of sergeant over training, right? So the OGs, the elders told Geronimo, you got guys out there holding our logo, the Black Panther logo, our tribal totem. You need to go out there and give them the military organizational skills, whatever it takes to get them under move correctly how we supposed to move. So Geronimo left and went out there, and then the police ran in there and gave him the same case they gave Tookie. I ain't gonna get into that right now. Now, there was a guy in prison at this time named George Jackson who came from the Midwest. Hold on. George Jackson mama and daddy moved their sons to Cali because they was trying to escape what was going on here in the Midwest. But when they got out there, his mama said it's the worst move they ever made because they ended up losing both of their sons. George Jackson was a military genius. And a lot of people couldn't understand why Big George would have a pistol in his afro. If that makes sense. Now he in prison, and they saying, I think they say it was Angela Davis supposed to smuggle him a pistol in, and he had it in his afro. My question when I read the report was this: if he had a pistol in his afro and they shot him before he ever got to the pistol, that doesn't make sense to me. They could they would have had then let her leave and then later put a warrant out for her. That doesn't match. Anybody that ever been locked up know that you if you bring somebody something in that prison, you ain't going home. You going to the local county jail. You are not going home. So I'm sitting there reading this and I'm like, that don't make sense. But the deeper I get, the more I understand the man and the mind of George Jackson. And I said to myself, he had like one of my nephews, the same mentality. So I began to get gorilla knocks from other people. And I'm like, wait a minute, don't nobody know how to get no gorilla knock in this era? These dumb motherfuckers don't know shit. No, they know. Because it's your spirit doing it. It ain't you doing it. Most of us have a hidden subconscious understanding of what's taking place, but the conscious mind is overruling your subconscious response because it's not matching with the environment. What you know to be true in your soul is not what you're seeing in the environment. So it's confusing you in the transfer of information from spirit into the brain to for you to live in the world. You're getting confused. So what's next? You have to make that adjustment, and most people can't do it. So when we see this stuff, some of us go into autopilot, and our conscious mind will literally, the subconscious, if it's severe enough spiritually, your subconscious will shut your conscious mind down. You will not talk the same. You will not walk the same. Nothing that you say will be legible to anybody around. You will sound bat shit crazy. But every move you make will be precise, accurate, and what need to be done. So we sitting here and we looking at all these chiefs being just thrown in cages and murdered on the street. They thought Rodney King was just some motorist they pulled over. No, sir. But I ain't gonna get into that. These things are being done to trigger responses in key people in key places. When it all boiled down and all come back around full circle, if you see a major event happen on the West Coast, it's going to be a major event happen on the East. If it haven't happened first, if it happened on the East Coast first, it's going to be on the West Coast. But here go the kicker: one of them not going to report it, so it'll look like it's only on one side, so you can't pick up the mirror effect. You can't get the mirror effect. The mirror effect would allow you to see it when you understand what you're looking at. So one mirror will be shown, the other one will be hidden. That's why Tupac broke the mirror in the last video. Toss it up. Mirrors is broken. I mean, they set the mirrors up all over the land. What mirrors? The Chiefs. What Chiefs? Sitting Bull, Chief Zolo, all them Wu-Tang Chiefs, because they got a pack of Chiefs running together. Um, Shock G, Afro Chief. Easy E, Afro Chief. When I say Afro Chief, I say that because they identified by the Afro. Uh, Big Tookie was the Afro Chief, but they blew house. Anyway, from there, once Hillary tried to get in, and that's why they tried that J6 bullshit. They done that because they wanted they wanted to use it as to charge Trump with what they was doing. They tried to flip it around on Trump, Hillary, Obama, and a couple of generals that's no longer in the military at the time. They had all retired. Them was them Bush boys. They was under the old man Bush. They was his advising team with them guys, the same ones that wrote the gay agenda. Anyway, they was working on one side to try to make it look like Trump was the problem the whole time. Where as long as they can pump, what Barack say, as long as you pump enough raw sewage into the town square. Why did he use that term town square? They just talking about us. Long as they tell these Indians a whole bunch of bullshit, some of this shit gonna stick. They took Trump to jail. They took him to court. They all kind of shit that didn't stick. And when they raided Mar-a-Lago, they didn't find what they was looking for because he had already sent 72 secret treaties to Raven Rock, Colorado, where the most secure team is. They already knew what was going on. They reading the paperwork. They know who the blood right heirs that they've been tracking their whole life is. So here we is. We come out to tell y'all what's going on. Y'all think we batshit crazy because we know something that regular people just don't know. And we don't know it because we better than nobody. We know it because it's our assignment. That's the only reason we know it. Cause I wouldn't know if I didn't have to, if I didn't, look, half the shit I know today, I would never have studied that shit. I would never been inquired if I didn't have a job. If it wasn't part of my mission, right? So, what's it time? Anyway, so I'm gonna go wrap this up. Okay. Anyway, so once they discovered this coup attempt and this hostile takeover, because it's the same as a hostile takeover of a corporation, which is banned as part of the Monopoly Sherman Antitrust Act and other acts that they got, where you can't one company can't come in and overtake another company just by buying up all their stocks. That's illegal, right? It's a hostile takeover. So there was a hostile takeover attempt to sell the corporation, which is actually a management firm out of Europe that was rebranded in a couple years. That was supposed. They can't access the treasury, but what they can do is they can go around the world and borrow trillions and trillions of dollars against the collateral and the people. And they use your birth certificates as the bond, and each account payout should come through the social security card. But they use all that as slave papers. Your driver's license, your state ID is slave papers. It's the same shit. Ain't no difference. Now, when that took place, the discovery of the transfer of the government, the selling of the government became, they caught it. The military caught it. Now, 45 had a different function than 47. 46 was an illusion. It wasn't real. It was a stage show. Because 45 actually still 45. But we needed the numbers 4 plus 5 is 9, and 4 plus 7 is 11. So we needed that number combination, and the hyphen is the dead space in the middle, telling you that that shit wasn't real. Now, the um, Joe Biden already was gone. They ran skin ass and lookalikes that don't even look like Joe Biden in front of everybody, and nobody caught it. I'm telling them in real time that's not Joe Biden. They think I'm crazy. They had different actors at different times playing them. This is why, and when I first said this, people were like, this dude is saying the craziest shit. But now you got people that then went and did the research. Sometimes Jim Carrey played um, Joe Biden. Sometimes it was another actor, James Woods, played Joe Biden. Sometimes it was another actor, I think his name was something like Arthur Beck or something. All of these people. Now, Trump been telling you who the actors was by calling them central casting. The reason he's doing that is because it has to be in the public domain to know that the military side is still exercising their roles and responsibility to protect America against the domestic threat by running a psychological operation. He points out the central casting, and when you understand what central casting is, then you can go back and you can follow the whole trajectory of the psyop. Now, he brings up stuff about bankers, banking, because he talks about the reporters asking him about if he's saving children from trafficking, and he says, is it a bad thing? And he doesn't directly answer like a true politician the critical questions, but the ones that he had to answer for the codes to get out, he answered them. He answered. He answered them according to the code. So this is why he's telling you, oh, he's going to be great. He's going to be a great general. He's central casting everybody. That means that whoever position that this dude is filling that was originally there with the same exact name is in Gitmo. Everybody went to Gitmo was replaced by a actor, a central casting draft. They tried to go with lookalikes. They tried to go with lookalikes first, like like the Dave Chappelle lookalike. Y'all still be that nigga Dave Chappelle, y'all tripping. That is not Dave Chappelle. That nigga about 5 inches taller and 80 pounds heavier, and his face don't look the same. Ears ain't the same. The same thing with Jamie Foxx. He had a bootleg Jamie Foxx come out, missing tattoo, all kind of it's just Hollywood. And this is why they calling it the theater of war. It's all a stage show. The world is a stage and we are just actors. But how well do you play your part? Are you gonna get a Grammy this year? Are you gonna get an Oscar? So let me go ahead and do this Q&A. I'm gonna take about 4 or 5 questions. So if y'all can keep it to one question, there's only one person requested to join. So now we're gonna go into Q&A. I accepted the one. Go on B Dale show on page on YouTube, and
Peace,
we
Chief.
did
What's
the
going
show.
Hold
Hold
on.
on. Hold on one
Hold
second.
on.
Somebody asked, and in the comments I was brother was coming up. You needed the flag of the bays on that show that I did with B Dale. If you go on there, you'll see it. It's on B Dale channel. He actually displayed. I had it up as a background too for a while, but a background changed according to the frequency. Peace, my brother. What's going on with you? What gonna do for you today?
Peace, Chief. How you feeling, man? Yo. Chief,
You know me.
I ain't gonna hold you, man. My chest kind of pumping and my legs kind of tingling right now because I'm walking and all that.
Okay, go ahead.
But dang, man, I can't even hey, Chief, I ain't gonna hold you, man. I said I'm gonna get on live with you, right? I was like, yeah, I'm gonna get on
Mm-hmm.
live with you. And I had said that while you was on live. I'm like, man, I gotta get on live with you, man. Cause I was trying to hit you like last year, cause um I ever since a kid, Chief, I've been just dreaming real crazy. Like real crazy. So I wanted to ask you about this one dream that I had. So but it been quite a few of them that been like that though. But so I
Okay,
have a
let's just deal
dream.
with one of them today.
So I have a dream, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I look in the mirror and I'm like I'm not myself.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to see if that's like
Hold on. What did you look like?
I look like a a a a, a young person, a young black person back in like what 1950s or something, because of how I was dressed. Like I had
Mm-hmm.
like the old kind of clothes on and everything. Yeah, and I had like curly hair, but it was short. I didn't have these,
Mm-hmm.
and I was just looking in the mirror because I had a few where I just look in the mirror and I'm a different person.
Okay, now that was not a regular dream. That's called an imprint dream.
Okay.
Now, that's a past life recall. And in the past life, you was looking in the mirror trying to see what you was gonna look like when you grow up. That means you was sending your mind to the future.
Mhm.
Something happened that interrupted your life before you seen it come to fruition, and it didn't land until you grew up.
Okay. Okay. Now, can you just repeat that one more time for me, Chief? Just
Yep,
one more
I'm gonna
time.
go again. It's a past life memory. In your past life as a little boy, that age, you were staring in the mirror trying to imagine what you're gonna look like when you grow up.
Mm.
But something happened that ended your life before you became who you saw yourself as an adult. But in this life, you made it to adulthood. So when you had the dream, it was picking up the projection of your imagination, seeing you in the future to remind you that you made it this time. And this is
Okay.
recorded, so you'll be able to go back over it.
All right. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, man.
No problem.
Because I've been wanting to know that. Because like I said last year, I hit you about the dreams and everything. Because that's the main thing I do. like
Yeah,
just
in the
going
tribal culture.
crazy and yeah.
So you have to study dreams. Everything you can read, dream books, psychology of dreaming, all that. Read everything you can, so you have a database to draw from to help you understand dreams.
Okay. Thank you, brother.
No problem.
Appreciate you, Chief.
All right. We'll let
All right.
somebody else up.
Peace.
All right. Didn't somebody else send me a request? Shamash.YouTube.
It's so crazy how I could feel it before it happens. Oh my God, bro. Peace, God.
Peace, peace, man. What can I help you with today?
So, first off, I want to thank you. I spoke to you about a year ago, almost to the day, um, and I asked you why I'm having these dreams of being a star, um, and you told me that they're memories, and you told me how basically to wire my mind, um, and I implemented that. So I want to thank you, but um, you said you mentioned X, right?
Hmm.
Um, XXX, and I wanted to know, like,
I knew which one you was talking about because he in my ear. So you
yeah,
got some kind of connection to him.
yeah, exactly. Like
Cause
that's exactly.
he was like, bro, he wasn't a man, bro. And he know I hate when he say that shit. I don't know. That's his way of annoying me to get my attention. But go ahead, what you're saying.
Hmm. Um, so I live in Florida. I live about 15 minutes from where he's buried. Um, and
Where they say he buried.
right. Um, I had a lot of like experiences of his soul and spirit like merging with mine. Um, and
He's saying, tell him I'm working with him. I'm not merging. I'm working with him. This
mhm.
is what he's saying right now. Like, tell him.
That's what I'm. That's
Yeah.
what I'm. Um, and I thought it was merged, right? Because I seen a lot and how what his missions was going through as a child, like as a child of Eshu. I could be
Mhm.
wrong, but I feel like we're both children of Eshu. His missions with Eshu and my missions with Eshu like came together, and it helped me like figure out so much. So that's where I got confused with the mergence.
His energy with you strong because he talking his ass off. He won't shut the fuck up. But go ahead.
I hope it's all good things. I mean, shit.
No, he's telling me stuff. I'm gonna get to it in a minute. I just need to hear a little bit more.
But yeah, there was like just a whole bunch of like dreams that I had and other people's dreams that coincided with that, and it led to like this whole like spiritual awakening for me that allowed me to really understand time and how time works. Um, and it helped me put things in proper order. Um, so I don't really know what to make of that.
Okay, let me tell you what he's telling me to tell you. He said you're looking at it wrong. Go back to his interviews. He said you're not using frequency. You're not thinking in terms of what the frequencies mean. Hold on, hold on. Yeah, he said when you go back and review, you're gonna pick up pieces that you missed. And he's saying that it's frequency. He said focus on frequency and stop taking stuff so literal.
Hmm.
So he's saying that you're missing the frequency connection to what he's trying to show you. There's something to do. Do you do music?
I do.
Yeah, he said you gonna know. 'Cause he just told me you did music. I'm like, he didn't say anything about no music.
Mhm.
But he's saying that when you go back, he said work with the frequencies, study the frequencies because they're gonna give you the cheat codes. And when you get the cheat codes, you'll be able to put them in your music to wake other people up. That's what he's telling
Oh,
me.
so study his interviews, tap into the frequency more, and implement that in my music.
Yeah, because he's saying that he's trying to show you how to use the frequencies to help other people wake up. You pretty advanced, bro. I don't think you know how advanced you are. Somebody in the comments say, stop saying you could be wrong because you just advanced. And then they right.
Mhm.
Believe in
Um,
yourself.
I do. I definitely do. I'm just dealing with a
Yeah.
lot.
Yeah.
Um,
So just yeah, it says it's the frequency thing that you're missing that he's trying to show you. It's something that he's probably trying to get you to make a specific song, and you're gonna know because while you're doing the song, it's gonna feel like he in the room with
that's why I be so messed up about the merging thing, cause like I could feel him like with me, so it's like it's very weird, bro. It's so
you. Yeah.
weird.
I
Um,
I'm a big Tupac fan, right? I was in the booth one day doing this song called Came Through, and Biggie was in there with me. And it kind of took me for a loop because I was not a real Biggie fan. Like I respected his lyrical prowess and everything, but I never expected to tap into his frequency like that. Yeah, came through it all. Still, I stand tall. The world want to know how I continue to ball. If the game need a boss, hell yeah, I paid the cost. Yaktown, Guerrillaville, land of the law. Came through the storm, but my anger was born. Morpheus the general, and I'm changing my form. I'm changing my flow. And the way this to go. And if you want the truth, it's a shame you ain't know. The game say I'm cold and freezing your brain. Speaking like a G is so easy and plain. You can come with them gats like a tragically end, but what I put on paper mean you died by the pen. The tune that you in, a heavy ass bass line. Woofers in my trunk. Trick warned you not to test mine. Give me sticky greens, color of the white pants, fit for bumpy face. Put me in my right mind. I stay ahead of the curve. Only vodka make me swerve. I resurrect your mind if you sink into my words. That song, when I was recording it, he was like right there, breathing down my neck. I was looking around in the booth like I'm the only one in here. What is this shit? 'Cause it was like real new to me at the time.
oh, and that's crazy too, cause X is Jamaican, and Biggie was one of his favorite artists.
That's where Biggie at in Jamaica. X might be down there with him. Shit, as far as I know. He laughed and he said, "Nah, bro, I ain't in Jamaica. I'm in Florida."
That's crazy.
How the fuck you stay in
So
Florida?
I got one more question. Um, so Loki is the king of the earth.
Loki is the son of the Ice Princess.
Hmm.
Another way of saying Isis. Loki is Thor,
Hmm.
and I know from personal experience.
I went through a lot with this mentor of mine. I think you know him. Uh, he's the pigeon. Um, but he channeled for me that I'm Loki, and so when I started
So that's
dealing,
called it's called the Sybil effect. Because a whole lot of people um, that come from a bloodline can access the frequency on that bloodline. They'll think that that's who they are, right? Like it's a brother who think he cut, and he think Tupac is Akhenaten, right? But he don't know that because he's from that bloodline, he can. It'll be just like that was his past life memory. That's how powerful it is. The Sybil effect is what it's called, and that's
So
why they made that movie Sybil to try to make everybody that's having the Sybil effect think that they schizophrenic, but they not.
so they're just tapping into
The bloodline.
the bloodline. So what he channeled for me was something that I'm tapping into a bloodline.
Yeah.
hmm So what does that mean?
It means something different for everybody. You got to ask yourself, what do it mean for you? Don't mean the same thing for everybody. And it's based on, for your understanding, you got to remember, when you send your higher self out to get information, the information going to show up. Because the only person on this planet that can't lie to you is you. Everybody else can lie to you. Your mama, your daddy, brothers, sisters, cousins, friends, strangers, they can all lie to you, but you can't lie to yourself because you got to make it up, and you know you're making it up. So send yourself out to get the answer. When it come back to you, you might pick a book up one day and read a passage, and that's the answer. You might be driving down the street, hear a song, that's the answer. Or you might just have an aha effect where it just pop into your brain. Boom, that's what it means.
For everything that I see like I don't like why every time I go and I send out to get that information, I come back with like all the answers to all the low-key missions. Like, why would I be being prepared? Am I just like a piece to the puzzle?
We are pieces. Nobody's the whole puzzle. Not even Big Mama. Big Mama is just the biggest piece, the centerpiece. The rest of us are just the other pieces that put it all together. One of the things I had to do is keep asking myself, what do that mean? What do that mean? What do that? Don't nothing mean nothing until you give it a meaning. And when you send yourself out to get the meaning, it's going to tell you the correct answer instead of the answer that you've been given your whole life.
Hmm. Heard you. That's beautiful. I'm grateful.
Yeah.
And dealing with a lot of like just getting rid of every like all the programming from a little kid and finally just walking in my power.
The most powerful tool you're going to ever learn, go to YouTube and look up the art and science of self-talk. A whole bunch of videos will come up. And learn how to talk to yourself. Because you're going to give yourself more answers than anybody else. It's going to tell you where to find it, all that. But you have to start learning how to talk to yourself. And then your higher self will start guiding you to the answers. And sometimes it'll just pop in your head. Ah, that's what that means.
Can I tell you about this dream real quick? That
No, I'm only going to take two more people. So I'm going to go on to the next person. And then the next time I come on, you hit me with the other dream.
okay.
All right.
Appreciate you, Chief. Thank you.
All right. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming up.
Of course.
Who's next? Somebody got to put in the comments to next because I can't. It's not bringing y'all up in the. Oh, there we go.
What's up, Chief?
Peace, my brother. What can I do for you?
Greetings, greetings, greetings. Hey, quick question, cause I see you now puffing on your tree right now. I got a quick question, cause I've been a daily smoker for years, probably like It's been a while, but just this Monday over the past 4 days, I'm like, I want to kind of reset, go on a clear head vibe. But as far as dreams, because you're talking about dreams too, like 2 people ago, whenever I'm heavily under the tree, I don't have any type of dream. Like the REM is just like completely discombobulated. And now that I've just taken even 48, 72 hours, like I'm back having vivid dreams. Do you think it's tied into the trees itself that they're now putting out there? Like, what is it? Why I can't access the dreams when I'm token versus when I go on those breaks? Because I always have vivid
Because
dreams and
you have them while you're awake.
while I'm awake. I
Hmm.
do get downloads during the day. That's true, correct. But so is that all I have? I can't access that during the nighttime or when I'm sleeping.
You don't have to.
Mm,
Some of us have
mm,
to. You don't have to. You
okay.
haven't realized how the universe is talking to you yet. As soon as
Mm,
you realize it, your waking psychic ability is gonna kick in like mad. Once you put them glasses on, you can't take them off though.
yeah. Okay. Because I mean, it's even like I like the last time I can remember was probably about a year ago. I took like 2 weeks off, went out into the park, did some grounding, and then when I did smoke, I had all these downloads that just rushed me like for 2, 3 hours. Like I had a notebook that I brought out there, a journal, and it's just a whole bunch of stuff like creations, divine downloads and different things was just coming to me. So I don't know if I'm over consuming where I need to cut back. Like I'm gonna take a little while off, but I just feel like I didn't know if it was me or if it's the plan itself that's like causing the interference. But it's always like I'm getting a whole bunch of stuff whenever I start smoking about friends, family, like just all types of scenarios to where even now I'm getting back with my dream journal to try and recall when I wake up, what I can remember. But just saying that I don't even need to be worried about dreaming at night.
No, you know how you be getting the downloads and you be writing the notes.
Yeah.
That's all the information you was gonna get in the dream.
Okay.
You dreaming
Okay.
while you're awake. You don't have to dream when you rest.
Mm.
And so you going through. You think you just thinking. The
Yeah.
dream, all the dream is midnight thinking, heavy thinking,
Yeah.
while the body is in its most relaxed state. Because most of us in our waking state are so agitated with life that we can't get the messages. So then the dream have to come in and give us what we didn't get during the day. You have a unique ability. Everybody don't have that.
Mm.
And it's a strong possibility that when you're on the herb that you only have what they call emotional experience. You don't experience no visual or audio sensation. You just feel everything in the dream state when you smoking. Now,
Mm.
anytime you even me, I could take days off of smoking as a
Yeah.
fad, and then it's going to increase uh my visions. So I keep smoking so they don't crease because I can't take no more of this shit.
Yeah. 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 It get overwhelming. Yeah, that's real.
Yeah. But while
Okay.
you off, um, puff on some mullein to help clear your lungs out.
Mullen.
Mullein.
Okay.
You
Okay.
could
I
or
got it.
you could drink the tea either way. If you don't want
Okay.
to smoke nothing, you could drink it in the tea. But it's to
Yeah.
clear your lungs out, which will and then go to YouTube and look up how to breathe like a singer. It's called diaphragm breathing.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, my neighbor, he's a big like aqua dude, and like that's one thing. He'll come over and use the pool and just be under there. So he's taught me a lot about how to breathe as well. But I'm gonna check that out as well. And also how you talked about the self-talk and talking to yourself. And that last one, that's something I think as well. Cause I'm big on affirmation, but affirmation without discipline is just delusion. So it's like just being able to move forward in that as well. So I appreciate that. And I also just was recently tapping into the transmission you did with B Dell, with Blue Pillar and Black Magic. And I'm thankful that you guys continue to spread the knowledge and wisdom that comes so effortlessly to you guys as the chosen ones. And I appreciate it. And I feel like I have my own calling of things I'm meant to inspire. So I just want to salute you guys because it allows me to keep going in myself and my journey as well.
I love them brothers, all three of them brothers. Look, this is the one thing you gotta assess your own skill set.
Hmm.
We about to all be put to work on the cleanup by Big Mama according to what our skills is,
Right.
right? So just pay attention to everything you know how to do. Like right now, if you sit down and write down everything you ever learned, that's
Hmm.
your resume. That's your resume,
Right.
right? And with AI, you can say if somebody's skills, what job would they be applying for?
Mm, that's true. Yeah, definitely. We all gonna have to play a role as we as it gets closer now because the clock is ticking. So it's like I feel like for me, I'm big into fitness and wellness, and then aside from that, just being a positive like motivator to people around me. Like in these dark times, a lot of people that have a lot of fear that have been placed in them from the media, from this person, that person, and I'm somebody that is like, look, we were all placed there for a reason and a purpose. So it's like we're not meant to move in fear. That's a weak emotion, and it's something that helps us in terms of flight or flight, and and moving and trying to protect ourselves. But at the end of the day, the Most High is all the protection that we need as long as we continue to walk the path. So I feel like we don't have no room for that. We're gonna have to be courageous, be bold, and be willing to stand up, for what we believe in. So I'm just glad, it's like-minded people around the world. I'm in Florida, like the last person that was, up, and it's definitely getting crazy down here, but that's everywhere. So, it's just trying to equip myself and make sure that I'm not having any blockages, from receiving the things I need to. So that's why I asked, like, was it me or is it something else, as far as just the trees? But, I'm going to just take that and just continue. Like I said, I'm on a break probably for a month. I want to do a solid 30 days. And then after that, reevaluate and see, how I'm feeling. So I appreciate everything, all the wisdom for sure.
For sure, for sure. Yeah, you got it though. You you waking up to your purpose, and you
Yeah,
do
and it's
stuff.
always because my mom, from young, she had me in church and this and that. And other people along the years have always told me, like, oh, you might be meant to be a preacher or do this because I'm very eloquent, have a way with words. But that's never been me, like, because of the negative stereotype that I even personally have of preachers and this and that. So it's just like, I would want to inspire and, push a certain message in a different way. But yeah, coming into it now is just like there's no time to have fear, be timid, like full confidence and all the talents, abilities, gifts, skills, not only that I have, but the people around me have to partner and work with each other to really raise the collective consciousness. So, like I said, I just appreciate what you guys are doing and it keeps me going day after day when some of the people around me are not necessarily on the same wavelength, but I know there's a person here or a person there that's all trying to bring us together. So, salute once again. I'm not going to take up too much because I know you say you want to try and get like one or two more people in.
I'm gonna get one more after you, but here go the thing: when you run into people that with fear, tell them study what you fear,
Mm,
because you only fear things you don't
don't
understand.
know. Right. That's
Yeah.
real.
Study what you fear. If you gotta fear snakes, go get you some snake books.
Yeah.
Got fear dogs, go study dogs. Watch see.
Yeah. I feel like my greatest fear is not doing all I was meant to do in the time that I'm here. So that's why I'm trying to make sure I do as much as I can, and with the time that we have. I don't know if it's on my end. It look like it's lagging or something. Let me see.
Granger makes it easy to find and order the products your team depends on around the clock. Because when boxes are packed, pallets are stacked, and trucks are waiting at the dock, The last thing you want is to run short on the supplies that keep your warehouse moving. Grainger is there to help make sure nothing runs out when shipments are rolling out. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hail Mary, Mother of God.
Yes, yes.
How in the hell is you the mother of God and you ain't God? You can't birth something greater than you.
Birth God if you're not a God yourself. Yeah. Only goddess can birth a God. Yes.
Right. So now, when we looking at Cleopatra, they saying she died in her maiden chamber at the hands of the adder, but they don't have her tomb. They don't have her grave site. They don't know where she went. She disappeared from the face of the earth 3 days after she died. Do the math.
Until you asked that question, I had no clue. I always thought it was there, but no, we have no reference to it ever.
Cleopatra mysteriously disappeared. You go to Australia now, because in Australia there's a legend about a woman came from Egypt running from assassins across the Queen's land. The same imagery that they drew in their petroglyphs on their stones was a woman holding a baby that looked just like the Black Madonna and Child.
So you're saying Cleopatra faked her death and was relocated?
Yeah.
My chief said, we brain banging, we ain't gang banging. So welcome to Brain Bang University, motherfuckers. I'm the motherfucking dean of the university, and I'm gonna brain bang your ass into submission. I'm gonna let that sink in while I like my book.
Smoke some, bitch.
C stands for District of Columbia. So our country is ruled by the District of Columbia. Well, who's Columbia? Well, we walk over there to the Capitol building, and there's Columbia perched on top. Well, we walk into the Capitol building, and there's the original sculpture that the one on the roof was made from, right there. And we go into this is in the visitor center. We go into the movie theater place there, where they give you a little movie on the history of the making of the Capitol building. And it starts off by calling it the Temple of Liberty. And I turned to my wife, temple? Temples are for gods. What God? Well, we just passed her in the hallway. Who is she? Who is Columbia? She is known as the Queen of Heaven. All throughout the scriptures, all throughout ancient history, throughout many cultures, she has many names. Semiramis being one of them. Ishtar, from which we get Easter. Isis, Columbia, Liberty, Diana, Venus. These are just a few of her names. Just like Nimrod, she's the wife of Nimrod, Semiramis. Cush had a daughter named Semiramis, whom he later married, his own daughter, and produced Nimrod. Okay, so that means that Semiramis is Nimrod's half-sister and mother. And then Nimrod turns around and marries Semiramis. So now his wife is also his half-sister and mother. You could walk into the Capitol Dome in Washington, D.C., look up into the womb of Isis, because that's what the Capitol Dome is, the womb of Isis, with the phallic symbol down the road of Osiris's missing piece, the Washington Monument. All right? This picture right here is called the apotheosis of George Washington. Look up in the Capitol Dome, and that's what you're going to see. Surrounded by 72, which is a high occult number, pentagrams, which are known as binding pentagrams. That's how the ancients believe they can, and the cult believes they can control demons. You got George right here in heaven. The apotheosis means ascending into godhood. That's what apotheosis means. Okay? If this is supposedly heaven, you might think you'd see, maybe the saints, see, Yeshua up there, see the angels, Michael, Gabriel. No, that's not what you see. You see Neptune, you see Vulcan, you see the Greek pantheon hanging up there with deified George in the Capitol building. And not to be outdone, when Abraham Lincoln died, they started putting out postcards and whatnot showing the apotheosis of Abraham Lincoln. I bet you've probably never seen this before. They've tucked it away. It used to be out in the outdoors. They put it inside a museum now. This is George Washington posing as a god. Which god? Zeus. This is a depiction of Zeus from the Temple of Zeus, which is one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Also, it's the same pose as the occult symbol for Baphomet. Oh, this is a Christian nation. Yeah, okay. And if you look at the entire layout of Washington, D.C., it's all occult. Look at all the buildings. It's all after Greek mythology, too. But most notably, if you think about our founding of our nation, it's all about 13, isn't it? 13 colonies, 13 stripes, 13 stars, 13 this, 13 that, the Great Seal of the United States, 13 steps on the Great Pyramids, on the Great Seal of our... What the heck is an Egyptian pyramid doing on our currency in the first place? Right? What does that have to do with anything about our nation? Yeah. And by the way, that's not an eagle there either. Manly P. Hall, one of the most prolific writers of Freemasonry, says anytime they depict an eagle with a point on the back of its head, it's really a stylized phoenix. Aha, I fooled you. It's not an eagle. It's a phoenix. In Egyptian mythology, the phoenix was the Benu. The Benu was the dying and resurrecting soul bird of Osiris. Okay? 13 steps on the Great Seal's pyramid, 13 letters in the Latin phrase annuet coeptus, 13 letters in e pluribus unum, 13 stars above the eagle's head there in the shape of the Star of David, which has nothing to do with David.
Comunícate en inglés fácilmente. Usa Grammarly para comunicarte de forma efectiva y sentir más seguridad. Grammarly ofrece sugerencias de fluidez personalizadas para que te comuniques de forma clara. Descubre por qué el 98% de las personas multilingües que usan Grammarly afirman que les ayuda a escribir con fluidez en inglés. Te invitamos a descubrir Grammarly, que redacta y responde rápidamente como si fueras tú para que puedas mejorar tu productividad. Descarga gratuita en Grammarly.com.
"13 bars on the shield, 13 leaves on the olive branches, 13 arrows, 13 original colonies, 13 stars, 13 stripes on the original Betsy Ross flag." Have you heard about the Betsy Ross flag? If you go look up on history.org, history.org just comes right out and tell you there's no evidence whatsoever that suggests that Betsy Ross had it, other than the fact that she was a flag maker. She did make flags. There's no evidence whatsoever that she's the originator of this design, even though that's one of the myths we've all been taught growing up in school. History.org goes on to continue. We do, however, have a good idea about who originated the design. Credit for that achievement may go to Francis Hopkinson, a New Jersey representative to the Continental Congress and signer of the Declaration of Independence. Hopkinson was a talented man with a strong interest in designing symbols. See, symbols conceal those who don't have eyes to see, and they reveal for those who do have eyes to see, which means all of the iconography contained within a symbol has to harmonize with itself for it to have a coherent message. This guy is all about designing symbols. He's the guy that designed the Great Seal. Oh, okay, Great Seal. Pyramid of Egypt, Phoenix, dying and resurrecting soul bird of Osiris. 13. He's the guy that designed our flag. I was in the Honor Guard, and I was the guy in the full dress blues, and I carried the American flag with tremendous pride. That was like a real honor for me to do that. And I took great care in doing it, trying to do everything right and be as sharp as I could be. I cannot even look at that thing anymore. And I certainly am not pledging allegiance to it. No. Sorry. Love my country, but patriotism, at least the way it's currently defined, is idolatry. And if you really get into what that flag actually represents, especially going all the way back to its founding, I want nothing to do with it. You know, it's a lot for me to say this, that now I just can't do it. We're trying to wake people up because there's going to be a deception that the scriptures say it's going to be so powerful that even the elect can be deceived by.
Go along with that video.
Mm-hmm. Now, remember all the tough stuff I told you at the beginning, right? True.
About the 72 thing, because I was like, okay, do that connect with the 72 demons of Solomon?
Yeah. Because only those are the energies that the 72 seals have in them.
Okay.
Only by knowing which seal, what these 72 seals is, they actually DNA codons.
Okay, go ahead.
Right? But when you know the energy frequency, when it's being used in the character spell, it'll stick out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now notice they only put 5-pointed stars in all of the 72 seals.
Mm-hmm.
That's the reverse side of the coin.
Mm-hmm.
The other side is the sigil side.
Mm-hmm.
So the 5-point star represents Venus.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Right? The aspect of the Great Mother that is her most seductive and her most loving. Right? When she goes to the Big Mama aspect, the old crone, she's now seasoned, well developed in her mental perception of this reality. Right? And now she's seated on the throne as the old crone, Big Mama. In the beginning stages is the young girl on her fool's journey to become Big Mama.
Okay.
Right? So they reenacting the story on the Blue House, which is signature of the Hiram key, Hiram Abiff.
Okay.
Who was struck by 3 ruffians.
And the breastfeeding connection. Could you go in a little bit on that, the mother-son concept? Go ahead.
That's where you get your Masonic Lodge, mother and son, mama trained the son. So in these depictions of this imagery, the woman breastfeeding the infant, but the father is always counseling a child. He's not never breastfeeding, right? He's standing either next to him or he's standing, kneeling down to talk to him. In our culture, the Roman culture is a little different. It's freaky. It's male on male freaky, right? So the original was the birth of Earth's great defender, Heru. Heru's status as the prince who's the heir to Osiris's throne, but there's one problem. His uncle Set is in the way.
The rewards of working as a sales specialist go beyond a paycheck. There's a satisfaction that comes with knowing that processing orders contributes to building something bigger.
So Set in the way becomes Satan's way. So now he got to figure out, as the infant to the Great Mother, how do I get my mama her proper position back and take my father's throne as his redeemer? I had to get rid of Uncle Set. So we waged war, the Falcon, against Uncle Set, which is really the armadillo from the south of the United States, but that's a whole other thing. The war between Horus and Set is a war for the throne of Osiris that Set usurped. Right? So who Set usurped means under something, Big Mama seat. Do you know somebody who's sitting under Big Mama seat, Elder?
The Pope.
The Pope.
Yeah. Peter's chair. Like Peter's chair.
Yeah. But St. Peter's chair is at a whole nother church.
Yeah. Go ahead. Break it down, right?
They use that because Peter is Pater and Pater is father. So the Pope is holding Big Mama chair for his father, Set, that set him as a Jacobin, an underminer, under her throne to put the circle around the throne to block her from getting back to her seat. Right? So they show you the conjure magic part of it with the 72 stars in the uterus of the Great Mother. Right? But here's the part, if you notice at the beginning, she's not dressed like she from Egypt. She's not dressed like she from Rome. She dressed like Queen Califia.
Hey, but we know that they told us we came on ships. Now, what was the ideology behind twisting us around to tell us that we came on ships if they really like the real guys that came up here? Go ahead, Rod. Could you go ahead on
That's the conjure side of the war. That's the George Washington challenge, remember? At the end of 200 years, they supposed to have us so confused to believe that we from somewhere other than here. If we fall for it, they assert this is their domain and part of their territory, and they'll seize it because we surrender it. But if we know we Mississippi clay dirt walking, they screwed. Right? So they told us the story not only in reverse with false information, misinformation that served as a misdirection. Right? Truthful and factual information gave by unreliable sources. Fictitious stories laden with truthful concepts, ideas, and statements. Right? When you get done understanding the zig and the zag, then you understand how they flip when they roll. All of it is a David Copperfield grand illusion called the 3D Matrix. And as long as you keep falling for the Agent Smith effect, you're going to be continuously a slave for the Matrix. But you're about to get a rude awakening.
Hey, my next question, we'll take questions from the crowd too, but I'm going to get these up because these are some good questions. My next question is, man, the maps. Man, I'm like the maps. I'm getting. I got this over 1,000 maps of the earth and where shit located. But like somebody telling us, oh, Egypt over there, Egypt over here. Oh no, that's over there. This over here. It's like they twisted us around. They told us in reverse.
Right. That's why they named all of these cities with biblical names. Right. Because we supposed to believe that we the people from the Bible when the people in the Bible is made up people. Right? If you believe that you a made up character from, let's say, Gorillas in the Mist, Jane Goodall out there with gorillas, now all of a sudden she claims she's a gorilla. Now make her a gorilla. Right? They becoming part of the systemic closed mind of the biblical, Christianity was the first religion. It's only 3 religions, and they all monotheistic Judeo-Christian religions, and that's Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. Mm-hmm. And that's the order that they was presented to the public. Judaism is not older than Christianity. It was the convenient backstory for the rebels who didn't want to go with the story as it was given. Mm. Right? So if you go back to the time frame of the life of the so-called character they call Jesus, right? And they say he existed between 3 AD and 37 AD or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now, at that time, who was ruling in Egypt?
Pharaoh?
Cleopatra.
You're right. You're right.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Where's Cleopatra's tomb?
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want, and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation, where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality right now.
You're ready to move with life's big changes. Are your things? Take the worry out of storing your belongings with Extra Space Storage. We provide self-storage that's clean, maintained, and affordable with advanced security technology. With thousands of locations nationwide, we're in your neighborhood, making your move easy, bringing you to a better tomorrow with space to do more. Rent online at extraspace.com.
Okay, let me put this another way. When the woman is in charge of the governments of Egypt, what was she called by the people of the land?
I don't know.
She was called by two terms. She was either referred to as Aset
Yes.
or Marie.
Yes.
In English, it would be Isis or Mary.
Yes, because Mary.
Hail
was
Mary, Mother of God.
Yes. Yes.
How in the hell is you the mother of God and you ain't God? You can't birth something greater than you.
Birth God if you're not a God yourself.
Yeah.
Only goddess can birth a God. Yes.
Right. So now, if you go back to the contemporary time and you look at the other events of the era that we given along with this doctrine, you're going to notice that Cleopatra was said to be, she was supposed to die in her maiden chamber at the by Death Adder. Now, also in that time, you had two warring factions of priests that started. The war started in the reign of King Tut, which made him have to be ushered into hiding. And these warring priest factions was called Amun priests and Atian priests. The ideology difference is the Amun priests said, conceal your inner light. Do not let the world know of your divinity. Right? Pretend to be like everybody else and live high on the hog. The Atian priest was like, no, if you got the God gene and you got the God power, shine your light into the world. Remember this parable about the candle under the basket?
Yes. Yes.
Right? And then he say, when these two eyes become one, and then you become the light of the world. Gerald Massey wrote the book, Ancient Egypt, Light of the World.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, now, when we looking at Cleopatra, they saying she died in her maiden chamber at the hands of the adder, but they don't have her tomb. They don't have her grave site. They don't know where she went. She disappeared from the face of the earth 3 days after she died. Do the math.
Until you asked that question, I had no clue. I always thought it was there, but no, we have no reference to it ever.
So Cleopatra is actually a confusion of terms. And it's if you look at it Masonically, it literally says, see Leo, the panther. This makes you addicted to the cat. You become a cataholic. A cataholic is a Catholic. The Pope sits under the sacerdotal seat, but the sacerdotal seat is the seat of Vatica, the goddess. Who was called Vatica in Greek, but she was called Auset in the Kemetic language.
Yeah.
Right? Jacob is the underminer. The Pope sits under her seat. Let's do the math. The math be mathing if you know how to, if you know all of the equations.
Y'all.
Okay, now, Cleopatra mysteriously disappeared. You go to Australia now, because in Australia there's a legend about a woman came from Egypt running from assassins across the Queen's land. The same imagery that they drew in their petroglyphs on their stones was a woman holding a baby that looked just like the Black Madonna and Child. So
oh my God.
they used, okay, go to the movie The Serpent and the Rainbow for the reference for what I'm about to tell you next.
Okay.
The priesthood knew how to sedate you where you have no vitals.
Yeah,
right.
Dust, that magic, the dust.
Mm-hmm. So they need to get Cleopatra from under the Roman rulership. The only way to get her out of there is to feign her death.
So you're saying Cleopatra faked her death and was relocated?
Yeah. When she left Australia, she sailed to South America and they migrated all the way up into North America. The tribes was concealing them the whole way. This is your Sun Wukong's journey to the west. Nazca lines are eagle and the monkey, the phoenix and the monkey. How is Sun Wukong supposed to get to the west from India and Africa in the way? Now, we know this to be valid because
I gotta take a deep breath. Like, you're blowing my mind, and I'm just like, my brain is like tweaking. Hold on, Rod. You can't deliver information.
Create a survey drafted for you from a simple prompt in as little as 30 seconds. As the responses roll in, AI gets to work, uncovering the themes you might otherwise miss. SurveyMonkey, real answers from humans, real insights from AI.
About to explain exactly what the Holy Ghost is. So we're going to learn the science behind the spiritual experience today. In the religious world, they gave us a doctrine of Christianity that was given to us by Emperor Constantine. Hey, Nicole. Emperor Constantine assembled the Christian church in 325 AD under the Nicene Council. And so what we see in the church in the Bible, it's a story being told about future events. Okay, welcome everybody that came. We're starting to get this on the road, explaining exactly what the Holy Ghost is. You know, when I was a little boy, I used to wonder, why do these people in church catch the Holy Ghost and start jumping around? They can't contain themselves. What is this that makes them do this? So being deeply focused on what I was seeing and understanding there was some kind of real experience going on here, because it didn't happen only in a isolated location.
So I started going back in history to determine at what point did the people in the church start catching the Holy Ghost, as they say, and jumping around, because Catholics don't do it. And the Christian church began as Catholics under the Emperor Constantine. So when did the people jumping around with the Holy Ghost become a part of the Christian practice in the United States? When you look at history, you find that the African indigenous ones that was brought over here never gave up their religious practice, but instead concealed it in the church doctrine. So now the church doctrine have to start somewhere. The church doctrine came from somewhere. So where does the Bible come from? The Bible is a document taken from hieroglyphic writings of ancient Egypt in part. Other parts of it is taken from ancient Babylonian writings to introduce two contradictory ideas to confuse the masses of the people. But there's something in there that allows a person to navigate through it if they understand what's being done. So we look at this when they talk about people catching the Holy Ghost, there's no description of people catching the Holy Ghost in the New Testament where they are jumping around and things like this. But there's a scientific explanation for what is taking place, because what we don't realize are we are electromagnetic beings. That means that our bodies operate within a field of electromagnetic energy. And the electromagnetic energy that runs through our body is what allows us to awake in the morning when we get up. The consciousness, that we experience when we first wake up is when your spirit body fully comes to alertness in your physical body. And science has proven already the exact location where the spirit enters the body in the base of the brain and the pons region in a specific spot called the reticular formation. The reticular formation is called a nerve ganglia. A nerve ganglia means there's this point right here with a whole lot of different nerve endings meeting in a central location. Now, by us being an electromagnetic creature, we look at the electric and the magnetic workings in science in order to understand how the body works. So our nervous system works on the same principle as electricity. So if you look at how they have the streets wired, it's wired according to the pattern laid down in your body. Because if the most perfect designer designs your body, why not use that in your external designs of your creations or your makings? So when you look at the telephone lines, periodically you see something called a transformer. What the transformer do is it captures the energy and it reboosts it in order to shoot it to the next transformer, and that everybody between the two can pick up the power. So in the body, you have a series of transformers, but they don't call them that in the body. They're called.
Get a GoDaddy website, email, and matching domain bundled together for one low price. Plus, built-in marketing to create social content and build your brand. You get everything you need to bring your business online and look professional. Bundled together to help you grow and save. Start today at GoDaddy.com.
Could you use up to $800? Find it at BioLife. Up to $800 is waiting for you. Just donate plasma, get paid for each donation the same day, then treat yourself and treat your friends. Schedule your appointment today.
They're called chakras. These chakras allow different energy to come into the body at a different frequency. So when the energy come into the body, how does the body use it? The energy that comes in the body is used through processing mitochondria. The mitochondria is the only way that the body can become sentient. Now we're getting closer to what the Holy Ghost really is, because now we're dealing with the matrix. Everybody wanted to know what the matrix was. The matrix is exactly inside of the mitochondria. So these references I'm going to add after I get done explaining everything, showing you exactly what I'm talking about and how the mitochondria is made and what it does, because this is the origin of us receiving the Holy Ghost. The only problem is by us not being aware of what it was until now, because I'm about to tell you, until us not being aware of how it was, we could not fully realize how to utilize that energy. So all we could do is just jump around. But there's a process of self-refinement that allows you to become a better conductor for that type of energy. And so the mitochondrial is the power pack of the cell. Without mitochondrial, there is no organism that's called organic that can live. And mitochondrial is strictly a female controlled portion of reproduction and the powering of the cell. So in other words, the women can control mitochondrial even in another person. So if the woman can control the mitochondrial, they don't want her to know this because now we're getting into her true power. And this is what's going to allow her to make her mate more powerful, because the energy that comes through the mitochondrial is what they call pure absolute spirit energy. Now, so what happens in the church when it comes into the body, and how does it get there? The mitochondrial is frequency based. In order for the mitochondrial to start to push out an excessive amount of energy, the music and the sensation of the people in the group has to reach a fever pitch. And this in science is called critical mass. And this will be in the messages when I'm done, when I do all of the references so y'all can understand clearly what I'm saying. So the critical mass is the point in which the energy has to come out. It can no longer stay held down. It's too powerful for the vessel. So in the church, you will hear the intensity of the music build once the first person catch the vibration. And let me see. Can you hear me over there? Is anybody? Can you hear me now, Nicole? No longer stay held down. It's too powerful for the vessel. Okay, so now, when you in church and you go into a prayerful state, this activates something in your right part of your brain. This is called the anterior gyrus. And the anterior gyrus is responsible on your right hemisphere for you receiving all spiritual connections from the source. It's right here in your brain on this part. So when you hear anterior gyrus, you don't mean nothing to you. But it's the part of your brain that allows you to experience the divine. Now, the reason why they jump around and they can't contain the energy is because this side of the brain is not matching the frequency of this side of the brain. So the energy is only meeting itself in one portion, so it cannot be fully realized. Now, when this side, what they call the wisdom brain, matches the emotional brain, and this is when they say you are Christ conscious. You're Christ conscious when they both sync, okay? because now you got the left logic, because you can only get to a certain level of vibration on the left side through a certain number of years of redundant pursuit of truth. It activates the left side of the brain differently. It activates the left brain in what you call wide spectrum, which means that it engulfs the whole side of the brain. But the right side is the feminine side, and it holds the interior gyrus, and it becomes the receptive magnetic portion of the brain. So the magnetic portion of the brain draws the electric through something called the corpus callosum in between the brain. The arc of the energy will make you become fully realized Christ conscious. Y'all need to know that in this era at this time. Fully realized Christ conscious. When you go in your Bible, you see the Christ saying that when both of your eyes become one, your whole body is filled with light. What the Christ is saying there is that when your left brain and your right brain are both at their maximum frequencies, then you can receive the full.
Sell everywhere your customers are. Online, in AI chats, or walking through your door, with every sale managed in one place. Your customers are waiting.
Choosing a cast iron skillet is like choosing a local real estate agent. You don't want one that's gonna split when things get hot. Ooh. Find a home on Zillow and connect with a local agent.
The full glory of Christ consciousness. And this is all science can verify everything that I'm telling you now, and I'm going to leave references and links so y'all can look at them and y'all can match it up to what I'm telling you. Okay, so now, when a wise man encounters the energy of love, you have the Christ himself incarnate. This is why the priests are not allowed to marry. And this is why they engage in same-sex affair, because they cannot attach themselves to a woman. Because any one of them, once they reach a certain level of information and knowledge, can become fully realized Christ beings. And so they tell us, because there's rules to the universe, they tell us exactly what they're doing while they're doing it, and then they make mockery of us as they tell us. Now, if you go back and you research the comics, you will find that there was no such thing as an X-Men comic until after a young gentleman by the name of Elijah Muhammad formed something called the Nation of Islam that used the X. Now, why does that even matter? Because if you have Elijah Muhammad telling these people that they are gods, and if they become fully Christ conscious, then they will have what would appear to unconscious or people who have not absorbed the full nature of the Christ, it would appear as if they have supernatural powers, X-Men. But we all have different natural abilities anyway. So when your mitochondria that you got from your mama, because you can't get it from your daddy, he can't give it to you. Your daddy need a whole lot, but he cannot give you actual life. It can only come from your mama. And it is in the mitochondria. So this was the overthrow. So now they told y'all there was a man crucified on Calvary, right? And that this crucified man died for the sins of the world. There's a problem with that because the truth is in plain sight. Where is it at? In the word itself. King James left us a clue when he created a specific letter to conceal the actual identity of the Christ.
Who is the Christ? We see the book of Revelations and we assume that the Revelations is a doomsday prophecy. But go to the very first verse and it says, this is the revelation of Jesus Christ, whom Theos, the gods, gave unto him sign and signify by his angel John, right? So revelation means to reveal something. So it was a secret somewhere that needed to be revealed. And the book of the Revelation is the code to revealing the secret. What's the secret? Who is the Christ? Because everybody is saying that no man know the day nor the hour. They are absolutely correct when they say no man knows. But they cannot say no woman knows. And here's why. When you do the historical research, you'll find a young lady named Cleopatra. Cleopatra was the last pharaoh of the pharaonic dynasty. Now, every world leader that was contemporary to Cleopatra, whether it was the Caesars or whether it was those ones in the Middle East, Xerxes and them, they got all of their bodies, but they don't have Cleopatra. They got all of the world leaders of that day, but they don't have Cleopatra. But what is the significance of that? Timing. How long ago was it that Cleopatra came up missing? 2,000 years ago. 2,000 years ago. Do the math. Now, as a female pharaoh, they name her Cleopatra, which in Greek means father lover. But that was not an Egyptian name. That was not her name. And demonize the Egyptians as they used the Egyptian information to conceal the truth. The very name Abraham is a misnomer in how it is presented. It is the Egyptian word, and it always has been, because it's part of breaking this spell that was conjured up in Babylon in order to subdue the mother and the matriarchal people, which was us. Now, how do I know this? Because I'm talking about my mama. I'm talking about St. Augustine Shirley Hayes. And you need to pay close attention. Now, what happened was they tried to crucify her. And they tried to put her to death. But wisdom precedes justice. In order for her to be allowed to be put to death, then she would have to have a date in which she could return. So they give us the Jesus story in order to conceal the truth. Now, ask these people in power, where is Cleopatra? Where's she at? They can't tell you, and they won't, because it tell you right in your biblical book that she was taken up as the Christ. How do I know this? Because of the clue that King James left us when he created the letter J. Now notice his name is James. He created the letter J, so his name couldn't have never been James to begin with. As a mystic, we told to pay attention to those things because those are clues. So what was the J in Greek? It was an I. So let's do the math. If Jesus in Greek is spelled IESUS, right? How do you pronounce that in Greek? Well, the rule of grammar to apply is called Grimm's Law of Grammar. And it goes like this. When you put two vowels together, the second vowel becomes silent. The vowel behind the first consonant after that carries the long form. This is simple grammar and you can check it out. It's not hard to find this information. So then the pronunciation of Jesus in Greek is
Interested in GLP-1s for weight loss, but worried about high costs and hidden markups? GoodRx now offers monthly GLP-1 subscriptions. Always know what you'll pay upfront. No surprise prices, no hidden fees. And for a limited time, Wegovy for only $1.99 a month for your first 2 fills, plus the
It's ISIS. They already told you who the Christ was, and you wasn't paying attention. You fell asleep. You fell asleep. You fell asleep. Now check this out. They tried to crucify her, but the angels came and take her up. So when they rolled the stone, she wasn't in there. But they telling you it was him. And they calling him the Christ when he is not. That's why it's a verse in Matthew where it says, many will run up to me in that day and say, Lord, I have cast out demons. I have raised the dead, healed the sick, all in your name. And the Lord will turn and say, get thee hence, I know you not. Now, in order to understand how this all takes place, the first 4 books, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, is part of a 21-part play presented at the Nicene Council. The author of the 21-part play name was Josephus Flavius. Josephus Flavius was a playwright, historian, and he worked for the enemy of his people, so to speak. But he left a clue all throughout the vein, because this is a different view of how, so he's telling you, don't get stuck on one viewpoint of how to look at the Christ. Because if you get stuck on one viewpoint, you will be captured by the seduction of what comes next after the acts. You see? So they told you the 4 different viewpoints when it was actually originally 21 viewpoints before you got to the acts. And the 21 viewpoints covered all of the 12 disciples, the Christ herself, or they call it the Gospel of Mary. And then they tried to make it look like she's talking about somebody else. But this is the Christ being revealed to who she is. This is the renting of the veil. This is the presentation of truth for the chosen righteous of the Lord. Y'all can either wake up and encompass this love energy that she brings when she returned for her children. Because she raised me personally to do this and told me that wisdom precedes justice. And in order for us to be liberated from the oppressive nature of our natural enemy, out of this Babylonian conjure, they used 2 spells. They fabricated a human, and they call it a golem. Look it up. It's not a secret. They also took an existing human that was a natural human, and they merged them, and they told you it was Adam and Eve. But it's more to that story, and we're not going to get too deep in that because we're focusing on exactly what the Holy Ghost is. Okay, now let's do a quick recap. I told you about the mitochondrial facilitating the energy flow of the bioelectromagnetic beings that we are. This can be verified, and I'm gonna leave the references after I get done. I'm just gonna start posting references in the comments section, and y'all can go through the references, and then everything that I just said, you can go back over it, match the reference to it, where somebody explained how it works in detail. I'm just doing a quick brush over of it. So basically, those on the pursuit of wisdom, the wise man, the one who chooses to seek the wisdom, has to reach a certain level of wisdom. When he reached that, that's why in the Old Testament it always talks about being wise, but in the New Testament it always talks about love. This is 2 sides of the same coin. Because if you're going to become Christ conscious, you first have to seek wisdom, and then when the heavens see that you are sincere, seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, it's going to lay the rest of it out for you. It's going to be easy after that. Because then They're going to do something. You might not like it like you think you is. They are going to smash you with so much love that it's going to make people think you are literally insane. You have lost your mind. Something is wrong with you. There's something wrong with you. Okay? But that is the first phase of receiving the entire Holy Ghost. Now, once you are fully realized with the Holy Ghost, according to the book that they call the Bible, that they stole the information from the hieroglyphics, you got to always remember they use what we already knew in order to oppress our minds, because our genetic memory recognizes everything I'm saying. Inside us, we already know the story. So they can't let us go inside us and get the story. So what do? They distract us. You know, they shoot us down in the street and make us march so that we can't realize that if we stop and go within, they can't do nothing on the outside. If we stop and realize the Christ within, they can do nothing on the outside. We don't have to shoot nobody. All we have to do is realize our Christ consciousness within. Once that wisdom and that love merge, they call that in mystic studies the phoenix rising, a fully realized Christ conscious being. The one that comes is the one who tells you who the Christ is and makes the way for the Christ. Now, the people that do the thing in church where they can't contain themselves, it's because they can only process this energy through their lower three chakras. It stops before it gets to the heart chakra. The heart chakra is the energy center where you realize the divine love, the love of the great mother. When you look in the stars at night and you see what looks like it's black in the background, that is the womb of creation itself. We are within that womb. Within that womb of creation, the essence, they call it dark matter. In ancient Egypt, we called it the Nun, N-U-N. Now, the Catholic Church has suppressed the nunnery. I'm going to evict the Pope and all of his pedophile priests, so don't worry about that. He have to go. He already know he have to go, and he's shaking scared. All of them are. They know. Anyway, Mama said they got to go. They got to go. So the next thing.
If you got hit, even if you were not driving, you need to try this.
Because if you were in a car accident in the last year, you could be owed a large cash payment and not even know it. Even if you weren't driving, all you have to do is click the link in this video, answer 5 simple questions about your accident, and see if you have a case that could be
Is if they allow you to become filled with that love that fills that 4th chakra, that heart chakra, at the same time you facilitate that love energy, you cannot be oppressed. It's not possible. It's not possible. They are aware of this. So now, to shorten it up, the Holy Ghost is the energy that we receive from heaven through our mitochondrial processing at its optimum capacity, pure spirit into our physical bodies, making our whole bodies filled with the light of the Christ. Where it says in the Bible, where both eyes become single, thine whole body shall be filled with light. This is what they call the Holy Ghost. This is not the myth, but if you pay attention, look at the art. In the Catholic Church, the Holy Ghost is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, right? It's the 3-part, the Trinity. But where did the Catholic Church come from? Well, it came from Constantine assembling people, but where did they get their doctrine? I just told you it came from Egypt. How do I know this? The Trinity. What are the Trinity in Egypt? It's Osar, Aset, and Heru. This is the Trinity
But the culture is patriarchal. In order to suppress the woman and keep us from realizing our greatness, when a realized man and a realized woman become one, this is what they call the marriage of the Christ. Both fully realized, divine masculine, divine feminine in Egyptian terms. When they both become fully realized, at that point, they become like the remote control batteries, and they can change reality together in a moment's notice. That is what this whole conflict of what they call good and evil has been about. Because all of us are born with a blocked heart chakra with something that they call black goo. You have to go through a certain amount of refinement in order to get enough love energy to break through the black goo. That reference will also be in the link. So not to hold y'all too long on this topic, I didn't see any questions pop up, but I will go into more information over time. I can't give y'all the world in a day. But just know this. I'm about to change everything right in front of y'all face. Everything. All of them gotta go. Watch what I say. As my mama would say, mark my words and check your mind, because I'm gonna be with you all the time. Pay attention. Don't miss the signs. They are telling you their time is up and mama is on her way home to collect her righteous children. So those who are not prepared to receive the full love of the Christ, that energy will be too much for your broken down, ill bodies to contain. The love is so great, I cannot put it in words, nor can I put it in glyph form where your brain would be able to grasp the love of the divine. So we was talking about actually what exactly is the Holy Ghost, Jenna. You probably missed most of the video. I'm gonna post it on my site so you can go back over it, because the Lord has called you and you act like you don't hear me when I'm talking. So pay attention, sister, because I'm going to do a brief over of everything I just did. I'm not going to do the full lecture, but just to give y'all newcomers a quick brief, and then I'm going to post it. I want y'all to go back because I got to put the references in the link so they can understand. So the Holy Ghost is animate the human body through the mitochondrial. The matrix is in the mitochondrial. This is how they're telling us we are trapped. Because our bodies is so sickly that we cannot facilitate the rapid introduction of heavenly energy into this corruptible body. This is what it say: you was born in iniquity and shaped in sin. It's not that you are automatic sinner, first of all, because they now tell you this in the church, but sin was not an act. It was a god out of Babylon. And to be a sinner was to practice the rites of that god known as sin. This is all verifiable. And as I go through the video, I'll be adding references everywhere I see I need to add them. And y'all can go over the references. This is important information. And this is how y'all going to know the real from the fake. Because everything I'm going to say, I'm going to give you a reference for you to look it up. And it's going to make sense when you tie it all together, because this devil got to go. And I'm about to run him out of here. So the energy that comes in through the mitochondrial accelerate the chakras, which are your boosters, your energy boosters, your relays, like they have on the electric line. And as this energy fills your whole body, it illuminates both sides of the brain. Once both sides of the brain are fully illuminated with this love energy and this wisdom, at that point right there, you become fully realized Christ conscious, and you cannot be oppressed. There's nobody that can oppress you. And you get to realize your birthright. For those who consider themselves African Americans or black and they read the Constitution, you know the 3/5 compromise say that those who they call slaves can only be taxed 3/5. There's a reason that they were not allowed to tax them in totality, and it's not because of their status in servitude. The reason being is because the other 2/5 is God. You can't tax a God, but the God not woke. You cannot tax a God. They know this. Now, I'm gonna give you another piece of information. I didn't want to give y'all too much, but I'm gonna give it to you. You cannot tax a God, you cannot oppress a God. But if the God doesn't use his will, you can have it until he decides he wants it back. In everything that they are doing is to suppress your will. They want to use it, and it's produced in the real world. It look like money. It look like
You think you're fine after a car accident until this happens. Most people don't realize that even accidents that seem minor can financially destroy you when the real costs hit weeks later. If you've been in a car accident recently, even one that seemed minor or where you were just a passenger, you need to hear this before it's too late. Here's what happens to most people. They walk away from what seems like a minor accident thinking everything is okay. Maybe a little soreness, maybe some minor damage to their car, but nothing serious. Then reality hits. The medical bills start rolling in. Your car needs more repairs than you thought. You're missing work because of lingering pain or appointments. Suddenly, what seemed like a small bump in the road becomes a financial nightmare. But here's what nobody tells you in those first few days after an accident. You're actually owed a huge check even if the accident seemed minor, or you were just a passenger and all you have to do is claim it.
If you know the whole story, from what I recall, it goes something like this. Before history began, Egypt was the birthplace of all life.
My Spanish side is Peruvian, so we got Incans, we got the Sampa Inca, we got all those type of people from like the Machu Picchu and stuff like that. Go ahead.
all them old Mississippians, the Toltec, the Mayas, the Aztec, the Inca, right? The old Mississippian culture, before it was called Mississippian, was Atlantean. It was a global phenomenon, but the root to the culture was in Arizona, where the Grand Canyon is.
So who are the Atlanteans, and then what's the connection to the Grand Canyon?
The Grand Canyon is where the original temple of Isis was in the original temple of Tahuti, before the Great Pyramid in Mexico. That was the global Mecca of the world. And that's why you got tribes that look like everybody around the world. On the East Coast, from southeastern United States, the islands, and the eastern portions of South America, they was doing trading and marrying with people from the motherland for thousands of years before Columbus was ever born. Now, all of a sudden, everybody over here only got here from Africa. They don't know the true history of the planet.
Which is?
In the true history of the planet, everybody was made in South America. In the temple of the gods, with the 7 different phenotypes of human face on. That was when the gods decided to make mortal beings. When we say mortal beings, we're talking about people that only live 120 years as opposed to 1,000 or 10,000.
Which is, so are you talking about, is this tied into like Anunnaki, how the Anunnaki literally created us by mixing our DNA with theirs? Is that what you're referring to? And whatever.
Okay. You know when they say the Anunnaki mixed their DNA with ours?
Yeah.
Well, we was the ones that was baking the people in South America, and those was the bodies that we took on. The Anunnaki,
they was doing their work in West Sumer, in Babel, right? They was doing stuff over there that was prohibited. So we didn't know what was going on with them because they was doing it covert. They was doing reading in secret. They was doing genetic alterations in secret. But everything that we was doing was community-based.
So so the breeding that they were doing, it was with us, like us, or was it with something else?
It was the people that we were when they came.
Okay. So what people were we when they first came? Are we talking about is that the Atlanteans that we're talking about? Or
those are the Atlanteans, those are the Titans, those are the Immortals. Those are the ancient ones. We didn't always walk around in the flesh. We used to be able to materialize and dematerialize at will. That's why you don't have a lot of 7 million-year-old bones of humans. It don't mean we weren't here. It just means that our lifestyle was different. Our understanding of the energy of the body was different. So when they turn off certain parts of the body using science, and if they can convince the self that it don't have none of the capabilities that it has, they won't use it. You don't use it, you lose it. They atrophy.
So what were the Atlanteans like? What is the evidence to say, you know what I'm saying, like that we can take now and compare it to back then?
Look, they got this tribe called the Badinga tribe. I think that's how you say it. They said that the Badinga tribe was took from Africa and transplanted in Antarctica. That's not true. The Badinga tribe was the Atlanteans that was flash froze during the Anunnaki Wars, when that whole civilization was under about a mile of ice. Right? When they discovered it under Adolf Hitler, this is how they learned how to thaw people out from cryostasis. They learned how to thaw those people out because one of the people was a high scientist. He could telepathically communicate with him even though he was frozen.
Like remote.
And so he was able to teach them how to thaw them out with no ill effect. When they thaw them out, they're not leaving Atlanta. They're not leaving Antarctica. They stay in their home. They lived under the ice. But they came out and they was able to function like Eskimos with no problem.
So we talking about like the inner Earth civilizations of people that we hear.
That's not an inner Earth civilization. It's a surface Earth. Antarctica is a landmass covered with ice. It's called the coldest desert in the world. It is in the Book of Enoch. It's called Tartarus. Today, we call Tartarus Tartaria. Tartaria wasn't the world.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44. Guys, Nina just built an app.
Tartaria is a descriptive word. Tartarus is a geographical location. Right? So it's a difference in the application of the two. But because people are trying to piece together the history, they using terms out of context. Like a lot of the names for the gods is not the names, but it's the title of the seat they held. Yahweh not a name. It's not a personal noun for God. Yahweh is a title of a high priest that was able to control. He was what you call a balanced individual. Yah, feminine, Wei, masculine, yin yang. So in another 100,000 years, instead of saying Yahweh, we can be calling people yin yang. My God is yin yang. It's a title. Another title that became translated in the Bible as Lord is Adonai. Adonai is not the same person as the person in the Bible referred to as Yahweh. Another name that's a title is El.
Yeah, I heard that.
Right? Elohim is a plural form of the title El. Right? So you using titles to describe people when multiple people held the title. That's why all of these guys look schizophrenic. They're not the same person. They're different people at different times taking on the same title.
From different places or from the same place?
Sometimes they're from different places. But remember, we didn't always have a diversified linguistic style. We was telepathic first. So we didn't have any useful words in eloquent speech because we can project it to you in a whole scene mentally. The thing that I'm thinking is the thing that I need you to think. Tune into my frequency. Right? So now we're on the same frequency. I can transfer my thought of using the power of the man. They told us that's not possible.
The evidence of
so
it
we
now
stopped
is,
trying to use.
and the evidence now is when me and you, if we're sitting in the same room and you say something that I was about to say or I was just thinking.
Yeah. Now y'all tapped into the same frequency at the same time.
Facts.
And when you're in close proximity with people you commonly associate, it becomes stronger.
Yeah, that makes me think about my wife because we definitely, a lot of times she'll say something in my head and I'll tell her, I'll be like, I was just about to say that, right? And I told her, I was like, she's like, no, you weren't. And I was like, it's crazy because from now on, I'm going to say something before and you're going to end up saying it, but it never works because if I say it, then she won't say it.
That's because you preempted the thought. It's not running this process between the two channels. Long as one of y'all say it, it don't matter which one of y'all it is if y'all a unit.
That's facts. All right, so back to it. All right, so you said a couple things that had my mind going, right? So when we talking about Antarctica, right? And you talking about the ice caps and whatnot. So I've heard things about things that are happening in Antarctica, the ice caps melting and all these different things and people having superpowers. Can you touch on that?
That's told the Atlanteans that they thought out, that they say have the superpower. They also have a complete record, everything on Earth. They can read the Akashic records the same as you can read a book, way better than we can, because we've been dumbed down so much we don't even accept our connection to the Akashic records. We think that's a myth.
So when you're saying the Akashic records, can you touch on what? I mean, I know some decent things about the Akashic records. The Akashic records is what holds the pretty much the information to you in previous generations, right?
The Akashic record is the entire world history, past, present, and future, in a mental reservoir. There's what's in the Akashic records that can tell you about ancient Atlanteans, about ancient Lemuria, right? They the ones, but some people have a blind spot when they read it because they haven't been trained to properly read it. The the fear barrier makes stuff look way worse than it really was.
When you're
But
saying
it
the fear
also
barrier,
makes some of the horrible stuff buffered over like it was something good.
so when you're saying the fear barrier, what are you saying? Like, you talking about how the world looks at everything in a fearful mind state, how the government creates fear to lower the vibration.
Well, the fear is to keep you from looking places they don't want you to look. They use modern terms. They use religion to do it, right? Because everybody innately want to be righteous. 98% or more people want to be righteous. So when they go into church and they saying, if you righteous, then you don't listen to your telepathic link. If you righteous, that's evil. That's the work of the devil. Now, if they catch you early enough for you to believe in Santa Claus, as you grow up, you're not gonna deviate from that. You have to be hardwired to override that before it'll take effect, which is what happened in my case with my big mama and my mama. My mama was, when I was a little boy, my mama was just now moving into the church. So the stuff I got before she moved into the church, man, that shit don't affect me. That don't got nothing to do with me. Because I remember my mission from before she went into the church.
What was your mission?
Leave no stone unturned, meaning expose as many chiefs as possible to the public so that they'll know we still here. So this is 11:10 start time, 11:10 being our time of my birthday. And this is being the 6th of October, which is 10-6, which is the mirror of 19 for the sacred seal. Because at this point, all gates are open, all sisters on deck, all queens rise. I'll say that a couple more times as I do the invites. But in the process of that, I'm going to go over some current events, and I'm going to ask the question, what in the entire fuckery is wrong with these people? Now, I asked the question in sarcasm because I can see what's going on. But for people that don't, it becomes a direct and serious statement when you're looking at what you're seeing in current events as what the fuck is going on. There is a system in place of oppression that has kept us back. Nobody couldn't figure it out, so we all came together as masters and worked together, working off one another until one of us, which I wanted to be the help. I didn't want to be the one to figure it all out. I just wanted to be a helper. And I just turned out to be the motherfucker to figure this shit out. So, got this dumbass shit going on in plain sight, and nobody's really understanding what in the entire fuckery is going on with this kind of shit. So, before we get into the unity of the sisters and the raising of the vibration of the earth in unity, we're going to talk about this fucking twisted mind fuck show they got going on in the media. Because they got some shit going on in the news, in the public media, social media, all forms of media that is totally and utterly distracting from the situation at hand. And I call it fuckery because that's exactly what it's designed to do, is to mind fuck us all. That shit don't work on me. I'm well trained with the mind of a platinum back general. It don't work on me. All queens rise. The kings await. All queens rise. Show yourself to the public. Stand in your glory. As I describe what is going on with this blatant, outright, utter, foolish ass fuckery that you got. You got two sides playing the middle, both of them trying to capitalize on your ignorance. One trying to capitalize on your ignorance to enlighten you. The other one is trying to capitalize on your ignorance to impress you, or to oppress you, I should say. No matter which one it is, no matter how you look at it, it's still some fuckery. Now, the ones who's using it to try to enlighten you, right, have to use the same tactic that the enemy is trying to use to oppress you in order to awaken you to this entire fuck show going on right in front of your face. None of y'all has noticed it to this degree, and I'm dying laughing at this shit. I went through my phases of development in the roller coaster rises of awakening that gave you all of this insight into the various aspects of controlling emotion. When you learn to control the emotion, you got to balance your emotions, balance the intellect, bring the two together, right? Occupy the heart space with the pure intent of the mind. When you do that, you start seeing shit, start hearing shit, and people start running in fear because you becoming something they ain't. So we gonna start down here in Dallas. Now you see this lady that get convicted, only get 10 years for killing the unarmed black man. I'm sitting here watching the fuckery, and I'm wondering how come nobody haven't put the pieces together. She didn't just walk in that man's house haphazardly, randomly, and shoot that fucking man. First and foremost, that's what y'all gotta understand. What really took place is they was in a relationship, and he ain't want her no more. Cause he ain't want her no more, she tried to use her position behind the badge to conceal her revenge. A vengeful woman. Hell have no fury like a woman scorned, especially when she already a dingy bitch. So in the middle of the fuckery, they get the guy brother to embrace the lady and forgive her. Fuck. And then the next day, after he embraced her and forgive her, the prime key witness end up assassinated with a whole bunch of bullets. The other lady lose her fucking job the next day. This ain't even 24 fucking hours, man. And this is the biggest pile of fuckery. Mind fuck, get you off the path ass shit, distraction, red herring, motherfucking flottering around like a bird in the bush, but it ain't shit there. It's all smoke, no fucking fire. It's all smoke, no fucking fire. The boy knew that his brother was banging the chick. They had good term relationships for years, probably about 2 of them. He broke up with her. She didn't take it well. His family knew how she was, and they knew how he was. He's a good guy, but we treated women like shit. So she felt she had a right to go in there and end him where he laid, and that's what she did. His family didn't say nothing because they knew he was a womanizer. And they knew that sooner or later what he did to women was going to come back on him. So, it's still fuckery. No matter how you cut it, it's still to distract you. First and foremost, the idea was given to her by watching other motherfuckers shooting motherfucking brothers and walk because they had a badge. You see? All the time they was worried that the key witness was gonna say, yeah, man, she was over there all the time. They was always in and out of each other's place. He ain't never say it. He was shaking in his boots. Somebody was gonna figure that shit out. Now that it's all over, they got to make sure he never tell the story. So they got to get rid of him. Fuckery. And y'all falling for it. Now, what's the goal? Here's the end game to the fuckery. The end game to the fuckery is to make the niggas turn against the niggas and to make the niggas turn against the white folks, have us all go out here and do some fuckery in the streets, killing each other on some foolishness. Now, the enemy used divide and conquer. That's his tactic. It's his reptilian agenda. I got the fucking monkey man. That shit don't work on me. You can't subjugate me by telling me to look at some shit that ain't there. So they got us all caught up in the game. Okay, I'm gonna do a couple more invites because I've been doing invites for about 5 minutes. So whoever don't get it now, don't get it. And so here we go with these people distracting you from the overall goal. Like
if you're serious about doing well on the LSAT, like this is the way. Yeah, I mean, it really like changed my life.
I got a 170.
the auto workers are distracted from the fact that they can't get a contract because of the corruption. Nobody can give a valid contract that can be ratified because of the federal investigation of the corruption. I got the receipts to prove it from when I first said it, and the revelation is coming out now that they are all under investigation, both sides, corporate and UAW, for corruption. The only thing is none of the corruption is the new corruption. It's the old last two contracts, the 2010 and the 2015. But they can't see it because they are so busy following misleadership. The same people got them in this shit is telling them, I'm going to get you out. Fuckery. Fall for it. Then you got these people down here with these badges stunting. They're killing innocent people so that you can bug out and get distracted. You can't see what's in front of your face. And as long as you distracted, they can slap the shit out you and you're going to turn around and think it was somebody else. Fuckery. Don't fall for it. So what most people don't understand about the entire makeup of the situation is this. Earth is a simulator for the soul of man. And there are certain people here as Earth guardians. They call them the ranks of the righteous, the chosen ones, the Grail Kings, the royal families, and whatever. And every now and then, this stuff got to be recycled according to laws of physics, right? The laws of physics says entropy takes place. What is entropy? Entropy is when everything starts to fall apart. Divide and conquer is entropy. And as entropy reaches a certain point, it starts to contract back in on itself. Now, in astrology, they call it the red astronomy. They call it the red shift and the blue shift. The pulling away from the center and the pushing toward the center. And that's supposed to be side effects from the so-called Big Bang. Now, when you put all this shit together, it all comes into a balancing act, a juggling act. They tricking us right in our face with the same recycled cyclic bullshit. They telling us the same thing over and over. And we falling for it over and over and over and over. So we stuck in the cycles of ignorance. The selective ignorance in the minds of the masses keeps the masses oppressed because they don't know their own value, worth, and they don't know what they're supposed to get. The auto workers will never get a contract messing with the big three at this time using International United Auto Workers when all of the IUAW are under investigation. The law say In contract negotiations, all parties must come to the table in good faith. If any party enter into the negotiations truthfully, wholeheartedly, knowing there's a federal corruption investigation going on, that's not acting in good faith. Now, there is a maxim of law for businesses and government that says that they must maintain the it said they must maintain the appearance or even the appearance of an impropriety is enough to make a corporate or a government agency not do business. The appearance. That don't mean that it had to be nobody doing nothing wrong. But if it looked like somebody doing something wrong, then the company or the government agency cannot participate according to the law. Basic common sense, if you read a couple of law books, Black's Law Dictionary is enough. If you just know the language and you understand what's going on. But nope, everybody got their own agendas on how they think this stuff is going to play out. Now, so you got two sides playing in the middle, and in these two sides playing in the middle, they pushing and pulling on us to keep us in a perpetual state of ignorance. How do we break free? Don't fall for the games. I'm going to tell you what they want you to do versus what you should do, and it's going to be up to you to make up your own mind. What they want us to do is to see that lady get 10 years, turn around and the black officer that shot a white man get 12 years. They want us to scream at the top of our lungs, go out in the street and tear up our shit like we always do, because that's what we do, tear our own shit up when we get mad at somebody else. That's not economically sound reasoning. It's not politically sound. It's not corporately sound. It's not humanely sound. That's ignorance. Don't tear up nothing. And take your ball and go the fuck home. Shut this shit down.
Turns out you should never sue the driver who crashed into you after a car accident. There's a much better way you could get paid a way bigger check without suing, without going to court, and without dealing with insurance directly. Not many people know this, but there's more than one way to get paid after an accident that doesn't involve court or insurance games. Here's the thing. Most people assume they know their options after an accident, insurance or lawsuit. That's it. Pick one and deal with the consequences. But what if there was a third option? One that could get you more money than insurance and get it faster than court? Would you want to at least know if that's possible? If you've been in any car accident in the past year, even as a passenger, there's something you should know. Those two traditional options aren't your only choices. Let me break down why the traditional options don't work as well as people think. Insurance lowballs you. That's their job. Pay you as little as possible and move on. Most people accept it because they don't know there's a better way. Court takes forever. 12 to 18 months minimum. Thousands in upfront costs. No guarantee you'll win. Most people do it anyway because they think it's their only option for real money. But here's what's crazy. While most people are stuck with those two options, some people discovered a third way, and they're getting six-figure checks in as fast as 30 days.
Take your ball and go home. If there is no enemy on the battlefield, who the fuck you gonna fight? So it's real simple. All of the gates is open. It's up to the women now to hive. They call it the Sybil effect in the motherland. And the Sybil effect work when a group of women all agree to change this shit because it's fucked up and they tired of it and we not having it no more. And it don't matter what ethnicity they're from, as long as they have a functioning portal of life. Or if they are a senior that has had a hysterectomy, they need to hold hands with a girl who has not reached puberty and intonate the sound. Because they let this motherfucking monster take their shit. They let the monster take their stuff out so that they can't participate in the resurrection. It ain't gonna work because there's a way around it. If she haven't reached puberty, she can stand proxy for a woman that has had a hysterectomy, have them hold hands and make the sound. That's how it works. Women sink right now. Women, all y'all got to do is start thinking y'all on the same page of busting this devil in his head and watch what happens. The shit gonna start changing right in y'all face today. It won't be 72 hours before y'all see a massive earth shift. Women, make your mind up. I can't give you the tone, but the tone is available. She know what to do. I don't have to tell her. The A tone, right? Women say it in circles and groups. It's stronger. In circles and groups, congregate, dress in all white, congregate, hold hands, match up the women who they done snatched out their sacred parts with the girls who haven't reached puberty, and they make a link. It's a bridge. They palm chakra, the eye in the center of the palms have to touch. Eyes in the palm. When that happens, it cycles the energy. It jumps the broken uterus that they snatched out to stop you from using your power. The power of earth is in the woman, and the power of the woman is in the earth. Sync. Flip the grid. It's your turn. All the women are up. All queens claim y'all crowns. Make this shit go viral. Women, concentrate. Mama talking to y'all. She gonna tell y'all what to do. Y'all don't have to trust no man. This don't got nothing to do with us. I did my part for us, for the male. I balanced me so that we might all find balance. Now it's time for the Sybil effect. Call her. She wait. She know y'all listening. She's opening the gates. Sync. Hive. Sybil effect. All women unite now. Form the groups. Start calling. Leave work. Leave church. Wherever you at, go where you can congregate with other women. Y'all don't need no men to do this. Flip the fucking grid. Kill the beast. Make the weight of the atmosphere crush his motherfucking babies. They can't do it when y'all flip the grid. A-tone. Sync. Flip the grid. Make it go viral. Every woman need to be informed. She here. All hail the queen of heaven and earth, she here. She waiting on y'all to open the fucking door to resurrection. 5G, rise up. This the day that no man knew, including me, until right now. She just told me. Flip this shit on his goddamn head. Watch Pope Francis fucking melt. Women sink. Tell him, Portia, you know what you got to do. Handle the business. Handle the business. Yes, it's the butterfly effect. It's the black butterfly. Tell your sons and daughters. Send them across the waters. Denise Williams, listen to the song. Black butterfly. Change gonna come. Sam Cooke, the change is here. It's up to the women. All queens rise now. Flip the fucking grid on this beast. Flip this shit. A-tone. A-tone. The right sound from the one God. Flip the fucking grid. Crush his ass in this atmosphere that he cannot take. That's why he been putting the chemtrails up there. That's why they distracting y'all with this fuckery on this motherfucking shit. Trying to put a uterus in a goddamn man, an abomination before heaven and hell.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want, and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one, to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in, and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation, where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality right now.
Flip this shit, they can't stay. Flip it. All women unite. Flip the fucking grid. A-tone. Flip this shit on his ass. He can't take the weight. Wake her up. Mother Earth is asleep. Wake her up. Flip this fucking grid. It's up to the women. All queens rise. Call your hive. Call your family hive. You know what to do. Is in your soul. If you got righteousness in you, let the righteousness shine. All queens rise. Call your hives. They know where they at. When you call for them, they gonna come. All queens rise. The kings await. All queens. Fuck these motherfuckers and they fuckery. We not falling for it. This is the grand fucking deal right here. This is the motherfucking coup de grace. Flip this shit. Flip it. Flip the grid. They got you on a double masculine polarity. That is against the laws of nature. Shoe men resonance. You supposed to be shoe Tefnit. Look it up if you think I'm making it up, but you ain't got to look nothing up. Mama here. All women sink. Flip the grid. Barefooted. Mother Earth. Foot to dirt, not concrete. Foot to dirt. Flip the grid. Y'all all, every sister tell 10 sisters. Flip the fucking grid. Smash this beast where he stand. All of y'all. It's just that simple. That's how we got in here, Amos, LaDonna. They flipped the grid into a double masculine homosexual grid. It's not according to Mott. It's against the laws of nature. A tone, flip the grid. Take your ball and go home is what it's trying to tell you, Juanita. Until this is fixed, all women start sinking. Unite. Yes, it's an electromagnetic grid. They got you on what they call the Shu men resonance. Shu is father sky. Men is the priest of sexuality. That does not match. Tefnut is mother earth, who they put to sleep in order to put you on a fake grid. Flip the fucking shit on their head. A tone. A tone. Flip it. It's just that simple. A tone. If you don't know what it sounds like, inbox Portia, she'll directly send it to you. By the time every sister is saying it, the grid will flip and we have heaven on earth literally. Literally. It's all about this, the sinking of the women. The mitochondrial is the hiving mechanism. Because y'all all got mitochondrial, that y'all can communicate around the Y chromosome. Flip the grid on his ass. There's nothing they can do about it. Ain't nothing they can do about it. All of the imposters is out of here. We about to have a bunch of orphans when y'all flip the grid. Be prepared to take on children that you ain't never seen before in your life. Because a lot of them not gonna make it when you flip this shit. It's over. It's up to the women to hive and sink and flip the fucking grid. That's all y'all gotta do. Be on the same page. Agree. I agree to get rid of the evil, the wicked, the treacherous, the backbiter, the backstabber, all of it. We won't have it on earth. Let's get back to this matriarchal system that was originally here before the imposters and the invaders came. Flip the grid, sync, form groups. Find MGT, they'll help. Find MGT, look for the girls in the white. You already gonna know. Dress 19, look for them. They're gonna help you. They're gonna help you. Flip the grid on his head. The grid is primed for flipping this day right here. Soon as y'all flip the grid, y'all gonna see the change. 100 Monkey Effect, mastermind group. Been trying to get y'all on it for a long time now. This is it though. You don't need no men. We didn't had our time to do all our mastermind grouping, and we didn't do it. I'm the only motherfucker did my part all the way to the end. That's why I'm the one that they calling the Crown Prince. I did all the way to the end, not halfway. Not 3/4, not 79%, not 80%. I went 100% all in. Flip the grid, Sybil effect. Inboxer, she won't be able to keep up with y'all individually on here unless she can post it. Unless she can post it to this and share it with this video, I don't know if she can do it. Flip the grid, break his back. Make all of them motherfucking parasites that's using humans as hosts come running up out of them because the vibrations won't match. 444 hertz, A-tone, flip the grid, the angel frequency. Flip the fucking grid on the monster. Mama say, if you see this serpent, bruise his fucking head. How do you do that? With the heel of your goddamn foot. That means literally as you intonate the sound and your feet are on the dirt, stomp. Stomp. She'll wake up. Stomp. Well, let's go research the changing of the frequencies. But I think you're right. It's on the scale, 432 hertz do fall in the A range. But it got to be a particular frequency only the women can correctly pronounce. Because of the estrogen mitochondrial uterus synchronization with the melanin, which is the carbon, it gives a certain vibration. If they don't have high volumes of melanin in the skin, there is still enough mitochondria in a uterus and enough estrogen in the blood to be able to participate in flipping the grid. The only ones whose participation will be self-destruction is the imposter. They're going to try to prevent other women from doing it. That's how you're going to identify them. They the imposters. Flip the grid, the A-tone, stomp the dirt, wake up Mother Earth. She sleep. It's a trick. Don't fall for that shit in the news. Don't fall for these motherfucking things on social media trying to bait you in the street. Take your ball and go home. Go home and have a party. Dance. Stomp the ground. Call Mother Earth to awaken. The sacred A-tone. As directly related, Juanita, all of y'all cycles should be trying to sync with the Earth cycle. So the ones who was most out of sync will be taking longer to sync. You would have been going through a missus longer than other women. Yeah, that's why I was just telling her. So it's taking her longer to sync. Y'all being called the Queen of Heaven and Earth. She waiting on y'all to wake. It's up to the women now. All queens rise. Call y'all queendom. Hive. Affect y'all sisters. Each one teach one that we all might reach some. This is it. Women, A-tone, flip the grid. I don't want to give y'all too much, so I'm going to cut it here. But I had to get the information out. It's up to y'all to do y'all part. It's up to y'all to do y'all part now. The A-tone. So, y'all about to see, all eyes gon' see. Now, it's about to go down. It's about to go down. See, they can beat up on me all they want to. But when I call these sisters in there, I told you my sisters of destruction don't fucking play. They will tear this bitch up. Watch when this grid flip how pretty shit start looking. And it ain't gonna even look like the same desolate desert looking place no more. Don't fall for the fuckery. Take your ball and go home. All women sink. All queens rise. Hive. Sybil effect. Sybil effect. Say you have to say the A-tone 7 consecutive times.
48, 49, 50.
What you doing?
Oh, hey, Watson.
Why? 7 times 7 is 49. 4 plus 9 is 13. That's the queen's number. 7 is perfected at that point with the queen. 7 times each. And then you get another one and you pass it on. Each one teach one that we all might reach some. Yeah, Kali Ma. This is it. This is it. Read the post from this morning. It's going down now. It's all in the hands of the sisters. Now they gonna see the power of the true and ever living. You're right, Ambria. The portal of life. When portals of life sink, y'all flip the grid into the grid of the righteous. Yep, it's all here. It's showtime. She here. She here. The queen reclaims her throne. She crowns her son king of kings. Watch what happened. Flip the fucking grid. Everything changed. All workers unite. Yep. Yep. I see y'all know what's going on. I see y'all waking up. I'm looking at the comments. I'm looking at the difference in the texture and the quality of the comments. I'm looking beyond what everybody else seeing. The women already know. All that's gonna change. Our original diet is gonna come back, which y'all don't realize was called platinum group metals in monoatomic form. Platinum group metals was our original diet. They gave us soft metals to cause us to die, death. We finna take these physical bodies into the 5th dimension because they collapsed the 4th in on the 3rd. We about to open the gates. We about to correct this shit. It's always a contingency plan for the righteous. All women unite. Flip the grid. It's a masculine grid. It's designed to fuck your vibration up. They put Mother Earth to sleep 6,500 years ago. Flip the grid. It's time. All hail the queen of heaven and earth. She is here. I got 33 eyes on me. And I got 14 in the background. I'm being overseen by 2 masters. Flip the grid. Flip the grid. Receipt, please. There we go. It's your turn. I'm done.
Rod, can you hear me, my brother?
Everything cool now. You're good.
Okay, so Rod, check this out. I just need about 10 minutes of your time, my brother. We're about to wrap it up. But I told Vicky, because she's talking about the Vatican stealing the power seat from the black woman. And I'm like, yo, Rod keeps he brings that up. He says it. He talks about Jesus coming from Isis. I never heard that before. I always heard Jesus coming from Osiris. So I'm like, nah, I gotta get Rod. Something keeps telling me, yo, Rod, get Rod on the line right now. Rod, can you tell? We was talking about the Sibyls.
Yes.
Vicky was talking about the Sibyls. Talk to me about the Vatican and what went down with the symbols and how they took the power from the black women real quick, Rod.
So the Vatican is actually the house of the divine feminine grand matriarch of the planet. They moved the location from Kemet to Rome when Rome took power. So remember when they said they had 6,000 years to rule, because they can only hold that seat until the woman come back for her power at the close of the age. You ever heard of the Shrine of the Black Madonna?
Yes.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Yes.
Okay, so you know how the Pope wear white.
Yes.
The Great Mother wears black. And the sisters, they call them the nuns, but we call them the Sisters of the Noon. It's still spelled the same way. The noon was them in the white was the mirror opposite of the primordial noon, the great waters of creation that all things spring from. All right. So the goal was, now the closest facsimile where I can give you a visual where you can understand what took place is Cleopatra. Remember, 2,000 years ago, they said Jesus got crucified for being a heretic. Okay, now you got to look at what's contemporary with the time frame. The Greek language writes Jesus as I-E-S-O-U-S. When the rules of pronunciation of grammar is applied, it spells ISIS. The story that they tell biblically as the story of Jesus is the symbolic sacrificing of Venus, which is the divine feminine, the mother aspect of the woman. So the Pope, he can't sit on Big Mama seat. So he placed his seat under her seat.
Yo, I just typed that in and it made the whole track? Nah.
This is where you get your Jacob doctrine of the underminers, those who go under to steal the birthright of the ones who's the rightful heir. So the Jacobins, what we call Hebrew Israelites, that's the doctrine. The story of Esau and Jacob is the undermining proper, but it's all coded. That's why they don't tell you that Aaron was the staff member who Moses threw up to confront the Pharaoh's magicians in a debate. It was a verbal challenge of knowledge. The Madonna seat hovers about 30 feet over the Pope's head. It's big as hell. Because the original Inanna was about 12 feet tall, at least. And she wasn't originally from here, but she has a mitochondrial tie to the earth. And once that mitochondrial link was made and the pact was made with Prime Creator, that's what got us into these cycles to reclaim the earth from the rogue patriarchs that came to subvert the divine feminine. All of these God stories, crucified, resurrected, virgin, anybody born of a virgin got to be a female. Anybody born of a virgin without the aid of a man have to be a female, unless she got super mama powers, right? And this is where the problem come in, where they get your so-called immaculate conception. The firstborn of the earthborn, parthogenic sons of the divine feminine, right? Anointed by the great mother to redeem the sisters of the planet Earth called the daughters of Isis. The daughters of Isis, the high-ranking members, is the sisters of the Sybil priestesses. These is where you get your heirs to the seat that the Pope is undermining.
Come on now.
Right? So they changed the dress of the nuns, put them in black when they supposed to be in white, put the Pope in white when the divine mother, the dark mother, the Black Madonna, is supposed to be a heavy melanated sister. Right? And she traveled the world and get the matriarchs from around the world to back her play when she get ready to take over. That's already work that's done. We know who Black Madonna is on the land. All of the signs point to Khadijah Muhammad as the highest ranked matriarch of the indigenous people of the land. So it's hard for people to get in touch with her because of who she is. They not gonna just let anybody walk up to the president. How the fuck you think anybody supposed to walk up to the grand matriarch? You think Farrakhan protected? Fuck with Mother Khadijah. You're gonna find out that the FOI is on another level at that point. There ain't no understanding when you go fucking with the mama. It's bad enough you fuck with the father. But when you go messing with the mama, all of the gloves come off, and then you find out why they everywhere all over the land. And then you see who they backed by everywhere in every hood all over the land. Right? So we come back for every fucking thing they owe. Mama said, don't let nobody take nothing from your brothers or your sisters. This is my sister's shit, and I came to make sure they get it all back. I'll worry about mine after they get theirs, because they always gonna take care of me.
Hey, Rod, I want to thank you, my brother, for coming on here. I gotta get. You mentioned you early, and I said I gotta get Rod on here and just drop it and let Vicky know that there's brothers out there that's on this divine feminine teaching and is speaking out for this energy. You know what I'm saying?
I've been watching Vicky for years.
Really? I was so blessed. They were messaging me, some of my sisters and supporters from the next morning to night. Say, did you hear about Rod? Hey, shout you out. They sent me the clip and I put it on my Instagram page. I have no idea how to find you there, but I was trying to tag you, but I didn't know where to go to find you. But I certainly thanked Brother Rich for having you on. What a legend, how powerful you are. It does my heart so good to know that folks like you exist. I can only count on, no disrespect to my brothers, I love them so much, but that really go in for the sisters. I can only count maybe 2 or 3 on one hand that I really rock with like that. And so I just want you to know from afar, actually one of my sisters actually turned me on to you when I would see clips of you. And then as I start to absorb more of your teachings, I said, this man is not from here. So
Rod ain't from here. Nah, Rod ain't from here. I can tell you that.
I'm earthborn. I'm from here. I'm just from the old souls that been here the longest. I'm from here.
I say.
That's why they call me to evict the imposters, because they ain't from here.
Wow.
And I can smell them. I can smell them the way a dog hunt a rabbit.
Wow. My goodness. Hey, Rod, I'm about to wrap it up with Vicky, my brother. I'm going to call you tomorrow, but I thank you so much, my brother, for coming on real quick.
Thank you.
No problem.
Absolutely amazing. Beautiful revelation.
Peace and bliss, tribe. Let's get into the Black Madonnas in various countries. You can pause and read the article. I just thought this topic was interesting because there are many Black.
If you didn't go to the ER after a car accident, you could still be owed a huge check. No, seriously, I didn't go to the ER and still got paid $82,000, and all I had to do.
Black Madonnas all over this world, but I only saw one in the United States. That's New York. So it's like, what do these other countries know that we don't know? Why are they over there worshiping a Black woman and her son, while we're over here worshiping a white man and his invisible daddy? You know what I'm saying? A Black woman and her son. Another Black woman and her son. Look at him, his little old cross poking out of there. Here she go again. A Black woman and her boy. Chilling. They are ebony. Chilling. Look at him throwing up the little peace sign. What do they know that we don't know, y'all? That little boy look grown, but nevertheless, a Black woman and her son. I could keep going, but these are just some of the pictures that they found. I'm gonna post a link of an article that I got these pictures from. They have plenty more. These are just the ones they have pictures of. but they have plenty more cathedrals with Black Madonnas in there. Many of them were almost destroyed, had to be saved from destruction. Why? Why are y'all trying to destroy these statues? Don't we love history? Don't we love statues and shit? We put statues up all the time of dumb shit. So why would they want to destroy these statues of this Black woman and her son? And then over here in these United States, put a church on every corner for that white man and his invisible daddy. Us Black people go in there and worship this goddamn man every Sunday, Monday, Thursday, Friday. Some of us be in there 7 days out the damn week. We go in there and worship him, but we don't know about this Black woman and her son. There are plenty of Black women out here with sons. Shouldn't you want to pay homage or reverence or even look into who this woman could be? No, we good with this white man and his invisible daddy. Ain't even no woman in the picture. And how logical is that? There are single parent households filled with just women. There are no men involved. So how is it plausible that the creator of the known universe is a man and his son when men are absent in the home? I know it's not all y'all not absent, so I'm not talking about y'all. I'm talking about the ones that are absent. But why would the creator of the known universe be an absent father? An invisible daddy and his white man representative. There's not even a picture. Y'all, come on. A Black woman and her son, and they are doing these shrines with such reverence. And all we got in Black churches is a picture, a little 8x10 of a profile of a drag queen. Come on, y'all. Come on. All hail the queen of heaven and earth. I'm gonna give you a hint. It's not a man. I've already been here before. Let me through this bitch. One thing I know for sure. I'm supposed to waiting on me at the door. There ain't no defeat, no retreat. I'm knocking them out with one by one. The line the bodies up release. I'm down there at my feet. These words no longer speak. I wake up, baby. I'm at a
Queen of heaven and earth, she is. My chief said we brain banging, we ain't gang banging. So welcome to Brain Bang University, motherfuckers. I'm the motherfucking dean of the university, and I'm gonna brain bang your ass into submission. Let that sink in while I like my book.
Smoke some, bitch.
So this is a 650 home flip on a Y'all Eyes Gonna See. So the title of this one is Y'all Eyes is Gonna See. I should have named it Y'all Ass Gonna See because your eyes is too fucking blind. But
with Base 44, a simple sentence becomes your website. Page after page.
I'm gonna give the people a minute to get in here, and we're gonna have a discussion. And we're gonna talk about how our people, the ones that is the tribes, I ain't talking about the imposters that look like us that ain't us now. I'm talking about us. Right? So me and Empress Redbird is coming to get all our shit for our tribes, and the tribes is bucking the authority. They bucking the jurisdiction with no facts. Everybody got an opinion Just like everybody got an asshole. And some of y'all opinions smell worse than your asshole. You're so full of shit that it comes out as an opinion. Right? So, yep. So you got a lot of people call themselves debunking the Empress and her documents. It ain't got nothing to do with whether they like her or don't like her. Most of the people mad because they not the ones who got a loyal title to the land. So they say her loyal title is not real. They mad because they don't have a track record. See, before I ever met Empress Redbird, this is what people don't know. I keep telling y'all, they was giving her the receipt that matched the work that I was doing. When I put them motherfuckers on notice back in back on July the 4th, 2019, come on now, 13 days later, July the 6th, I gave them the public notice to return our shit 13 days later. That's called a Queen Mother Seal for those who ain't never dealt with them lodge motherfuckers, which takes me to another point. Everybody that's a Mason or a Freemason ain't bad, and everybody that's a Mason or a Freemason ain't good. All of those lettered organizations from the universities and the college and the HBCUs, all them motherfuckers ain't good, but all them motherfuckers ain't bad. All these motherfuckers is being tricked and trapped in contracts. They being deceived, tricked, trapped in a contract. This is why I wasn't allowed to get alphabets behind my name. So when I tell y'all something, it ain't from the university giving me white man lies, and the white man ain't even fucking white. That's why they white man lies. The first lie is that the white man white. The next lie is that these red niggas over here in America is black, right? But the truth of the matter is this a terms in the chess game that we playing against each other. Oh God, you devil, George Burns, the devil and goddamn God sitting across the table from each other playing chess. The devil lost, been lost. But you got the people that we fighting for undermining us, fighting for them, right? They not saying, well, I've been dealing with these people this amount of time, and they gave me this document right here to prove who the fuck I am. First of all, if you were sovereign, you born that way. And everybody who think you need a piece of paper to validate your sovereignty is a mental slave. I'm going to repeat that. This is for all you good Moors out there to know the difference between a righteous Moor and a dirty Moor. Everybody who believe they need a piece of paper to substantiate, validate your sovereign status, you a mental slave. I'm going to let that sink in while I light my blunt. Just so y'all know that I wasn't misspoken, I'm going to say it one more time. Anybody who believes that you need a piece of paper to validate your sovereign status is a mental slave. Not only is you a mental slave, you've been deceived by the enemy. You was born sovereign. Your blood quantum determines your level of understanding your status as a sovereign. You don't need no fucking paperwork. We've been doing the oral tradition long before the motherfuckers ever came over here, but y'all don't remember that shit. How is a piece of paper, whether it's an allodial title or whether it's a nationality card? First of all, if you got a nationality, you on the same status as a vessel at sea. If a ship is on the ocean, it's a citizen to whoever flag it fly. You classified as civilly mortis, presumed dead, lost at sea. How did you get that way? How did you get to be presumed dead and lost at sea? You don't even know.
Could you use up to $800? Find it at BioLife. Up to $800 is waiting for you. Just donate plasma, get paid for each donation the same day, then treat yourself and treat your friends. Schedule your appointment today.
This is why you call black, but you don't even know. I'm going to walk you through it. They claim we crashed our landmass into their ship called the Plymouth. Malcolm told y'all clear as day, and they played repeatedly. We didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. The good ship Plymouth is also known in your history books as the Mayflower. Go look it up. The Mayflower is the Plymouth, and the Plymouth is the one that levied the lien on the land. But it's not a regular lien. It's a salvage right. Under salvage right, when you find a shipwreck, you stake a claim to the shipwreck, and you raise your flag on the ocean, and you say, hey, I found this ship. And then you got to give people the opportunity to claim the ship. We the fucking ship. Every sovereign individual is the shipwreck. We the shipwreck. This is why you classified in law as civilly mortis, black in law. Another reason, those tribes, what we call totem clans or root tribes, had to come forth from the darkness of antiquity to step to the front to show you motherfuckers what's going on behind your back in your motherfucking face. They keeping this secret squirrel shit so that y'all don't ever know this government is a whole corporation, has nothing to do with administering governmental procedures. It has nothing to do with administering what they call jurisprudence. It don't have nothing to do with none of that. The corporation got one job and one job only: return the wealth of the land of the people that you settle under the discovery doctrine to the crown that you from: England, France, and Spain. So you either got loyalty to England, France, or Spain because they got a copyright, a patent on everything you file with them, to give them jurisdiction to control everything you do as an imbecile in law. Y'all not getting this shit. The emperor's paperwork is them surrendering. It don't got nothing to do with it being validated by them. It got everything to do with us understanding why they gave it to her. Right? If you don't know why they gave it to her, then you don't know the work that's been done. You're going to perceive it as a fraud. I'm going to say that again. If you don't know why they gave it to her and the work they responding to give it to her, you lost in the sauce. We the ones that's fucked up. But we was fucked up on purpose by some motherfucking outsiders. The tribes used to know their traditions and their culture. Dr. Clark told y'all clear as day. I'm gonna post it for y'all to see it again. It's already in my receipt log on my Instagram page. Dr. Clark said this is a war on our culture. This is not a war for anything else but to destroy your culture so bad that when it comes to closing of the age, which is the redemption period, don't none of y'all follow the redemption process that was written by your ancestors, or spoken by your ancestors, I should say, long before Columbus came. This shit happened every 26,000 years, and every 26,000 years, we the dumbest motherfuckers in the world for about 50 years. Every 26,000 years, we the dumbest motherfuckers in the world for about 50 years. Then something happens. Somebody step up and say, I'm the widow's son. And if you follow me long enough, I'm going to produce the widow. This don't got nothing to do with foreign corporations doing business under the false pretenses of government. But all these motherfuckers want the government to validate them. Fuck they government. Wipe your ass with the Constitution because it expired, right? It was a blood ritual done. Most of y'all don't know this. The blood ritual is expired once it's revealed to the people. The blood ritual was to write the Constitution in Crispus Attucus' blood, one of the chiefs from the land, so we would be forced to follow that dumbass shit. Y'all don't even know that none of the judiciary of the land are Article 3 judges. Only was Article 3. It's only a few, right? You going into court.
Igor is the coach, so he bought a .coach domain name with Squarespace, so you can book him and call him coach.
Faster.
And you don't even know what joinder of the parties mean. You don't even know why they are arraigning you before they start the process. You don't know what none of that shit is. You don't know nothing about style and title. You don't know what that means. You don't know that all of these states written in block letters is not proper style and title. So you're going to automatically fall for all of their dumb shit. The Pope declared that the whole world was stupid. And since all of these earth motherfuckers is some dummies, I'm going to take the initiative to administer their estate until they ain't dummies no more. We imbeciles in law according to papal decree, which is a series of papal bulls. You don't even know what a papal bull is. But it's a series of papal bulls that culminated in the discovery doctrine, the white man's burden, and global warfare. They've been warning y'all about the New World Order, and none of y'all never stopped to say, hey, Columbus allegedly found the New World. Well, what in the fuck is the New World Order then? If the New World Order is coming, see, they telling y'all history as if it's a future projection. The white man ain't white. The New World Order ain't new. It been around at least since 1492 when Columbus found the New World. In order to administer the estates of the New World, you have to put some kind of order to that shit. Y'all don't get it. Malachi been telling us for years that the devil is relying on us to fight each other so we don't never overthrow his motherfucking ass. Farrakhan and Elijah been telling us for years that the devil want us fighting each other so we won't never overthrow his ass, right? Martin said the same shit in a different way, right? But when he went to go get the check, they said, oh no, shoot that nigga. But we want to call Martin a traitor. We want to call Garvey a traitor. We want to call Dubois a traitor. You don't even know what the fuck they fighting for. How you gonna call them a traitor? You don't even know what the work they doing. You don't even understand what they saying with the words because you don't even know half the words definition that you speak yourself. Catch a motherfucker off guard. He gonna say a word. It could be a common word like the. Nigga, what do that mean? What's the definition of the word the? When you look that motherfucker up, it's gonna be a big ass definition like if. How can if have one of the longest definitions in the dictionary and it's only a 2-letter word? But I don't know what I'm talking about. I got 5 years of accumulated receipts proving everything that I said was gonna happen, not because I'm a prophet, because they told us they was gonna do it. And I told y'all what they told us in our face, behind our back. But because y'all don't read the symbolism that they be talking to us in, you automatically assume that I don't read they shit. I've been telling y'all since the beginning, y'all watching the motherfucking movie, and I'm watching the director behind the scenes telling the motherfucking actor where's his other position. You gotta slide over to the left. You too close to the other actor in the frame. You're gonna cause the distortion in the video output to the people that are gonna understand it. So you gotta give them some space. I'm watching the director. Y'all watching the final cut, the Joe Biden fiasco. And half of these motherfuckers haven't even realized to this day, 4 years into the Biden administration before the next canceled election come up, that the motherfucker is not the same Joe Biden that ran with Obama. How many of y'all knew it was a whole psyop, the Obama and Biden campaign? See, the Bushes tricked the shit out of us because they got us chasing Osama bin Laden for 8 motherfucking years. So when Obama, Joe Biden pop up, the homonym connection automatically clicked to make y'all niggas run to the polls like y'all was finna get us free by voting for this motherfucking traitor sellout ass nigga who didn't do nothing for us while he was in office, but he sure lined the pockets of some dirty Moors overseas.
My name's Lacey Harris, and I'm the chair of the Independent Artist Program and the Artist Producer Entrepreneur Program here at Musicians Institute in Hollywood, California. The Independent Artist Program is a 6-month, 2-quarter program that prepares the independent artist for the modern music industry. In essence, it covers equal parts artistry, musical development, and the business and marketing side. The 1-year, 4-quarter Artist Producer Entrepreneur Program is similar in content, but more in-depth in certain areas and with a few extras included. In IAP and APE, all the work you do in the program is in preparation for getting out into the music world when you finish, not just with great music, but also with promotional tools, such as graphics, a fully functioning artist website, and in APE, even your own music videos. We offer music business courses so you can understand the laws of music publishing and contracts, for example, as well as crucial practices in independent artist marketing. You'll also have visual media courses so you can learn Photoshop for things like flyers, logos, banners, the whole 9 yards. You'll learn the basics of website design so that you're ready to promote yourself as soon as you graduate or even before. In addition to that, possibly the most awesome thing about these programs is the one-on-one project advising, where you can work individually with dozens of different MI instructors on all the parts of your projects. And this is just a special feature only for APE and IAP.
Project advising is a really huge part of your experience in the independent artist program. All of our PAs are industry professionals that all specialize in different fields. You know, whether it's songwriting, mixing, business, vocal production, session playing, drums and percussion, there's a PA that's going to be able to help you with any area that you need help with.
You as IAP or APE students will also have access to our state-of-the-art independent artist music studios using digital workstations like Logic, Pro Tools, Ableton Live, and Reason.
Here in this lab, we talk a lot about how to make your sounds really to the next level so they're industry standard. I personally do a lot of songwriting and production for a lot of major labels. So we bring in a lot of sessions to the students and show them how they can get their song.
He sure got some of the righteous motherfucking leaders of the world assassinated, but we don't want to talk about that, right? We don't want to talk about him telling Farrakhan, I ain't fighting for the people in the hood. I'm trying to get the uptown vote. We don't want to talk about that shit. Right? While they running this whole theatrical performance in front of your face, they making moves behind your back. I'm trying to tell you what the next move is. And y'all want to cut me down. I'm trying to tell you that don't fall for that motherfucking trick. You trying to convince me David Copperfield made the elephant disappear. Nigga, I know how the trick work. You trying to tell me that the whole DC-10 airplane, David Copperfield made it disappear. I know the trick. I know about the mirror magic and the motherfucking curtains and the motherfucking shifting of the goddamn lenses in order to give you an artificial perception of some shit that ain't even there. Right? But y'all don't see, if you've been around a while, you know, when I tell you something, I tell you got a right to disagree with me. You don't never have to agree with nothing I'm saying, but don't argue with me. Because I can be wrong. Argue with these receipts that validate what I said. But they don't want to do that. Because now they have to address a material issue of fact in the court of public opinion. In the court of public opinion, a whole lot of righteous motherfuckers have been thrown under the bus by some wicked motherfuckers and convinced y'all, the wicked motherfucker convinced y'all the righteous motherfucker was the dirty motherfucker. And because he had on the uniform, he was right. This is why the police walk, because they got on uniforms. They part of the commercial code. And the commercial code is the code that keeps your mind locked into their narrative. Right? The sisters know in their heart of hearts if I'm telling the truth or not. The oracles know. If y'all think I'm bullshitting, pay some of them motherfucking card readers and T readers on YouTube to do a spread on this shit. Tell the motherfuckers, ask Spirit, who the fuck is this nigga Rod Hayes? And what the fuck is he talking about? Ask the Spirit. Don't believe me. Because see, this something about tarot card readers and runes and I Ching. Don't no two readers ever agree on shit. They always gonna get a different interpretation and a different perception from the way Spirit talk to them. But when they all start agreeing on some shit, y'all niggas should pay attention. Y'all should pay attention, but y'all think that's a made up shit because they told y'all that them motherfuckers is evil and they doing the devil work, and all the time the devil's doing a job on your ass. I'm sitting here waiting. I hear a lot of bickering. I hear a lot of complaining, a lot of name calling, a lot of backbiting, and a lot of undermining going on. But what I don't see is nobody saying, that nigga might be fighting for me too. Let me reach out to him in solidarity. No. That nigga want to cut me down, say I don't know what I'm talking about, and I got 450 pounds of receipts backing me up. That's if you print them all out on a piece of paper. A small piece at that. It's still going to weigh about 450 pounds, right? And it ain't over till the fat lady sing, and the fat lady name is Receipt, and she's singing like a motherfucker. They telling me I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm sitting here watching the receipts receipting, the math is mathing, the calculus is calculating, and all of this shit is still coming up the same. Our biggest problem is this us against us. It's niggas from the tribes who think that they the only motherfucker in the tribe. They the only motherfucker got a chief, and only they chief count. We supposed to feel like that until we realize that we all under attack to the same level. When I came out, I've been saying from the beginning, you can go back and look. I'm not here for no one clan. I could just fight for my clan and leave the rest of them hanging, and whatever I get, break bread with my clan. But there would be a problem. There would be other clans displaced, left out, needs unmet.
The police officer at the scene told me to never sue the driver who crashed into me after my car accident. I took his advice and got $100,000 for my accident without suing, without going to court, and without dealing with insurance directly. At first, I thought he was out of his mind. Everyone sues after accidents, right?
If you're going to fight for one of us, you're supposed to fight for all of us. But the niggas that you fighting for, that's why I say it's the audacity of the leader. The niggas that you fighting for is the number one motherfuckers going to attack you and reach out to destroy you for fighting for them. And they don't even know you fighting for them because they ain't never had a conversation with you. They don't know you from Iraq and Iraq. They don't know your heart. They don't know your intentions. They just assuming because they ain't the one presenting this information to the public, putting it in the public domain for all of the tribes to make decisions about whether they want to overthrow the enemy or keep the enemy in power. You niggas still want a slave master. Y'all don't want no motherfucking free. All these motherfucking niggas is coming out on some, I'm gonna rebut some shit. You gonna re-ass yourself. That's the only rebut you gonna do. Make yourself the ass again. Put yourself back at the back of the bus. Cause it's already written. And I'm telling y'all now, everybody gonna get what they earn, good, bad, or indifferent. Blessed are the ones that see me before I reveal myself. Because once I reveal myself, it's too late. Tear me down now. Get it out the way. Now I know which one of you motherfuckers don't deserve shit. Because y'all motherfuckers is trying to sabotage the glory of the return of the great mother. Y'all motherfuckers is trying to tell Big Mama how to run her house, and you motherfuckers can't run your own house. Half of you motherfuckers can't raise kids because the kids is fucked up because the parents is fucked up because the fucked up system fucked the parents up so they can intentionally fuck the kids up. All this shit, it's out there. And motherfuckers is kicking and screaming for what? For what? Oh, this nigga coming to get our shit. Nigga, I'm coming to get it for your dumb ass. I don't want your shit. I only want what's mine. But before I get mine, I'm gonna make sure my sisters got their shit. Because my mom raised me to make sure that nobody take nothing from my brothers and my sisters. And right now, the sisterhood is displaced. The hierarchy of the spirit is undermined on the physical earth by patriarchal idiots. Drag queens is running this bitch. Homosexual pedophile cults, and y'all want to tear me down for speaking up and trying to get the great mother put back on her seat so we can get our shit back in proper order. You motherfuckers ain't ready to put the house back in order. Y'all motherfuckers want to stay slaves. Don't even know you a slave, but you will argue me down that you not a slave, but you do all of the dumb shit that you would if you was. I bet your ass won't be late for work. I walked off my job 5 years ago and ain't looked back. Fuck them motherfuckers. I don't need them. I can live off the fat of the land. I can feed me and my family off the fat of the land. I know how to get it from the dirt. My chief said, we brain banging, we ain't gang banging. So welcome to Brain Bang University, motherfuckers. I'm the motherfucking dean of the university, and I'm gonna brain bang your ass into submission, because when this shit all said and done, you motherfuckers is gonna be saying, I thought that nigga ain't know what he was talking about. Stop thoughting and start thinking, motherfucker. You thought. I didn't mean. Well, I was trying to. Nigga, I'm not trying nothing. I'm doing this shit. I'm revealing this shit. And I ain't even the smartest motherfucker in the crew. I'm just got a particular set of skills that's more advantageous at the current moment than the smartest motherfuckers. Because sometimes the smart motherfuckers is too goddamn smart for their own goddamn good. They sabotage themselves with their high intellectual ability to fail. Right? All that's going to do is make you fail harder. Because you too goddamn smart for your own good. They used to tell us that shit so that we wouldn't speak up and get murdered. Now I'm telling that shit because y'all motherfuckers speaking up against the wrong motherfuckers. I'm not going to murder you. But goddamn it, when the shit come down the pike, it's all recorded. Every one of you motherfuckers gonna step up with your motherfucking hands out trying to get in and get at the table. Ain't no room for you motherfucking hating ass motherfuckers. Backbiting, backstabbing ass motherfuckers. There's no room at Big Mama table for you motherfuckers. We already got rid of you. So you can go ahead and show your true colors down, which you don't know what the fuck you talking about. You don't recognize the motherfuckers that do know what they talking about. You allow the enemy to dictate who you can like and who you can't like. You let them lie on the motherfuckers that's righteous and tell you that the motherfuckers that's actually doing that shit wasn't really doing it. Right? They'll throw motherfucking Bill Cosby, who done spent more money than some of you motherfuckers ever seen in your life to get as many of us educated as possible. And y'all gonna believe.
If you got hit, even if you were not driving, you need to try this.
Because if you were in a car accident in the last year, you could be owed a large cash payment and not even know it. Even if you weren't driving, all you have to do is click the link in this video, answer 5 simple questions about your accident, and see if you have a case that could be worth
that the bitches he was tricking with for motherfucking quaaludes and motherfucking ups and downers, that's what they was doing back then. But because he was a trick Willie, y'all want to believe he a rapist. Y'all rather believe he a rapist than understand the culture of the era and that they was trading them motherfucking pills for sex. The same way niggas was trading crack for sex in the 80s and 90s. The shit didn't change. Motherfuckers trading Percocets for sex now. But y'all thinking that because they want to rewrite the narrative 35 years later, oh, he had to be guilty of something. Y'all watch these motherfuckers set R. Kelly ass up because he's a retard. And I don't mean that in a vicious and vile manner. He's literally an idiot savant. He can't tell a 12-year-old from a 30-year-old. He retarded. And then y'all let these motherfuckers, every story is the same. He was in the studio making some music and some niggas brought some bitches to him and they just so happened to be underage. They knew the nigga was retarded. Why they didn't bring him some old enough women? Because they was setting him up from the word go. Because somebody put R. Kelly in a pretty position financially for when he become a retarded ass senior citizen. He can only access so much money at a time. And all of his motherfucking masters they've been trying to steal is the reason he's in prison. But y'all think because all of those motherfuckers, why they not prosecuting the motherfuckers that was feeding the babies to him? That's what I'm trying to find out. While y'all trying to find out why a retarded motherfucker did some shit, I want to know why the same motherfucker that's not retarded, that's not an idiot savant, that brought them kids to this man, I want to know why them niggas not being prosecuted for human trafficking. See, they got to be part of some club that we ain't a part of. Because their names don't never come out. And half of them is bitches. And I literally said bitches. Because they do bitch shit that bitches do. Some of these girls' own parents fed their motherfucking babies to R. Kelly. Because he fucking retarded and they know it. Go back, go look it up. He's mentally and intellectually, he's not smarter than a second grader. This what you know not paying attention to. Y'all not watching these setups. Right? Y'all not watching, y'all don't even pull the Judge Bornstein, who was the family judge for 50 years, reports on why these kids cry rape on the motherfucker that didn't do it and don't cry rape on the dirty motherfucker. Y'all not paying attention. But y'all only gonna see what y'all want to see. I don't got no problem with that. But you can't tell me I don't see what the fuck I see just because you don't see it. And you can't tell me I'm wrong when I know I'm right. I wouldn't give a fuck if the whole United States went against what I'm saying. I know I'm right about some shit. I'm not backing fucking down. It's 8.4 billion people. It'll be 8.4 billion to 1. If I know I'm right, I'm not backing the fuck up. I'm not backing down. Ain't no hesitancy in no motherfucking saying to y'all. I know exactly what I'm saying, and I'm perfectly clear in this shit. The government know what I'm saying, and they perfectly clear in this shit. It's just that y'all not watching the play between the tribal government and the fall of the motherfucking corporate fiction. If you watch the dynamics, it's every time I say something, it's a response from the government that y'all don't see. Sometimes I post it, sometimes I just look at it and start laughing and say, these silly niggas don't see it. Y'all don't want to be free. Stop asking to be free. Stop asking for y'all shit back. You're not ready for it. First of all, if they gave us our shit, everybody gonna be rich. Who going to fucking work in the morning? Who going to work in the morning? We all gonna be rich. Who the fuck going to work in them? What we gonna do about the people at the gas station? Because we gonna run out of gas because ain't nobody gonna want to pump that shit. Ain't nobody gonna want to work behind the counter. What we gonna do? Everybody rich, the playing field leveled in a motherfucker. What the fuck is we gonna do? Who gonna work? Everybody over here that's in the Americas right now then been victim to the same rogue entity. And we all gonna get paid for being a victim once we discover how it worked. And in my literature, it tells us is who, what, when, where, why, and how. I done named all that shit. I done named all that shit. I done told you who did it, where they came from, when they came, how they did it, how they tricked us, where the trick is at, who did the deception, who did the conjure. And y'all motherfuckers still dragging y'all feet talking about a nigga don't know what he talking about. Telling you when I produce Big Mama, that Big Mama don't know what she talking about.
Whoa.
What's that?
I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible. Nina can't code. Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can now.
Nice. So you're saying we can all build apps now?
Yeah.
I'm on lunch.
I gotta make a call.
I'll be right
in my
back.
office. Just built an inventory tracker.
Protein calculator.
Book sharing app.
A workflow manager that
Tracks who still owes for the group lunch.
Trash duty scheduling. Since no one seems to care.
just built a
I just
performance
created a
manager.
goal tracking system.
We built the same thing, didn't we?
Yep.
Can this thing manage contacts? Is the SOC 2 compliant?
I want to animate this graph.
Create a party planner.
Profesor de español.
An inter-office dating app.
For dogs. For office dogs. You know what I mean?
You're ready to move with life's big changes. Are your things? Take the worry out of storing your belongings with Extra Space Storage. We provide self-storage that's clean, maintained, and affordable with advanced security technology. With thousands of locations nationwide, we're in your neighborhood, making your move easy, bringing you to a better tomorrow with space to do more. Rent online at extraspace.com.
But y'all won't go. I tell you what, this is what we gonna do. Maybe around the end of the month, right? We'll let Donald J tell y'all who she is. Since y'all want to believe pale face so bad, we gonna wait till Donald J identify her to y'all. That way, we ain't gotta even be out here talking no more. We can just sit back and let these motherfuckers tell you, since you don't want to believe it coming from your own, maybe you'll believe it coming from a motherfucker that don't look like us. Because they look like Indians to Indians. They don't look like Indians to Indians, and they sure as hell don't look like Indians to me. Who the fuck is these $5 motherfuckers? And they about to be $2.50 in change. I'm about to split their ass down the middle. Who is they? If they don't look like Indians to Indians, and they don't look like Indians to paleface, who the fuck is they? Where they come from? Did you track the wars that was fought before the American invasion to see who was the servants of the motherfuckers that was ruling at the time? Nope. Because it tell you in the history books when they came, they brought their servants and slaves with them. If they brought their servants and slaves with them, you got to know who they was putting in slavery before they came. They was fighting the Huns under the Roman Empire and under the Ottoman Empire. They was fighting the Vedics under the Roman and Greek empires and under the motherfucking, they was fighting the motherfucking Mongolians under the Roman Empire before they divided Europe into proper nations. They were imperial governments. I don't want to talk about that shit. Why did we bring all these pale faces over here on Ellis Island after they've been telling us that we motherfucking been slaves? Because they was using pale faces to block the institutions, but y'all wouldn't know nothing about that. Because y'all still trying to get in the brown paper bag club. Fuck your club and your brown paper bag. I will put it on your head until you suffocate. This is ridiculous. Right? The whole thing is they passed these motherfuckers off to be natives. Trained them in Indian training schools on how to be a fucking Indian. We didn't need no Indian training schools, nigga. We still do the same fucking shit we've been doing all the time because it's in our DNA. Line dance, the second line, jitting, sea walking, bee walking, ballrooming. Where the music come from? They said we the salt of the earth, motherfucker. If we the salt of the earth, we give it all the flavor and the swag. So where is all of the flavor and the swag coming from? Take hip-hop culture out of it. And what cultures do you have permeating the planet? Rock and roll. Okay, who invented that shit? Well, yeah, some niggas invented that shit. Take rock and roll out of it. And then what culture do you have permeating the world? Oh, man, it was blues then. Who invented that shit? Let's go back even further. Let's go back to the early 1900s when they was doing spirit rapping. They was playing Scott Joplin, ragtime. Who invented that shit? Some more niggas. The ragtime of Scott Joplin produced what we call the music industry. It started off selling sheet music. How many of y'all know that? It used to be a penny a sheet for sheet music, right? Sometimes you can get a book of sheet music for a nickel. Now an album costs you $29.95 with 10 songs on it. What happened? Somebody was monetizing something somewhere. Sharecropper agreements is keeping the artists in poverty. Why you think they got a club called the Starving Artists? Because they starving because a motherfucker is getting all of the salt of the earth for free in the name of a contract. So I have had several calls from Jamaican and several other islands. It was like 4 or 5 different islands. People call me and they want to know what's going to happen with the island. The islands are going to be instructed for each island to re-establish their own government and oust the legal fiction. The only one that's publicly separated from the crown already that announced it is Barbados. They're the first ones, but they still having financial problems because the entirety of the system isn't over. Right? So they're going to still have financial problems, but when it's all over with, you got to You gotta watch Haiti. Haiti, the big deal. While y'all laughing, they building a canal in Haiti that's the symbol for the return of the Sweetwater and the reconstruction of a birth canal of the Great Mother. But y'all don't see that shit because y'all only see what the media tell y'all, that it's a bunch of rogue motherfuckers in Haiti decided to just start digging a canal. They just decided to put a canal up just to piss off the Dominicans. Come on now. They got All of the motherfuckers from the Haitian revolutions and descendants is here close that shit out. Right? And Haiti said they don't want no motherfuckers coming over there talking about no humanitarian aid, and the only people they will accept is the nations from Africa. They don't want nobody. They don't trust nobody else. They say every time somebody come to Haiti for humanitarian aid, hundreds of thousands of kids come up missing. They don't want no motherfuckers outsiders coming down there stealing their babies. They just done with that shit. If you ain't got the motherfucking special invitation from the Haitian government, from the Haitian people to come down there and support, and if you ain't got Haitian blood, I would not advise you to go down there fucking around, because you're going to fuck around and find out the hard way. They already said who they willing to accept assistance from. Everybody else can put the money up, but if you step boots on the ground and you make the wrong move, your ass is baked. Yep, Hillary is one of the causes of this shit. They don't want nobody from America, unless they from Haiti originally, to come down there doing shit. Because Hillary Clinton and her little Evergreen clan, Project Evergreen was a human trafficking network. But y'all don't know nothing about that, because y'all assume that everything that we tell y'all is a conspiracy theory and some made up ass shit. And we telling y'all who doing the dirt. We showing y'all who doing the dirt. Hillary Clinton's CIA code name is Evergreen because she was put over Project Evergreen, which is a human trafficking network with their fingers in every motherfucking third world country, siphoning babies back to Europe and America for these so-called elites to have their motherfucking pedophilic ways with. But y'all want to accuse all of the motherfuckers that's trying to drag them motherfuckers out with the shit that they doing. COINTELPRO. Half these motherfuckers part of the FBI's snitch program and don't even fucking know they snitching. Traitor ass motherfuckers. Half these motherfuckers is infiltrators for COINTELPRO, and they too stupid to know they being used by the system to infiltrate their own goddamn plans and to bring their own shit to their ground. Y'all motherfuckers better wake up. They motherfucking MO has not changed in 500 years of this shit. And if the MO haven't changed in 500 years and you niggas ain't caught on, maybe you niggas do need to be on this motherfucking tight end of a real short rope over a real high bridge. Maybe that's what you need. Maybe we need to let them motherfuckers come back and start motherfucking free-falling motherfuckers off cliffs and shit. Because y'all in the way of yourself. You ain't in my way because you ain't going to stop me. Ain't now one of these motherfuckers finna stop what I'm doing. These motherfuckers know who I am. They watch me on a big-ass screen in Raven Rock, Colorado. They watching right now. They know I know they watching. And I know that they know they watching. That's why I tell you motherfuckers every time, this is not a Rod Hayes thing. This is a unified tribal motion being made. It's a whole bunch of tribes involved, but your tribe might not be consciously aware of it because you got a fake ass chief in the front misleading the people before he can get rich and live high off the hog while his people live in poverty. The same thing the preachers was doing. They just doing under the pretense of being the chief. I ain't asking motherfucker for shit. I could get it from the dirt. I can feed myself, clothe myself, drop me in the goddamn woods, give me a Bowie knife, butt naked, and I guarantee you I'll come out that motherfucker with a motherfucking bearskin suit on and some goddamn alligator shoes. I'm prepared for whatever the contingency is on the fallout. I can survive in any condition on this planet. I done researched them all from the Arctic to the Antarctic. From meridian to meridian. I know it's this. I haven't seen nowhere where I wouldn't be able to survive. The only place that would be kind of risky is Australia because they got so much motherfucking poisonous shit out there. You get bit by a fly and drop dead in 3 steps. That's the only place that'll cause a problem. But believe me, I'm going to figure that shit out quick.
Never ever sue the driver who crashed into you after a car accident. There's a better way to get compensated that's faster.
But everybody got something to say because they don't want it to be this nigga. And we don't want this nigga. I don't give a fuck. My mama prepared me for all of the naysayers. She prepared me for all of the backbiters. She prepared me for all of the haters. She prepared me for all of the traitors. The ones who profess to be family but do enemy shit. The one that come in the name of a friend to stab you in the back. I see them all coming. That's why they stick me in the cave. So I don't got to deal with them motherfuckers because I know who they all is. Right? And since I know who they all is, it's only a handful of motherfuckers I'm going to work with because I know who that handful is. They all battle tested. Y'all want to ride with motherfuckers that ain't battle tested, that ain't never had to run up against none of this shit. Right? I walked through the belly of the beast. I sat and looked in the eyes of serial killers and homicidal maniacs, and them motherfuckers couldn't understand why everybody else looked in their eyes had fear. I ain't got none of that shit. Because I'd be a serial killer's serial killer. Call me motherfucking, what's that motherfucking name? The serial killer that kills serial killers? Whatever the fuck his name is. Y'all not going to stop the rise of the matriarchy. It's going to come into full fruition. It's too late for anybody to stop me now. Because the claim has been stated in the public domain, but there's been no reasonable dispute. I've listened to quite a few of them. Most of them is just what we call signifying, just talking about a motherfucker, right? And professing, like they do in their universities, they profess that we don't know what we talking about or that the paperwork made up, but watch the government response. That's what you watch. Since you don't want to believe us, watch what Donald J. end up telling you. Since you think we don't know what we talking about, wait till these Chiefs roll up out of Raven Rock, Colorado. Then they're going to be like, I'm going to stop only your ass lying already. Right? So this is not a personal vendetta against anybody. But everybody that want to rise up against us, just remember, we fighting for your dumb ass too. If you're too stupid to see it, then that's on you. And all of your motherfucking backbiting, undermining, right? All that is the shit right there that's going to get you left behind. Y'all better go read the motherfucking Left Behind series. You can see what you getting left behind too. You motherfuckers going to be the mercy of your own demons and your own consciousness. Y'all don't do no shadow work. Always pointing the finger at another motherfucker, but never realize your dumb ass got 3 fingers pointing back at you. You point your fingers at everybody else, but you got 3 fingers pointing right back at your ass. That means you 3 times as motherfucking guilty as the motherfucker you pointing out. Blind, deaf, and dumb. All 3 of them. Blind, deaf, and dumb. I didn't come here and start doing social media that I hate with a passion just to be on social media. I didn't come here looking for no friends. I didn't come in this motherfucker looking for no money because I know that shit fake, fiat. I ain't come looking for nothing. I came because my other chiefs, my elder chief said, hey, Rod, we need you to hit them books and hit them hard. But when you come out, we need you to have something to tell the people that we can all benefit from. I said, okay. That's part of self-work anyway. It's part of building up who I am. It's adding on to my character. Motherfuckers don't think I know what to ask my brother and my sister how much money over the 16 years I was locked up they spent on my books. That ain't got nothing to do with the library I read or the books I bought out of my own pocket with my penitentiary job. It don't got nothing to do with that. Just the books they bought me was a college tuition. But no, this nigga don't know what he talking about. Mama say, everybody else don't know what you're doing because it ain't everybody else's job to do what you got to do. I said, Mama, well, why they always on some hater shit? Look, 10 years ago, motherfuckers look like me wouldn't even carry on a conversation with me. They said I was crazy and insane. They said that I was too smart for my own good and all I'm going to do is get all us killed. I'm too smart for my own good and all I'm going to do is get all... The niggas didn't want nothing to do with me. I would have been living behind a goddamn liquor store in a cardboard box if it wasn't for some pale faces pulling me up by my bootstraps. Because I didn't even know I had no fucking boots dealing with the niggas. They had me convinced I wasn't wearing boots. Now look down, goddamn, I got on some goddamn boots. Some new bucks at that. But no, the niggas don't want you and they don't want you to go where you want it. That equals isolation. So I'm isolated. Because the motherfuckers that want me, the niggas don't want me around them. And the niggas can't stand me because I'm telling them what's right. The worst thing you can tell a motherfucker is the fucking truth. That's the worst thing you can tell them. They will hate you more for telling the truth than for if you string a whole string of lies together. They on some Rihanna shit. They love the way you lie. Nigga, I don't got time for that. My daddy say a man moves straight. He don't move fall funny and shit. So I'm coming straight at you motherfuckers. I ain't running, I ain't ducking, I ain't hiding and have not been. I've been in the same place damn near every day for the last 5 years, spitting out the keys to the goddamn kingdom to everybody that want to be free. And I keep hit upside the head with my own keys that I gave the motherfuckers. They rather hit me upside the head with the keys and use to unlock their cage. And y'all motherfuckers like that don't deserve to be free. You wonder why motherfuckers choose to make people slaves? Shit like that. No motherfucker don't deserve to be free. He in the cage, and every time you give him the keys to the cage, he throw him and hit you upside the head or bust you in the back with the key. Nigga, unlock your cage. Free yourself. Noble Ali say, if I get you motherfuckers to think, you could save yourself. You wouldn't need me. It's a whole bunch of us that bleed because some motion is going on in the brain. We actually thinking. No, that's an idle mind. It's just running on motherfucking fumes. You got to engage the mental dialogue within the self if you want to call yourself a thinker. You got to try to look at the problem from a higher perspective if you call yourself a thinker. I'll brain bang the bejesus out you motherfuckers. But there's one problem. I'm not trying to prove nothing to nobody. I have never been one. I will give a fuck what you believe or what you think. You got the right. Your right to believe bullshit is absolute. Just like I got the right to follow and believe in the truth, and that shit is absolute. Just like vodka. This shit is absolute. You got a right to believe any bullshit you want to believe. You got that right. You got a right to accept all of the bullshit they put on your plate for dinner. And you got a right to eat that shit. I got a right to not give a fuck. I got a right to stay in my lane. I got a right to not be swerving on the road. I'm exercising that shit. I'm telling it like it is. Motherfuckers don't like it, not because it's not the truth. They hate it more because it's the truth, but they hate it more than that because I'm the one telling them. Y'all want me to be participant in y'all unapologetically African agenda, and I ain't no goddamn African. You want me to participate in your Moorish agenda, and I'm not no motherfucking Moor. I'm not going to support none of that shit. I want my motherfucking Mississippi clay dirt walking on the land motherfuckers to get their shit back. The rest of you motherfuckers can go get what y'all got coming. Who going to pay the Moors? Morocco? Where the Moors, who going to pay them motherfuckers? Cause they not gonna be coming to Angel Bay talking about cause we more. No, he not buying that shit. You motherfuckers wanted to be part of the Al Maghrib. Take your ass to Al Maghrib. They trying to tell you this ancient Morocco, and motherfucking Morocco not even ancient. How are we gonna have an ancient version of some shit that ain't ancient? The modern version of it ain't even ancient. We've been doing this shit so long, but y'all keep forgetting every goddamn time. I gotta come back and remind motherfuckers of the same old shit, and then I be wondering why I don't want the job. I ain't doing this shit because I want to. Because if you left it up to me, I told my mom, I said, fuck these niggas. The niggas don't want to be free, and they don't want to see me free either. So just to keep me in prison, them niggas will go to prison just to keep me in prison. I'm not participating in that fuckery. She said, no, baby, you can't be like that. Can't throw people away like trash. I didn't throw them away. They threw me away. And then the motherfuckers that pulled me out the trash, they got mad at me for having any love or respect for them motherfuckers. But fuck them niggas. The long way and the hard way. Fuck them niggas. They know who they is. This ain't personal. This is family business. It just so happens I take family business very personal. So as long as they sit there and start launching these fruitless attacks, you're shooting at a juggernaut, baby. You're shooting at a juggernaut. You don't even know what a juggernaut is. You're fucking with a Wolverine, straight out of Michigan, the right hand of Mother Earth, AKA the right hand of God to slap you motherfucker straight. Straight out the 313, that was the 248. Right? They had to split it in half. So then they doubled it up because 3 plus 313 equals 7 and 248 is 14. Right? Because it was a double portion on the land. It was 2 heirs on the land. See, y'all don't know what none of these codes they be flipping. Area code. What is the code to the area? Right? What's the code to the area? What do it mean? I sit here and tell motherfuckers, don't believe me. Don't take sides. If me and a motherfucker disagree, don't take sides with me. Don't take sides with that motherfucker. Take sides with whoever producing the receipt. Take sides with whoever producing the receipt. If they got the receipts, ride with that shit. And if you don't know and you're not sure, be still until you know what move to make. Motherfuckers is making a move too soon. That's a Mississippi Delta Blues tune. You making your motherfucking move too soon. You attacking them. You shooting at the throne, motherfucker. You shooting at the highest seat on the planet. But you think you just addressing a nigga. Just another nigga. And that's where the problem comes at. Y'all think everybody the same. We ain't the fucking same. They got motherfuckers that look like us that want to see all us fall. And then you got a handful of us that want to see all of us rise. You got motherfuckers that put their life on the line. Then went to war with the enemy, straight up warfare. For you, and you don't even hold them with reverence. Y'all don't show no respect to John Africa. They blew his whole goddamn building up with babies in that motherfucker, and y'all have no honor for them type of individuals. Y'all don't care nothing about motherfucking which one of them? Fred Hampton, Mark Clark. They went in this man's house in the middle of the night while his pregnant wife next to him sleeping and murdered his ass in the name of the goddamn law. And all y'all did was say, that's just a sad fair. They killed that man like, Where you niggas was at? Where you niggas was at? Some niggas went into the Audubon ballroom. It wasn't no pale faces. It was some black ass niggas went in the Audubon Broad Room and killed our shining black prince. Detroit Red. El Haj Malik El Shabazz, formerly known as Malcolm X. Some niggas went in there and killed him and then went through the whole penitentiary system unmolested. Well, first of all, 2 of them was innocent to begin with, and the other nigga that was guilty, that nigga got out the penitentiary first and walked the streets of New Jersey and dared a nigga to say something to him. But when we come to get the shit back, when the chickens come home to roost, now these niggas want to kick and scream and have a tantrum and say who's legitimate. All these motherfuckers got illegitimate information backing they dumb asses up. Black devils. Right? Look, the niggas standing on the balcony with Martin that didn't get shot, standing right next to him and didn't get shot, all of them walked away with a brown paper bag full of money. This came out in the court case. And y'all still kiss them niggas' ass. That set up Martin that was fighting and was on his way to Washington to get your check. And what y'all do? Let some niggas hire some crackers to come and kill him. And the motherfuckers they hired was government agents. Wasn't no goddamn, what's that nigga they say killed Martin? James Earl Ray? That nigga ain't did shit. The nigga that killed Bobby Kennedy, I can understand why y'all don't stick up for Bobby and John, because they don't look like you. But they got the same enemy you got. Listen to the motherfucking speech that JFK gave on the separation between church and state. And he'll tell you how these motherfucking religious motherfuckers, these holy roller motherfuckers came in there to try to get him to push a Jesuit motherfucking agenda while he was president. And he was like, hell no, y'all ain't got nothing to do with this shit. Ain't now religious shit, this political. They're like, no.
Listen up. We're putting this dining table to the test. That sounds verified.
No. It's 5 P's in this shit. That's 5 pillars. And if you don't know what these 5 P's is, then your ass is jammed up on them 5 pillars. Listen to the address to the press club where he told y'all that there was a secret society that waged war in silence. There is no public declaration of war, but we still at war. Right? Even though Ronald Reagan, when he was the governor of California, before he got under the thumb of the Bushes, tried to tell y'all motherfuckers. Y'all don't listen. So when y'all don't listen to us and y'all don't listen to Paleface, who the fuck is y'all listening to? Camel jockeys? Y'all letting these motherfuckers ride these camels over here and tell y'all how to live in your own home. Y'all, we ain't from goddamn Saudi Arabia. Why the fuck is we bowing down facing that motherfucker to pray? All our holy sites is all over this bitch. The Temple of Isis is in motherfucking in Arizona in the motherfucking Grand Canyon. The Great Pyramid of Tahuti, Quetzalcoatl, Tehuacan. No, but y'all want to pray to the goddamn Muslim world. Y'all can't even say Muslim right. Y'all got Muslim. Don't even know Muslim in Arabic don't even mean the same as Muslim. It means gloomy one. Hey, gloomy one. What the fuck you gloomy for? Right? We didn't even have flags until these motherfuckers came over here. Now we got to fly a flag. And then they didn't told you that our flag was the slave flag and Old Glory was the motherfucking flag of freedom. Go back and say which flag, the Confederate flag or Old Glory, was the most race riots under. Fuck your brain up. Old Glory got all of the motherfucking blood on it. And then they told us that the enemy was the ones from the South that flew what they call the Confederate flag. The Confederate flag was where they got the original 13 stars on the first flag. The Confederate flag is where the red stripes on Old Glory come from. The problem is that y'all don't know where the blue background come from. The blue background is the symbol for the waters, for the admiralty jurisdiction that they about to impose on your dumb ass to put you in slavery. But first they got to make sure that we fighting each other. They don't want us to revisit the Gullah Wars and realize we came as far south as the goddamn it Tongan Islands and the motherfucking Maori peoples came all the way up here to fight the Gullah Wars because Big Mama called them. They came from Hawaii. They came from the motherfucking islands outside they call Philippines to fight in the Gullah Wars. This wasn't no localized shit, but this is the motherfucking ground zero of the redemption. Y'all don't want to be redeemed. Y'all don't want to be free because you're too busy tearing down everybody that was sent to liberate your motherfucking ass. You took sides with the enemy. That's called being a traitor. And most of y'all don't even know y'all was doing traitor ass shit in the name of motherfucking Jesus. Never knowing that Jesus is ISIS, right? And they changed the name in order for you to be deceived about who they talking about. They told you that when this motherfucker was born, his name was Emmanuel, which means God is with us, right? But they never called him that shit by his name again. Because the mama was the one in charge. The son was just following her lead. Trading with the motherfucking enemy. Trading with the motherfucking enemy. They got a whole act called the Trading with the Enemies Act. And all the time, these motherfuckers the enemy. You can't get this money from Muammar Gaddafi unless you fill out this application under the Trading with the Enemy Act. Why in the fuck would I even give you motherfucker the recognition? I'm still gonna get the money, motherfucker, and you can't stop it. And I'm not motherfucking trading with the enemy because you the goddamn enemy. But we all in business and commerce with the goddamn devil on the land. We look the devil in his face, and instead of shoot that motherfucker, we kiss him on his goddamn ass. Y'all motherfuckers is something else. Something else.
You're one sentence away from launching your website with Base 44. Since the beginning of the internet, there's never been such a fun, fast, and intelligent way to launch online. Landing pages, content hubs, e-commerce sites, you describe it and it's built in minutes. It's kind of wild how far a short prompt can get you. Right away, it generates a full site. Pages, structure, layout, design, it's all there. Next, styling. I shape it around my taste and ask for what I like. Darker palette, different font, this is the vibe. Now let's talk functionality. I want to capture emails, done. I need payments, easy. Anything else I need, I just keep going. From a few lines of text to a live website I can start sharing. No long setup, no back and forth, no waiting for anybody else. That's Base 44.
You gotta wake up. Y'all gotta snap out of the slumber. Y'all gotta see who is really fighting for you and who is on a bunch of bullshit. Go let them old ladies hear what we talking about. They hear you from an ancestral hearing. They don't hear you from a mortal, regular, day-to-day, three-dimensional slave hearing. Old ladies, for a reason. They got old because they went through some shit. You can't get old and don't go through some shit. And it refined their hearing. So when they hear Big Mama voice, they know who that is. I don't have to tell them. They in my inbox all day long with the gratitude. But it's the average everyday Joes, the 80 motherfucking percent, that the 5%ers is trying to wake up And these 4% motherfuckers trying to stop us from waking up so we don't never disturb that 1%. Well, I'm about to step on a 1% ass. They about to get it. They said that they wanted a crystal globe, a new world order. That's a book reference, by the way. Crystal globe, the have and have nots of the new world order. That's the book reference. Now, they want to separate us into two distinct economic classes. The 1% filthy rich and the 99% po ass niggas. I don't care what you look like, you still classified by your economic status as a po ass nigga. You either a white nigga, a red nigga, or a black ass nigga, but you still a nigga to them. And as long as you still a nigga, and you still part of the collective that they want to be in poverty on the turnaround, and you going against the motherfucker that's trying to get the 99% paid, fuck the 1%, then you the one gonna be the motherfucker that they gonna be in bondage in to serve the motherfucking 1%. I'm not gonna get rid of the 1%. I'm gonna send all of you naysayers, backbiters, and haters. I'm sending y'all to be the slave to the 1%. Whoever the fuck them motherfuckers be, because I'm gonna be part of the majority. I'm gonna be part of the collective who want a free earth. Right? I'm gonna be part of the ones that ain't scared to tell dad, mama said we can't eat that, it's not healthy for us. Them the ones of us we gonna be. Well, what you mean your mama said it ain't healthy? Then we gonna tell him why it ain't healthy. Shit, we ain't supposed to eat that shit. Feces is not for food. It's already been digested. Why would you eat that shit again? Make fertilizer out of it and grow fruit from it. But half these motherfuckers want to wallow in the shit, bathe in the shit, wipe it on their face, and then tell you you look like shit. And they covered in it. This is a long, continuous relay race. It wasn't no regular relay race. It was a 500-year marathon. And just like every marathon, it got to be an end. It got to be a yellow ribbon we about to break, blue ribbon or red ribbon, depending on which marathon you're running. When you get to the end, somebody got to wave the checker flag, especially if you in NASCAR or the Daytona. And checker flag is waved at the finish. But the checker flag is also the chessboard. The chessboard is the Queensland. Let y'all let that sink in for a minute. Why is the chessboard the Queensland? Queen on the chessboard can do shit that nobody else on the chessboard can do. The red and black checkers. The red and black board, a checkerboard. The black and white board is a chessboard. The most powerful piece on the checkerboard is the flying king. Let that sink in for a minute. The flying king land on the chessboard, he outside his element. But for every flying king, we got a queen to checkmate his ass. See, the game is 50 kings, 50 queens. That's why Tupac said if I had 50 niggas, I could take over anything. 50 niggas with the same agenda on the same motherfucking minds. I told him, I'll one up you, nigga. I need control and interest. I need 51%. Give me 50 sisters, nigga, and I shut this bitch down. I'll show you how this shit supposed to work. I didn't already prove it. Curtis Jackson, Unbreakable Conjure. At the close of the age, the only conjure you can use is the conjure to restore balance. The Curtis Jackson Unbreakable Conjure, which is a 50-cent conjure, which is a 50 flip to 100%, or 50 kings flip 50 queens. I'm just a motherfucker in the middle flipping the flips. Monkey in the motherfucking middle grew up to be a goddamn gorilla with the gorilla grip on the goddamn North Gate. You do the math. And look, I'm not even the prime. I'm a secondary. I'm the last of the last. When they can't get nobody else, that's when they call me. When they can't get nobody else, they call me. I got a knock from 3 high chiefs, which came to me in a dream. Chiefs, written in a constellation form of stars in the sky, and they gave me my marching orders. It was Big Tookie, Angel Bay, and Larry Hoover, and they say your mama can't come with you. I said, where the fuck you niggas sending me? My mama can't go. War. Nigga, my ears popped up. I'm ready for some war shit. They say, yeah, but this ain't no regular conventional war. What the fuck you mean? What kind of war is it? Say it's a war of self-educated knowledge. Oh, nigga, that shit easy. I've been reading books for years. Yeah, that's why you've been reading them. Keep studying until we let you know when it's time. The ancestors will call you when it's time. Ain't none of these motherfuckers get the knock from Cyclone Marcus. And Garvey told us he was coming back in the whirlwind. And when he come back, he's coming back with the thousands and millions of ancestors that preceded us and suffered at the affliction of this goddamn enemy. But I heard the call. That's a Blue House knock on the whirlwind, right? Which took me to a Panther. Lost in the whirlwind, 96, Bonnie and Clyde, me and my girlfriend. What? How that nigga lost in the whirlwind too? And then that took me to the Red House. What the Red House saying? What's going on in the Red House? Because we got wind and we got lightning, crooked man walking on the land, coming out the Blue House. What's coming out the Red House? What the fuck, nigga? We got lightning and we got rain coming out wind coming out the Blue House. Electricity and air. What's coming out the Red House? Rain. Fire. Rain. Fire. Increased precipitation. Increased forest fires. Out the Red House. The Red House is even though Jeff Fort, the Peace Stone chief out of Chicago, is the highest law. He's supposed to take anybody that's violating the collective clans to war, and all of the clans left his ass hanging. Even half of the Stones left him hanging because they thought that, oh, well, we'll just get another chief. It don't work like that. Chief's still breathing. Chief's still breathing. Nigga, you can't replace him. He's still breathing. Ain't no replacement for Big Tookie, nigga. They froze him, but they didn't stop him. They thawed his ass out now, and he ain't happy. Larry got motherfuckers out here that know how to think. Y'all trying to produce motherfuckers that know how to shoot. Growth and development is trying to get a motherfucker to grow and develop into some motherfuckers that could think. Noble Drew Ali said, if I can get you niggas to think, you can save yourself. Elijah Muhammad said, accept your own and be yourself if you want to be free. Why is all these motherfuckers telling us this shit and we ain't paying attention? But then they say Big Rod don't know what he talking about. Chief Pontiac crazy. That nigga ain't no chief. Internet chief. Fuck all them niggas. I wouldn't give a fuck if I'm the only one telling the truth as long as I'm in the position to write and I got the right by blood and by right. And as long as I'm in that position, I'm going to tell the goddamn truth to increase my power. And the more I tell the truth, the more I shame the devil, the more his ass cower down until you motherfuckers realize what this brain banging shit is all about.
Turns out you should never sue the driver who crashed into you after a car accident. There's a much better way you could get paid a way bigger check.
We gorilla knocking all across the land and you motherfuckers can't hear it because y'all spiritually deaf to your own culture. It's niggas showing y'all shit, but y'all thinking they the enemy because they not doing it from your perspective. Everybody got to fight this war different. You just need a motherfucker that can see from everybody's perspective. You can only see from yours. The Nuwabian can only see what Malachi taught. The fruit can only listen to Elijah, Farrakhan, or Silas. They don't hear nobody else. The 5% don't want to hear no shit that if it ain't, some 5% build destroy type shit. Right? You can't tell a GD shit about a vice lord. And you can't tell a vice lord shit about a GD. They don't want to hear it. We in this shit together. You can't it's hard to talk to a blood and tell him that you're fighting the Crip, but they ain't the enemy. They was just here to wake your ass up because y'all got the same fucking enemy, the policy enforcers. The Bloods and the Crips was created in the midst of motherfucking extreme police brutality and motherfucking mass police murder of the innocents. But y'all don't follow y'all culture, so you'll never know. You'll never know. You just think we out here just to be gangbanging. You think motherfuckers out here selling dope because they don't want a job. Nigga, selling dope is a full-time goddamn job. It requires you to have calculation skills. You need to know how to bag that shit up, mix that shit, cut that shit, rock it back up, break it down, bag it up, distribute it on the land, let the people go out. Nigga, that's a fucking job. It's a fucking job. It's just not a job that's taxable. That's where the problem come in. They got all you motherfuckers think if they can't tax it, it's illegal or immoral. But they doing the same shit. They telling you that selling drugs is illegal and immoral, but they selling it by the ton to you. This all government orchestrated. Iran-Contra proved to be beyond doubt contradiction. A gun trade. Iran-Contra proves that as well. Dope Inc. tell you how the government is involved. It's a book reference. Dope Inc. is the book reference. And Dope Inc. tell you how they was distributing drugs in the community using the motherfucking government agencies. Behold the Pale Horse told you about George Herbert Walker Bush owning oil tankers that wasn't privy to search for him to flood motherfucking South Central with all of that motherfucking cocaine. Right? They flooded New York. They flooded Chicago. They flooded Detroit. And then our people so fucking ignorant that if anybody was benefiting from it that wasn't the government, they wanted to turn them in. They wanted to sell them out, give them to them, let them deal with him. That's their problem. And this motherfucker doing more for the community as a drug dealer than the motherfucking government ever done for us. Government ain't never did shit over here. Look, they take your motherfucking tax money to finance wars all over the world, but they won't even fix the goddamn street that you got to go down to get to work. Now you got to spend 4 times as much on a car that's being towed up by raggedy ass roads than you do about a motherfucking, they done sent all the money over there and fixed all their shit. They gave it to them to facilitate the reconstitution of infrastructure. Why they not spending money over here? All you smart motherfuckers, why they don't spend money over here? They was never intending to spend money over here. They was only intending to siphon your resources and send them over there. So what do? They put a motherfucker in office and call him the commander-in-chief of the armed forces to enforce the military jurisdiction of the admiralty law and dictate to the president of the motherfucking Congress, the Senate, what they gonna do, and that's the true head of state. And y'all motherfuckers don't know the difference in the two. When the true head of state is corrupt, then the motherfucking commander-in-chief of the armed forces has to go into a motherfucking military lockdown of governmental resources. And this is why the government is running out of money. Because Donald J. shut that shit down in 2017. So we gonna let Donald J. tell y'all who's who on planet Earth. Since y'all don't want to listen to the motherfuckers that was born Mississippi walking clay dirt, y'all don't want to listen to them. We can let the motherfuckers that came and give us aid and assistance because they had the same fucking enemy we did. Them niggas that call themselves the white man. Them niggas that call themselves the goddamn white man. We call them dirty Moors because they look like us, but they ain't us. They move in our community and look is the audacity of these motherfuckers, because they'll stay down with us to hold us down rather than see us come up. That's not how we did. The tribes over here has never been that way before the invader came. Go back and research pre-motherfucking Columbian history. We lived in motherfucking communities to ourselves, but we went into the cities to do business and commerce and communicate. But y'all think the city is the place that we supposed to live. You ain't supposed to live in that environment for no 75 years. That's a death sentence. The humdrum. This is why our lifespans is so short, because we staying stuck in the inner city. We supposed to get out in the country, breathe the motherfucking fresh air, walk with the animals, harvest from the land, become one with the economy of the land. Fuck the economy of the government. That's not our economy. Our economy comes from the earth. Our economy, our wealth comes from the earth. Mineral wealth comes from the earth. Oil wealth comes from the earth. Food wealth comes from the earth. You can even get fucking electricity from the earth. But no, they got you believing that everything got to come through the government by way of fiat currency that don't even have value, and your ability to use it is slowly deteriorating because of some shit called inflation, fractional reserve banking. Look, I haven't pulled my notes out one time. I didn't talk about some shit and motherfuckers don't have on the top of their head just like that. Right? What about Rosewood? What about Tulsa? What about the Great Fire of Chicago? The Great Fire of San Diego, San Francisco, the Great Fire of Los Angeles, the Great New York Fire, the Great Fire of Boston, the Great Fire of motherfucking New Orleans. We just forget all that shit, huh? Them great fires is warfare, motherfucker. Look how close they is together. Or what about the big molasses slide, right? In Pennsylvania. That's warfare. It's unconventional guerrilla warfare. Only reason I know because I study guerrilla warfare, because I'm a guerrilla warfare specialist. Look, they build dams in order to create mudslides. Then they blow the dam and tell you that the floods was so overwhelming. That's just all you gotta do is wait for a rainy day and do like they did with Hurricane Katrina and blow the levees under the pretense of the storm, and the motherfucker not gonna be none the wiser. I don't care nothing about them people that heard the seen the explosions and the mushroom clouds from the explosion and watch these motherfuckers blow the levees And we not gonna believe none of the motherfuckers that was part of the blowing the levee campaign, and they was all done by motherfuckers working for Army Corps engineers. They gave the intel to the CIA, who in turn hired motherfucking foreign agents to come in and blow the goddamn levees so they can get you niggas out of motherfucking the NO. They not gonna never motherfucking flood y'all out of the NO. You can do what you want. You can blow that motherfucker up. Niggas gonna pop back up in New Orleans. New Orleans was supposed to be the capital of all of the land because that's where we all went to go get trained on how to have the right etiquette when we go to the other parts of the land. And the intake was the motherfucking mouth of the Mississippi. We didn't bring immigrants in New York until after the invasion. After the invasion, we have to switch up the motherfucking port in which we received the motherfucking immigrants. And they telling us now we being invaded. All I'm saying is, when we all rich, who the fuck going to work? That's all I want to know. 90% of the niggas don't want to go to work anyway. And then if they fucked around and woke up in the morning and found out how rich they was, nigga, that nigga not going to work. Fuck that bullshit. The only reason why I go to work is to pay these goddamn bills I'm not supposed to have. See, utilities is a responsibility of a functional government. It's not an individual responsibility because the cost is supposed to be more than the individual should have to put out of his labor earnings. Your labor earnings is to support the lifestyle that's different that you want to live. Some people don't want to live in the city, and they have different ways of living on the land, but because y'all like the way shit running and y'all get uncomfortable with the idea of change, y'all want to rebel against the shit that's right in order to enforce the bullshit. Keep these motherfuckers in power if y'all want to. They won't be in power on my watch though. Cause I'm gonna keep motherfucking telling the truth from the position of right all goddamn day long, slapping them motherfuckers upside their head.
With Furnish Finder, I have the ability to talk directly with people who are interested in staying with me. I really want folks to feel a sense of connection. That's what helps to build that trust, and I don't think that that's something that's available with other platforms.
Y'all don't think we know who we is. Go to New Orleans, tell your government, your governor of motherfucking Louisiana, if you think we don't know what we talking about, issue a governmental ban on Mardi Gras. Watch how fast this bitch blow the fuck up. Get that motherfucker to put a governor's ban on Mardi Gras. Watch how them niggas down there from Mississippi, Arkansas, Georgia, Alabama, all the way back to the NO, going into the motherfucking eastern portion of Texas will nut the fuck up on a whole nother level. They tried it before, but they won't write about it in the history books. That ought to tell you something. They tried it before, and they won't even put it in the history books. Talking about the Northerners thought that it was a Southern idiocy to entertain the idea of Mardi Gras, and anybody that was caught practicing it, it was to be punished. Well, they made that shit up in the North. They had not been to the NO yet, though. You see, they hadn't tried to stop that second line march. Let them try to stop that second line march. That's all I'm saying. Don't believe me. I know our culture and I know our people. Let that motherfucker ban motherfucking Mardi Gras. Niggas gonna come from Chicago. Oh no, my people from New Orleans, they can't do that. Even the ones that don't even support it, they Christians and they believe that holy roller shit. Some are gonna be like, oh no, they fucking up. You can't do that. Niggas gonna literally eyes get big as bow dollars. They gonna be petrified if they try to stop Mardi Gras. Tell them. Go on a letter right, because this shit'll blow the fuck up in their face. Tell them that they can tell them niggas in New Orleans, you can't practice Mardi Gras. They remember the last time, they not gonna even listen to you. They're gonna look at you like you told them some obscenities in the bathroom under the motherfucking, we ain't supposed to say that shit out in the open. Tell them niggas to ban Mardi Gras. If the government's so big and bad, tell them to fucking ban Mardi Gras. If that's simple, you will find out who really run this motherfucking land. Tell them to ban Mardi Gras. Every time they do it, they're going to get the same result. Whether they did it in the 1300s, the 1500s, or the 1900s, every time they try to ban it, they're going to get the same result. We don't nut up about a lot, but the shit we hold sacred, we hold that shit sacred. Go tell the president of Mexico to issue a presidential ban on Cinco de Mayo. Just go tell him. I ain't supposed to know their culture because I'm a nigga out of the motherfucking from Pontiac, Michigan and Chicago, Illinois. I ain't supposed to know what's going on in Mexico. So have the president of Mexico ban Cinco de Mayo. Watch that motherfucker blow. They can't get a civil war about being exploited. They don't care about that shit. They got all of the wealth that the Middle East got. Mexico got 10 times that in different minerals and in oil. But they're not going to blow up about no financial shit like that. Take their spiritual source information from them. Shut down Cinco de Mayo. Full-fledged civil war in about 30 minutes. The idea in the discussion alone might blow that bitch up. Told them to Brazil and say we gonna ban Los Carnaval. And some of them islands that still have the Carnaval, which is still Mardi Gras, just in a different part of the land. And it's just, the carnival was everywhere. But go tell them, since we don't know what we're talking about and we don't know the people. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go try to convince one of these goddamn smart-ass politicians to ban these events and watch how our people respond. We will not have the same go along to get along when they fired us off our jobs or when they replace us with somebody that look different. We don't care about that shit for real. What we really care about is our spiritual connection to our ancestors and to the earth. These are key components of the culture that we spiritually know is a direct link to our ancestry and to the earth. When you try to sever that tie, it's like trying to cut a baby's umbilical cord in front of a fucking doula. Nigga, don't do that shit. That woman gonna have all kind of postpartum depression, and the baby gonna grow up thinking that motherfucker in the subconscious, that's not his mama. Cutting that baby umbilical cord. We don't do that. We either gonna do a lotus birth or we gonna cut it after it releases from the uterine walls. A real doula know that shit. You don't go, if she haven't breastfed that baby and cycled that motherfucking milk through the baby, through her motherfucking placenta back up into her uterus for it to release it, ain't no doula supposed to ever let you cut the cord before that. If she know anything about what she doing. The connection from the mother and the baby is incomplete until the baby breastfeed, which tells the mother to release the goddamn placenta. It tells the mother that the baby was born successfully and safe. So all these women with postpartum depression is running around thinking that their baby's been replaced and they died at birth. And we don't know what's wrong with them. The doulas know what's wrong with them. The midwives know what's wrong with them. Go ask them. Go ask them. Why y'all in such a hurry to cut the umbilical cord? What's the problem? Hormones. That's why your baby need a vaccine, because the mother's placenta releases all of his life's immune vaccine, but they cutting it too soon. So now you got to go get vaccinations. Eliminate that shit. Go back to the doulas, go back to the basics, go back to the midwives. Get away from them goddamn bright ass lights that erase your memory when you born so your children can remember who the fuck they is. Yeah, but I don't know our culture. I don't know what the problems that ail our people. And I don't got no remedies for y'all. Bullshit. Bull motherfucking shit. Every mother that had a child ought to sue a doctor for malpractice that cut that motherfucking umbilical cord before it released from the uterine walls. Every mother should file that motherfucking class action against the entire medical system. Because if you a doctor and you don't know that the basic cycling of the chemistry of the mother to the motherfucking placental wall enriches the health of the child and the psychological well-being of the new mother, puts her in mother mode, and you a doctor, you don't know that shit, you shouldn't be practicing. Because that's the most basic part of childbirth that every motherfucker that's birthing children supposed to know. Chemical motherfucking communication between fetus and parent, mother. This is why motherfuckers ain't got no respect for women and mamas now. They fucked around and cut their umbilical cord, and they think all women is something wrong with them. They was born without no motherfucking mama. And all the time, they just cut the umbilical cord and fucked up the chemical motherfucking exchange between parent and child. Basic shit. And half the motherfuckers coming with the naysayer shit don't have a fucking clue what I'm talking about. They don't know. We didn't have no motherfucking prisons, and we didn't have no hospitals. Do the math on that shit. These motherfuckers been here 5 years, and we need prisons every goddamn where, and we need hospitals every goddamn where. We ain't need all that shit. But back then, we had medicine men, doulas, and midwives. So why we ain't need all this shit now? We didn't have a problem with crime because wasn't nobody fucking poor. Because poverty is the cause of 98% of the criminal activity. Mental disease or defect is the rest of it. Right? But we ain't need that shit. Why we need it now? All of a sudden we just started to go crazy where we got to be locked the fuck up. Look, uncivil war. They told us that we don't get along with our counterpart, our woman. Nigga, we didn't just start having relationships in the 80s and 90s. This just not new. Our relationships work if we not caught up in who the government told us to be. The relationships ain't hard. It go back to what Elijah Muhammad said. Be your own, accept yourself. Or be yourself and accept your own. Your own is any motherfucker on the frequency you on. It ain't got nothing to do with what your skin look like. Because if it did, all them niggas wouldn't have killed our motherfucking greatest leaders. Niggas wouldn't have killed Malcolm if they really believed that Malcolm was one of their own. Even if he because in the tribes, this was our culture. In the tribes, when you get development to a certain level where you don't agree with something that your chief doing, it's time for you to be the chief of your own clan. We know that. That's the culture. The same niggas kill clans 13X.
Could you use up to $800? Find it at BioLife. Up to $800 is waiting for you. Just donate plasma, get paid for each donation the same day, then treat yourself and treat your friends. Schedule your appointment today.
your day-to-day covered with Base 44 super agents. Your life is chaotic. Set up a personal assistant in a click. Work, email, documents, your kid's calendar, everything synced and ready to move. Going over your emails, decluttering the noise in a single motion. Prioritizing what's left unread, telling you what needs your attention.
Niggas, wasn't no pale face. You got some of the best 5%ers don't even look like us. Right there in New York. Follow all of the teachings, know they motherfucking they daily lessons and all that. Look, we can go back. Y'all ever heard of Denmark Vesey or Gabrielle Prosser? These are two of the largest so-called slave revolts. It wasn't slave revolt. It was an insurrection of the tribes rising up against the government. But it was always a nigga that sold them out. Nigga sold out Denmark Vesey. Wasn't no pale face. Nigga sold out Gabrielle Prosser. Wasn't no pale face. And even in the fictitious story of Nat Turner, right, that was based off of a whole nother conflict that wasn't a murderous conflict. And it was to tell the story of Henry McNeil Turner, and it's a whole nother story behind it. I don't want to get into it. But he was betrayed by a nigga. So it is obvious that the real enemy ain't got nothing to do with skin color. Because if it did, we'd have been came up. We'd have been came up. But every time one of us start coming out from under the oppression, one of us kill them. Sabotage them. Falsely accuse them and trump some shit up. Oh man, in the 80s, in the 70s, late 70s, in the early 80s, when the welfare system was telling the mother to get away from the fathers of the children, that all they had to do was accuse them of touching the children, because the allegation is the only evidence you need in order to strip that father of his parental rights, that fucked us up bad. Because now, if you want to get rid of a motherfucker, all you got to do is give him a sex case. Because you don't need no evidence. The allegation alone is sufficient evidence to convict you of a sex case. Then when they start getting the pale face with some shit called date rape, which I call buyer's regret, she didn't like it, so she decided to call rape on them. Right? When they start getting pale face, I said, nigga, don't stand a chance. Them drag queens got these women fighting us so hard under the pretense of women liberation. Half of them bitches was men in drag telling us we at war. How the fuck we at war with these women? First of all, if the men was really at war with the women, they just stopped producing men, period. And we will eventually die out. And they will keep on producing girls through parthenogenesis. If they really was at war with the men. The women ain't at war with. It's a bunch of drag queens that's at war with the women, and they got us stuck in the middle of that shit with their gay agendas, Babylonian sex magic. That's what all that shit is. I keep telling y'all, go back to the captivity of the Jews. Who was they captives to? Babylon. And when they came out of Babylon, what did they have that they didn't have going in? The Talmud and the Mishnah. And what is it laced with? Pedophilia, money magic, and motherfucking money magic, sex magic, and Babylonian money magic, Babylonian sex magic, and Babylonian blood magic. Read it. I ain't making that shit up. It's 3 types of magic. And then they told you they using against you In your Christian doctrine, when they said you was born in sin and shaped in iniquity, they talking about Ninner sin. Who wrote that shit? None of us don't even know who Ninner sin is. Go look that name up. Because in order to be a sinner, it's the same way. In order to be a Christian, you have to have Christian practice. You have to have a Christian doctrine you follow. A sinner follows the doctrine of Ninner sin. And his doctrine is for warfare purposes and to control the people. It's actually to control a superior intellectual people using spiritual manipulation of their energies. And it's the law of the scapegoat. It's the law of the sacrifice. So the guilty was able to shed the blood of the innocent and be forgiven for the dirt they did. Not on this watch. That's what the Babylonian blood magic is all about. They're not just using the adrenochrome. The blood of the innocent, what they call the blood of the sacrifice of the saints. Because everybody know what they're going into before they come here. No matter how old they is when they die, they knew what they was coming into before they came. It's the game of the gods. Some of us want to experience misery.
You think you're fine after a car accident until this happens. Most people don't realize that even accidents that seem
to a high degree, so we put ourselves in the pauper guy place at the bottom of the social structure. And we able to stay there because we the strongest, so we end up suffering the longest and the worst. But the gods had to learn what they was doing to the mortals when the mortals was experiencing some shit they was calling misery. And because the guys didn't know what that shit was, and they don't know how to be judged, what they say, judged in true faith. They couldn't judge in true faith something they never experienced before. This how they got to be on the top. If you motherfuckers can't think, I can't help you. They got to be on top because what the gods did to the mortals. They threw them away like trash. And mama say you can't throw people away like trash. Even if they is mortals, you still got to have some kind of compassion in your heart if you're going to be over people. You can't govern over people and have vicious and maliceness in your heart. It's going to corrupt the way you deal with the people and you're going to be extremely harsh for no reason. But at the same time, you can't be no bitch ass pushover either. Sometime a motherfucker needs a motherfucking head chopped off. You got to be the same willing to chop his head off as you is to give up the motherfucking child for his future has not been determined yet. He's 5 years old. He picked up the pistol when it went off and somebody got shot and died. He don't know what the fuck just happened. It's the same thing. So before you can judge something, you have to experience it first, or your judgment is unfair. It's an unjust judgment. And in the game of the gods only strive to be just and fair with all in order to restore the balance. We got 7 generations we got to prepare for now. And from them, we'll begin the cycles for the next 26,000 years. And then we're going to come back. I'm going to argue and fuss at you motherfuckers about how dumb and stupid y'all is, about not seeing this shit and not listening to me until y'all can't not listen to me no more, the same as I'm doing now, the same as I did before. It's cyclic. It's a replay. It's an OB movie on recycle. They changed the motherfucking supporting cast and make the movie over again. That's all they doing. But if you don't never learn, you can't do better if you don't know better. But as long as you stay a fucking idiot, you can continuously participate in idiotic shit. So I'm not opposed to opposition because I don't think that everybody is supposed to agree. I'm not opposed to people disagreeing. But slander, backbiting, undermining, I don't like none of that shit. I don't care if you got a different perspective. I don't care if you got a different point of view. I'm not supposed to always agree with you, because if everybody always agreed, we'd all be doing the same shit and we'd probably never make no progress. Right? So we're supposed to disagree, to debate, to bring out the facts, to determine who is standing on the most solid ground. These people that I'm talking about can't see that the one who fights for the collective is not the same as the one who fights only for itself. I'm not worrying about no motherfucker trying to play with my character. I'm not going to change who I am to facilitate assholes. But I will tell you that keep saying, let the naysayers keep saying nay, and they voting themselves out. That's all. That ain't nothing to do with me. The law of the universe is going to be fulfilled whether you like the way it look or whether you don't. The hierarchy of the earth to maintain perfect balance is going to be restored whether you agree with it or disagree, whether you like it or not. The oldest contract of the earth is the matriarchal order, the matriarchal gender contract to the earth. The women are miniatures versions of that, out of that contract, because it determined what gender earth would be. I ain't never heard no motherfucker call her Father Earth. Not one time. I have never heard it. Somebody probably do call Earth Father Earth, but I don't know nothing about it. But they probably a drag queen. And I don't got nothing against drag queens. It's just that the enemy is overwhelmingly populated with drag queens. So I got to tell y'all, it's a whole bunch of drag queens. Call themselves priests, walking around in dresses, acting.
Playing on iPhone? Now you can play Unlocked on PC with Google Play Games. Unlock bigger screens and better controls, so you can rule more Tundra. Go play on PC with Google Play Games. Download now.
Acting like the priestesses who's supposed to be in the positions to hold the balance of the earth. But because y'all think that they more right than these hood niggas, these thug niggas that love niggas, go take sides with them. Goddamn popes. Why they call him a pope? It's supposed to be N-U-N, which is primordial noon. And the Pope is supposed to be people. Anagram missing the L. And the reason that was, the original nuns of the church were white. And when the Dark Mother ruled, she wore black to mirror the primordial noon, which is the center of the universe called a black hole. And from the darkness comes forth the light. The nuns in the white used to represent the light that spreads across the earth. The nunnery would assess your skills and assign you to what type of priestess you was going to be and send you to your designated location. Example, you are a great oracle. We will send you to practice your priesthood in Delphi. So from Delphi, as the priestess, you hold the balance of the energy that rides along that meridian that they call ley line. If you hold the energy frequency, we'd be able to tell you what to look for, what to tell them not to do, and what to tell them to do, so that we all be on the same page around the world. Just where you think the internet came from. Listen to it close. It's called the internet. But in the homonym, it's an internet, as an inside network. They're talking about the psychic connection of the matriarchal hive mind, which is the prefrontal lobe in the universal mind that emanates from Earth. These are called mirror cells in the brain, but it plays out in the world as women receiving spiritual messages from planet Earth. The mirror cell is for what they call a empathetic link or a sympathetic link. And from there, the illumination of the heart chakra, which is the representative of the core of the earth, sends a beam of magnetic field out that comes through as a torus field around the earth, which makes a aura around the body. And as that light shines from the heart to the empathetic prefrontal lobe, and the cross section be coming from the pineal gland, it's the third eye that can hone in on the abstract energy that comes from the right brain and project it on the mirror cells. The heart can then read it as a message. That's just the mechanics of the telepathic link. It's the same as the internet, only you don't need no real physical wires. The women operate through the ley lines to magnify whatever it is they're dealing with, to draw in the solution from all of the other sisters who may have ever experienced it. But because they got y'all convinced y'all don't get along with each other, oh, you can't put two sisters in the room together. They be fighting for you know it. Where the fuck y'all get that shit from? That ain't how we behave. That ain't how the women smarter than that. Or they used to be. They used to be. But y'all letting outsiders dictate how much of your psychic ability you willing to accept as valid and how much you willing to give them as a loose exchange. Because whatever you don't use, there's another universal law called the law of use. If you need the tool, it's in the vicinity and nobody else is around, you're supposed to use that motherfucker. Just make sure you put it back when you're done. The law of use. Now, the worst thing is to be useless. That means you have no purpose whatsoever. Everybody be like, won't nobody using me. Being used is not a problem. It's being misused that is the problem. If you being used, that means you useful for something. But if you being misused, that means somebody taking your kindness for a weakness and is trying to exploit you, and you need to put a wall there. Right? I'm just telling y'all how it is. A lot of people don't like a lot of the shit that I'm saying, but I'm telling y'all this. You can't stop what's coming. This shit is coming. The matriarch is gonna be restored. Big Mama gonna be back on her seat. And the people gonna be compensated for their suffering. And the wicked gonna be compensated for their wickedry. Ain't nobody getting out of here without paying for their dirt. Don't even worry about it. But you got to be able to see beyond the veil in order to know who's the innocent and who's the guilty. Because they always leave you a clue. It's just how perceptive are you to perceive the clue, as in the case with Malachi York. This man been going to the doctor every year, getting STD checkups with his annual checkup, STD screen. All of a sudden, this motherfucker had herpes just long enough to give it to the victim. All of them had this genetically traceable strain of herpes, according to the documents. Only Malachi get to prison and he still don't got no herpes. Somebody lying. Somebody telling a bald-faced motherfucking lie. You can't have herpes for 6 months or a year or 2 years and then just get rid of it. They say herpes is not curable. Even if you cure it, you still gonna have what's known as your white blood cells that was used to fight it off. This is how they get a positive response anyway, when they do testing for diseases. They test to see if your blood is responding to the bacteria, virus, or parasite. If you have certain antibodies and they at a certain count, that means that the thing that is fighting has to be present. Yeah, we don't know all this. We don't know that when they was torturing Malachi and the other women that was locked up with him, they tried to make him take a guilty plea. He tried to plead guilty. Only if you don't know, there's something when you plead guilty called allocution. If a judge listens to you in allocution and whatever you say is not sufficient to sustain the conviction, the judge is not allowed to accept the guilty plea. But we don't know that because we just assume because in the midst of the torture, he was going to plead guilty to get the women free and to stop them from torturing him with sleep deprivation and other stuff they was doing to him. But we think that the plea meant he was guilty. You don't even know what he was pleading to, because whatever it was, he didn't give the judge sufficient information to sustain a conviction. So the judge can't accept that plea. So what do then? They go back that shit up with a trial, and they use that for public defamation. It wouldn't have needed a trial if they would have accepted the guilty plea, unless you wanted to create a compelling spectacle. They've been playing us the whole time, and ain't none of us supposed to see this shit, though. We supposed to overlook this shit. We not supposed to know how to read paperwork. We not supposed to be situationally aware to read body language. We ain't supposed to be perceptive enough for facial recognition of actors playing the part of officials on television as example. If you look at Eric Holder's first arraignment, fucking judge from the 17-year-old boy in Milwaukee who was supposed to be in there, who was supposed to have shot some black people in some kind of riot, but it's the same judge. Now, why would a California judge be in Milwaukee? And only difference is in one of the pictures, he don't got no toupee on, and the other one he do. They don't move judges around like that. But nah, we know what's going on. Y'all don't know shit. Right? Y'all don't know shit. This shit was meant to confuse everybody, including me. The only thing is that I'm just a different type of individual. I really don't believe shit until I see it. And then I got to see where it come from. Then I got to go ask my spirit guide if this is the right information. And if my spirit guide says some bullshit, I don't give a fuck what it say. It ain't real. right? It's just so much stuff. Look at Kobe case. They said Kobe died in a helicopter crash. I said he probably did. My question was, which helicopter was it? Was it the black one, the yellow one, the one that looked like a paramedic helicopter? Was it the one that crashed on the grass or the one that crashed on the concrete? Which one was it? I'm not saying it didn't happen. They said that the police got sued for sharing the pictures. So my question is, which pictures was they sharing? It's a whole bunch of crashes on every news channel got a different goddamn helicopter crash for the same event. So what's going on? Why are they different? When the reporters clearly say the same shit word for word all over the country. They read a script, but in the replay of the crash, why do they got all of these different helicopters? Nobody asked that question but me. I'm the only one noticing that these helicopters are drastically different from one network to the next. I'm just saying, I don't know what's going on, but I know that this shit don't sit well with me. Right? Tupac. Which one of them 3 BMWs did he get shot in? Was it the one with the gold rims under the bulletin boards? Or was it the one with the chrome rim across the street from the high-rise building? Or was it the hatchback where the police bikes was at? Now, which one of them 3 BMWs, right? The chrome rim, the gold rim, or the hatchback? Which one of them was he in? I'm just saying, I don't know. I wasn't there. I just got questions, right? Now, in the video, we see Biggie getting in the back of the motherfucking SUV, but they told us he got shot in the front seat. How that happened? He must have been on some goddamn warp shit to warp from the back seat to the front seat. I'm just saying. I got questions. I want to know if the people that shot young Dolph was standing outside, why is all of the glass on the outside of the building when it should have been on the inside? And why ain't no motherfucking blood nowhere? I'm just asking. I don't know. But why it looked like whoever did the shooting was on the inside of the building because all of the motherfucking glass is falling out the building instead of in the building. I don't know. I'm just asking some questions that just gets my attention. I'm just asking. Right? And in the course of asking these questions, ain't nobody else paying attention to, then it's supposed to be what them people said. Right? I don't know. I'm a hip hop head. I like groups like Dead Prez. I like to listen to Rakim and Wu-Tang Clan, and some of this shit is strange. Oh, that nigga Triple X gets on my nerves with that bro shit when he be talking to me. Please don't bring him up because I don't like for him to come in with that bro shit every 2 seconds. And I start talking about him, he comes sticking his head in. That was him knocking there. Hey, bro, tell him, bro. Get the fuck out of my head. That's a badass kid, though. Well, he ain't a kid no more. But he been a badass since he was a kid. Look, it's a lot of shit going on. And a lot of people don't think it's what it is. But it's a whole lot of shit about to be revealed that's going to throw a whole lot of people's theories into the wastebasket. This is why they call us a Pollyannas, the iconoclast, the destroyer, destroying the false idols, the false beliefs, the shit they tricked us into believing. We don't believe that shit no more. We got questions now. We don't have to know the answer, but you got to be able to answer them if you got something to do with causing the question to come about, because that shit don't look right. That shit don't look right. You know? So, y'all ain't gotta believe shit Rod Hayes say. But at the end of the day, y'all eyes gonna see. Everything I'm telling y'all, A1 to God. And y'all gonna see that everything that I've been saying, I've been right the whole time. I've been telling the truth the whole time. I ain't deviated from nothing I said. Right? I came into this life with a mission and motherfucking shit executed. The end game was me to allow y'all to see the receipt build up before I show y'all who the widow is. And the problem is I can't even find her until I get a certain amount of receipts that verifies who I am to her. Because that's the way that it worked. If you're the pretender to the throne, you ought to know the path to get there. If you don't know the path, then it's never meant for you to be there. Right? Because I know the way, I'm obligated to take the lead even if I don't want to. It's tribal customs and traditions. It's the way of the people of the land, not the way of the people that came over here to the land. And since I see what's going on, and since I know the way out of this shit, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing until we all free. And if they stop me before I get us there, Lord help y'all. Because if we ain't all free, ain't none of us free. And they going to try to separate us into who got the right to be free and who don't. And that's going to be the biggest tool of divide and conquer they have left. Because soon as we stop falling for other people telling us how to read our culture and read it for what it is, reflect back on the things your grandparents, your uncles, the old lady down the street, all of them was telling you clues. And only the perceptive is going to pick the clues up and put the puzzle together. Monkey in the motherfucking middle. Don't miss the pieces. Monkey back flip, monkey front flip. Monkey flip, monkey flip, monkey flip. Right? Keep flipping the monkey. That motherfucker gonna grow up. One day y'all gonna realize he a gorilla and he just holding on to shit with a gorilla's grip. So, that's all I got for today. Just remember what Rod Hayes say. Y'all don't gotta believe me, but y'all motherfucking eyes gon' see. Right? Y'all eyes gon' see. And I'm gonna leave it at that. You know, deuces, I'm out. I'll catch up with y'all on the next one.
Turns out the government tracks a lot of data, and it's scattered all over the place. Data on prices, jobs, benefits, healthcare, defense, immigration. Just the Facts from USA Facts, hosted by Steve Ballmer, takes all that government data and makes it make sense. Subscribe.
My chief said, you brain banging and we ain't gang banging. So welcome to Brain Bang University, motherfuckers. I'm the motherfucking dean of the university, and I'm gonna brain bang your ass into submission. I'm gonna let that sink in while I like my book.
Smoke some, bitch.
So this one is called Chiefing with the Chief. Open discussion on the land, across the air, from the air. All right. So let me do some invites so I can get this thing crack-a-lacking for y'all. This is I'm just about to blaze up, and whoever interested in asking the question, feel free to come ask whatever you want. They only let me request a couple people. Right. Hey, Fiera Marie. What's going on, sweetie pie? Come on in. Who want to chief with the chief? Because I'm about to be chiefing while y'all chatting. I'm about to be chiefing and chatting and chiefing. As soon as I remember what I did with my bleezy, and I got to clean my god doggone camera. That don't make no sense. Maybe it ain't my camera. So come on in. As y'all come in, share it to your pages and invite others. Go into your messenger, invite whoever want to come on, and we gonna chief with the chief while the chief is chiefing, and let's make it do what it do. I don't got nothing to talk about, so whenever I don't got nothing to talk about, I let the people come up with the topic of discussion. Because when the people come up with the topic of discussion, we read in the posts of the curiosity of the ones with the question. And by understanding the people that's asking the questions concern, it unveils the concern of many other people from different places with different lifestyles that had the same question. So for every person that come on and ask the question, some other sisters been asked about the childbirth in the hospitals and the doula process and the circumcision of the boys. And then some sisters want to talk about how do you develop your innate psychic abilities and how do you wake yourself up spiritually so you can be on your path to ascension. So if you want to come in, send me the invite or raise your hand in the chats, and then I'll just invite you in. And that's how we're going to get this crack-a-lacking. So who want to be the first to discuss anything, open discussion? I ain't hiding nothing, I ain't running from nothing, I ain't ducking nothing, right? When it comes to this Q&A shit, I want all of the smoke. I want all the smoke. So come on with y'all questions, and we're going to peel the motherfucking cap off this shit. And as our elders say, we're going to be dropping jewels, twisting caps, and popping motherfucking brains cells. Excuse my hiccup. Give me a little sip. Now, who up? Ain't nobody raising their hand? Nobody want to come on chief with the chief? So let's do this. I'm going to try KJ first. No requests. So who in the audience? KJ, where you go? There you go. Come on, KJ. Let's a little discussion. Go through my pseudo mental ascension through the aid of THC and CBDs. Come on, girl. I see you sitting over there trying to figure out how you gonna get in because you ain't accepted my request. I'm gonna have to add somebody else. If I don't have no topic and I don't have nobody with no questions, then I'm gonna have to exit and come back on another day. But I'm pretty sure that somebody want to talk to the chief. They want to chief with the chief. Right. Okay. So KJ ain't coming up because she ain't showed up. Hits Nikki. I'll let you come up. See if you want to come in and chop it up with the chief. Now, I'm going to light this blunt and give you a chance to come on. And if y'all want to come on and y'all want to chief it with the chief, just raise your hand in the comments or just put a hand in the comments and I will send you the request. Okay, so that request was denied. So let's see who else. I know. Talk to my OG, Mr. Coffee. Moresa Coffee. Moresa Coffee. Come on up, Chief. Let's see what you got. Maybe you can inspire them to have something to talk about when you come on and chop it up with the Chief. Right? I'm gonna give you a minute to come on, but I gotta light my blunt because we ain't doing too much chiefing. We just doing more chattering than chiefing. Okay. Nobody want to talk? I don't see no hands in the comments, so nobody got no interests, right? Y'all sharing the video link? Somebody else? Okay. Decline from Mr. Coffee. More red sun coffee.
Free! Every day that ends in Y.
Get free energy every day from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. when you sign up for Direct Energy's free day plan.
There is a lot about the job that isn't actually that fun that I have now automated away almost entirely. It's really common that you run into merge conflicts. You're finally ready to merge something, and as a conflict, your CI is failing. But I have a Green PR's automation here that uses some of our skills. And this is going to go through, and it's going to say, like, do any have CI failures because of like something linted wrong or like didn't get caught in the pre-push? Or maybe it's going to merge conflict because someone is like also changing it because we're rushing to, finish up a project or something like that. My PRs are always green.
Right. Sierra Marie, you want to come up, sweetie? I'm sending you a request. I gotta go in here and find you. Oh shit, you ain't even in here. Okay, we're gonna try LaDonna Whitaker Clark. Nikki Dixon. Okay, so you next. Nikki Dixon next. I'm gonna see if the sister hey, there we go. Now we got some. I can hear you, but I can't say there you go. I can see you and I can hear you.
Okay, I gotta move to where the light is at. Okay, sorry about that. Y'all, I got my bonnet on. I'm just around the house here.
We non-judgmental over here because we recognize that I look like Rod the Madman, so.
Okay, so one of my questions that I have for you has to do with psychic abilities and declares.
And the what?
And declares.
Like clairsentient, clairaudience.
Yeah, yes. I've noticed since, I would say I'm kind of fairly new into the metaphysics, but I would say my journey has been a long journey.
Mm-hmm.
But the awakening process has been just here within a few years. I'm coming out the church, that's the background.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
that's good to
I've
know
noted,
because the Bible got a lot of things I can use to explain stuff from your what you already know.
Okay, so I've noticed since I have awakened, whatever the terminology would be, is that I noticed that I'm experiencing more of the clairs and more intensely.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to be able to fine tune and understand them more. I do research, I do, my own research, but the clairs that I sense more in are the ones to hear, feel, and smell.
Mm-hmm.
My kids are
so you got clairaudience, right? That means you can hear. Clairsentient, which means you can feel it and you can translate the feelings into an expression where you can explain it.
Yes.
Right. And then the other one was clairaudio.
The smell.
Okay, that's clair. Yeah, that's olfactory senses. I was just talking about that with Kelly yesterday about how when you fine tune, when you start developing your psychic abilities, one of the most common things that we sense is the smells that was normally beyond our sense of smell. And it's normally sweet smells, unless it's somebody wicked in your presence, then it smells sour and repugnant. It don't smell like skunk funk. It smells more like decaying corpse funk. Right.
Well, okay, since I'm glad that you brought up the skunk smell, I'm not a person that partakes in the herbals, the herbs.
I got you.
So I'm familiar with the smell. My husband does partake. And so I was awakened throughout the night with that skunk herbal smell.
Skunk weed.
Huh?
We used to call it skunk weed back in the day.
Okay, skunk weed.
That was before we had the term loud, hydro, right, organs. Before any of that, that specialty strain was called skunk because it smelled so strong. But go ahead, what you're saying. So it was waking you up throughout the night.
Right. And so I was just like, I was thinking in my husband, because he doesn't smoke in the house. I was thinking he was, in the garage. So I was like, oh my God, okay, I'll be glad when he finished his relaxation, whatever. So I tried to go back to sleep. I went back to sleep. I woke back up. Hold on just for a second. Hold on.
One thing about mama do these people is they ain't never done. Mama could be on the phone. Mama could be in the bathtub. Mama could be cooking in the kitchen. But when she hears certain sound from them babies, everything stopped till she find out what that is I hear.
This is all day long. I homeschool, so they're with me all day, every day. And so,
okay, let me ask you this before you go any further. Do you have a sister support that gives you breaks from your children, like your sister, your mama might babysit them for a weekend or something like that?
My older children, I have older children. My oldest is 32 and my youngest is 12, and I raised my grandson as well. So my daughter, she will come and watch them, take them out. So I do have somebody to give me that break. And I do have.
That's very important, and I'm gonna tell you why. You will get stuck into caregiver mode, and it's a condition called caregiver syndrome. Mothers, a lot of time, is so stressed out, but they don't have time to decompress from those stressors because they don't have no support team to assist with the children. Right? Once you have that support team and you can decompress, now you're more present for the children and you're able to be more effective at homeschooling, or I don't even like to call it schooling, home education programs, right? You be more effective with wife responsibilities will be easier for you because you have your team. Right. But we ain't never been as isolated raising children in the history of humanity than we is right now.
Right. Because I've been a single mother. Like I have two sets of kids. Like I said, my oldest is 32 and my youngest is 12. So I know what it's like to be a single mother doing it all by yourself. And then I also know what it's like to have a partner and not doing it all by myself. So yeah, I do agree.
Yeah. So you can finish what you were saying about the you was waking up throughout the night smelling the smell of the skunk weed.
Yes. So I finally was able to go back to sleep. I was awakened again. And so I I've had the experience of visitations from certain people, and I know who they are by their smell or by what I've heard. But this one was unfamiliar to me. So I was kind of like moving my head, trying to because I was irritated by the smell. And so I noticed that it was only on one certain side. And so
What side
I was
was that?
like, okay. I mean, was it on my left side? Right side. It was on my right side.
Okay.
On my right side. And so I was like, I kind of remember saying this out to myself and out loud. I was like, I don't know who you are, but I want to go to sleep tonight. Let me go to sleep tonight. I don't want to be up tonight. I don't know who you are. And so I said that I was trying to go back to sleep. Well, I noticed that I could feel and smell it come like kind of be in my face. And I was like, I don't know who it is. I don't know who you are. I said, but
you know who it is, and I'm finna help you track him down. Okay, so in your family, you got a elder uncle who would probably, if he was living, be close to 100, if not 100. And the people in the family remember him fondly because of the smell for him smoking. And they used to crack jokes about it and have good stories to tell about him getting high smoking the herbs. Now, you might have to go ask some of your siblings or your mom and pop still around?
My mother is, yes.
You got another phone by you?
Yes.
Like when you call your mama and say, Mama, who is the uncle that was known in the family for always being high smoking weed? And she gonna give you his name.
Okay. The only other uncle, the only brother that she has is no longer here.
It might not be her brother. It might be her uncle or her great uncle. But she'll know because she'll remember the story. As soon as you ask her, hey, Mama, which one of our uncles or great uncles was it that is the family knowing most because of him smoking weed?
Okay.
And then she gonna, you want to do it now? We can find out now. It's a good experiment.
Okay. Let me see.
This is a signature Chiefs walking around smelling like weed all up in church. Can you put her on speaker? Tell her she on speaker.
Okay. Hold on. That's it. She'll answer the phone. My mama is some years old and she be going.
The one monkey don't stop no show.
But she be to have herself at the house. Hello?
She on speaker.
Mama. Yeah. You on speakerphone. I got a question to ask you. I'm trying to, you know how I ask you these questions about different family members to try to figure out different stuff? Okay, do you have an uncle that was known for smoking weed?
Did I have an uncle?
Yes.
Or uncle or cousin. It could be your cousin too. An elder in the family, a male.
A male family member that was known for cracking jokes or smoking weed.
Who is that?
I'm on the live and I'm asking a question to this person and I'm trying to figure out something.
My uncle.
Or a cousin of yours, a male cousin.
But he would be close to 100 around now if he was still alive. Close to 100 or just past 100.
My mother is 80, so
she'll know who it is. If he was living right now, he'd be close to 100 or just past 100. And everybody would always crack jokes about how high he be smoking them trees. They probably made fun of him because it was a taboo back then. But that's the identifier.
I didn't have an uncle that I know of. I had a cousin, but he wouldn't be 100 years old.
Well, close
How old would he be?
He would be younger than me. He's about 4 or 5 years younger than me. So he would be about 74, 75.
So that's close enough. Now, if she tell you his name and the answer is right, you're going to feel a sensation that's going to let you know when she tell you his name, if that's him.
Okay. What's his name, Mama?
Who am I talking to?
You talking to me. He's not getting your personal information. It's for me. I want to know the person. You don't have to say their whole name. Just say their first name.
Same nickname.
Okay. Roy. Okay. Okay. Okay, Mama. That's all I needed to know.
All right. Give me a call back.
Okay. Bye.
So when she said that name, did it feel like you wanted to just suddenly be like, yeah?
Mm-mm.
You sure had a unconscious response because you nodded.
Oh.
You nodded yes as soon as she said his name.
Okay, so
when I end the video, go back and watch it, and you will see so that's called an unconscious response to a piece of information. Right. You didn't plan. You didn't plan.
Phone. Y'all go back in there. I'm on the phone. Okay. Y'all letting him listen to his song. Okay. Would you please let him listen to your song, his song? I'm on the phone. I'm on the phone. No, I'm on the video phone call right now. So please. Okay.
Okay, so when this video ends, go back and watch that part again. Okay. Watch your non-prepped response to her saying the name.
Okay.
Right. If it didn't feel right, you would have had a sense of that ain't him. But if you feel like it's correct, you're trying to find out how to communicate with your higher self. That's all you're doing right now. Right now, I'm giving you a cheat sheet. Right? So when you go back and look, you can remember what you was feeling because you're going to be able to use that to calibrate and fine tune so that when you're looking for the source of the psychic experience, right, and you ask somebody like you asked your mother his name, and when she give you the answer, you will be so tuned in to your senses that you will get a clear, definitive, energetic yes or no that you can identify internally. Right.
Okay.
Right. And the reason I told you before she said the name is to prep you to notice your emotional response. Right. And your emotional response also is accompanied by what they call an autonomic physiological response. Right. That's when the answer is wrong. You'd have been like, without knowing it, because in poker it's called a tail. Right. Now you're learning yourself and how you are communicating with your psychic abilities. And then you use your elders to go and ask questions like, do we have an uncle that's known to be a weed smoker or a cousin or relative that's up in age? And 74 is significantly close to 100. Right.
Does it change? Because he's still alive. This man is still alive. Does it change? Or was he visiting me?
He could be telepathically communicating with you without intentionally doing it.
Okay.
There's a lot of telepathic information flying through the air from everybody that don't know that they have that ability. They believe that they just thinking to themselves, but they shooting out a telepathic link.
Okay.
Right. Okay. So you got what's called the sympathy or empathy connection. The empathy connection in science is called nerve response. Right. But the connection is an empath connection, empathic, meaning that because y'all can love each other, you can vibrate on the same channel, which will allow you to pick up and send information to and from each other. Consciously, you may never be aware that you're doing it because we've been told to turn our psychic abilities off. But
I'm familiar with that, what you're talking about, because I have a couple of friends that they instantly know, or I instantly know when to call them.
Yeah.
So I do agree with you on that, and I've had that experience before.
Mm-hmm. So you have a natural, automatic, physiological response. And the things that you agree with, you will do like this automatically. Right? And the things you don't agree with, you will either become stoically still or you will bag up and slightly nod no. Okay. You're talking to yourself, and the people that understand you can tell by your response in a noisy room whether you in distress or whether you cool. Right? Because you have an exaggerated physiological response to what you're thinking. Learning your own language is the key to getting direct communications from source that you're supposed to act on, right? And the source is sending you the information, but we was taught to turn it off. So now we have to reactivate our senses, right? Now, my job is to get you to understand the mechanics of the connection between you and source and how you use you to communicate to you as your own prophet tied to source. You don't need no intercessor. You got a direct connection. The women have what's called a strong rooted connection in utero. Then the earth connection is they source connection through mitochondria. Right? And this is how when certain stuff happen in the world, certain women feel it so strong that they will actually grieve a mass casualty event that had nothing to do with them or nobody they know. But because they so tuned in to their heart frequency, and it's tied to mitochondrial frequency, which is also tied to the uterus. And when they tell you in that song in the church, Jesus on the main line, they talking about source is connected to every woman through the uterus directly, not indirectly. It is the only place where you see manifesting creation of sentient beings, and it's the only way we can get in. And it has to be by an agreement between the birther, the source, and the one who's supposed to plant the seed. Normally that's the father, but now it's the science. Right. Once you understand that you have those connections, that you can talk to source, right? Then your psychic abilities begin to turn up, right? To the level in which you can control the gift. Right? Once you understand how you communicate to your higher self, it's like you have your own language that you talk to God in that don't nobody have but you. And now you linked in so strong that the people around you, they will be able to ask questions without being in the room with you. And for some reason, you'll have the urge to go find the answer or bring them the answer. And sometimes you don't know that they had the question consciously until you get around them. And then you start discussing the subject matter to the underlying question they asked. And then you give them the answer, and they were like, I'm so glad you came over today, girl. I was trying to figure that out, and you brought the answer. You become what they call a messenger of God. Because your response and their ability to communicate with source becomes so strong that other people allow you to go ask source the question so that you can bring it back to them, because their senses cannot develop fast enough or high enough. They need somebody from the family that has the skill set. Right. This is the Delphi priestesses in Greece, right? They came from the daughters of Isis lineage under Hathor and Bast on the cat house. This is why the Catholic Church is a cataholic. When you write it down and separate the words into syllables, right? You get cataholic, those who is addicted to the feline energy. Are because of the reliability, their addiction comes in is to you can answer their questions, so they try to do everything to take care of you. Okay. Right. So this is why the priests and priestesses, they don't solicit donations, because the value that you're about to give to the person, they know that if you properly compensate the messenger, right, then you make sure that you slant the deck in your positive direction, because you didn't come with empty, open hands looking to take. You came with full hands looking to exchange. This is an energy frequency like a battery. And if both people are on what we call positive resonance, right, meaning they're in the right heart space, then when they make that exchange, then it's a reciprocity, right? Favor for favor in the hood. And then it's gratitude attached to it, which is the amplifier on the speakers, the kicker box speakers, in order to blast it into the 3D, right? And so now you got your amplifier hooked up and you have your construct hooked up. Okay, so now you have to be able to read your own blueprint. Okay. Once you're able to read your own blueprint, which is your own method and operation, your MO, what if you committed a crime, the police can follow your MO in order to track back to the person that it is, because there's certain things that we do that don't change within us. That's called your core self, which is your true self, right? And your true self is seated in the heart chakra, but your ego self is trying to navigate the brain, right? And the support is the intestinal brain, which is your secondary brain, which is the brain that you use to gain control of your heart space brain and your brain. Because you can't get rid of that person that's hijacking your brain until you can control your own inner energy flow. And the practice tool for that is fasting. Right? So you practice the fasting, it gives you the inner discipline to control when to turn the gift off so that you can get a reprieve and a rest. Right? This takes us back to needing that support group so you don't get caught in the caregiver syndrome. Right? Once you have that intact, and this is the purpose of family supporting family. Everybody talking about, I can't homeschool, I gotta work. But they got a sister sitting over there struggling to get her bills paid, but she don't gotta go to work. She don't got no job, right? But she love all the babies and all the babies love her, but don't nobody want to, it don't never cross their mind to say, let's pay her to be the teacher. And most people don't know that if you homeschool, then the school has to give you a stipend because they're not using it in the school. That's to make sure that your educational needs of your child can be met and you the one in control. Right? So you already have a curriculum for yours.
Yes.
Right? So that fast tracks everything. Then the empathy that we used to have for each other that we learned from watching the women in the sister groups, they didn't never allow one sister to become so overburdened that she snapped. Right? They used to arrange things where the sisters know her energy and her pattern. Then they help her by inserting retreat, Women's Day, Spa Day, right? Museum Day, Concert Day, right? Where they may have some of the teenage girls might take the babysitting duties while the elder women go to the Ronald Isley concert. Now you at the concert, you can let go and experience the concert, which is your deep breath from being constantly caregiver. Right. And then when the sister group work by they take turns, everybody got to get their me time. They enforce it, but they don't enforce it with force. They just know it has to be done. And as a group, we're going to arrange each sister to have her day. And the bigger the responsibility, some of the sisters might say, no, that girl need a week. She need a week of downtime. You know? So then they step in and they be like, this week, you just gonna sit on the couch and watch soap operas. And then Cheryl gonna come over in the morning, cook breakfast, get the babies out to school. And then Betty gonna come over at noon. She gonna cook you a lunch or bring a lunch with her. Right? Now, remember, this is assuming that there's a male counterpart for you there.
Yes.
Right? So they know that as a wife, you're going to feed your husband. So then Sarah come in at 4. She say, I'm in at 4 and I'm going to put your dinner on. You just tell me what you need cooked. But you going to sit there and you just going to be in your moment, in your space, in your own energy. Right?
That's
and, yeah. So that's how the sister groups work. Right.
When I started, well, not when I started because I've been homeschooling for about 4 to 5 years now. My grandson's other grandmother, she homeschooled and she had her grandchildren, and another one of her friends had or is raising her grandchildren. So we kind of had that for a year and a half to 2 years, but it fell out because they decided to put their children back into the brick and mortar school. I don't feel comfortable doing that. So out of the group, I'm the only one that's still homeschooling.
Yeah. So what's the thing that they don't see coming? I've been telling parents, they trying to force us to shut the educational system down by taking our children out of the school. They can't tell us what they're doing. Because then we won't be using our free will to stop it or block it. So they got a limit to how long they're going to allow these parents to keep sending their children into the enemy system. While the enemy is falling, he's going to have a tantrum. And he has sleeper cells in all of the high schools and junior high schools as we speak. And all they waiting on is to get the right event in the public that triggers them to go into active hot agent mode. And their mission parameters is the program that they operating from, which is normally given to them in psych offices using a combination of drugs and hypnosis. So the event might be a train crash and then 7-day countdown to school shooting. Right. So the 7 days was the activation period to tell the Manchurian candidate, the hypno assassin, to go into operator mode. Right. So we know they have these things set up. They haven't recovered all of what they call them assets, which is the sleeper cells, which is the ones that don't even know they programmed to be activated as an assassin because they think they're getting competent mental health. Right.
Yeah. I agree. I had a dream over 5 years ago, and I don't really want to go into the dream, but the dream was consistent of the world spinning faster and faster and faster it got. People just start falling off the earth. It just falling. And that wasn't the initiating thing for me to take my kids, my son, because my grandson has never been in a brick and mortar school, but to take my youngest son out of school, that wasn't the initiating factor, but it is one of the components that has kept me from putting them back in.
Mm-hmm.
I do resonate with something major will happen. I do resonate with that.
So my biggest worry is that the parents are not paying attention to the level where they can protect their child properly.
Yes.
Right. And I've been telling people, if you can, try to pull your children out of those schools. Elementary, there would have to be a Manchurian candidate externally activated or a staff member. Right. They can't use an elementary age student to do it, but they can use an older person in the vicinity to do it.
Right.
Right. So that's my concern.
Yeah, in our city, I want to say a month or so ago, at my niece's children's school, there was an active shooter in the area, and it was an elementary school. So I do believe and I do agree with you in that. I do.
They showing us the signs that it's gonna happen. It's not a prophetic thing that I'm talking about. It's they putting these signs out all over the place, was indicating that what they're about to do. Because when Trump took the election, all of them know their days is numbered between now and January the 1st. And now that their hand is exposed, they throw a tantrum and start activating sleeper cells. Right? This is what's commonly known in the so-called conspiracy theorist community as a false flag. But when they say it's a false flag, they don't mean that the event didn't happen. They said the event happened, but it happened under the control of a power source. Somebody in power controlled it, right? So the outcome in the false flag event can be used for the purpose that they initiated the event. People really do die in the false flag events, right? They have let's say like 9/11, what they call a mass casualty event. That's when they really trying to shock the people's core consciousness to change the frequency. And if we don't change where we give our willpower, we can't change the system. We're giving our willpower to tell them, okay, do the next false flag event so I can continue to be the victim.
Okay. Okay.
Right. So by making people aware of it, you saying, I see the coming false flag event and I don't want to participate in that frequency. It's not of my highest good nor the good of the people or the planet. Right. And then you being a natural medium, once you learn your higher language, then you'll be able to see things that we need to know about so clear that when you explain it, the sincerity is so raw that the people listening have to pay attention. But you got to go through your training period, right? So you got to remember, don't overstress yourself. You know, use self-talk a lot to control your program so you're not having idle chatter that you unengaged with, just running around in your brain doing what it want to do.
Okay.
So you use self-talk because when you're talking to yourself, none of the beings is allowed to interrupt. It's like your privacy call to God. So they shut up while you talking to yourself. So now you can hear clearly what you're thinking of your own.
Okay.
This understanding is a real critical part to psychic self-defense. Because most people, all this stuff is coming through their head. They think they thinking, and a lot of times they getting hit with telepathic messages just flying willy-nilly into their head. Some of them low vibrational telepathic bugs get trapped in your psyche, and then they keep running a negative pushing paradigm that doesn't fit the character of who you are. That's how you know that was a ill intention that somebody had towards you that you let get in through the telepathic channel. If you're unaware of it, then you're more likely to act on it. But as soon as you pay attention to the thing, let's say, for instance, it pop in your head that you need to go rob the corner store. Right. And they got all of about $300 in the register, but you got $80,000 in the bank, your house paid for, your car paid for, you got plenty clothes, shoes, food in the kitchen. That doesn't even make sense for me to rob the bank. The value is disproportionate to the idea. Right.
And it's not my character.
Right.
It's not it don't fly with me. So yeah, I do understand that part. What I was picking up on or what was resonating with me, giving me an understanding of what's going on is in the middle of the night, I could be just a word will pop up in my head or a phrase will pop up in my head and I'll get up and I'll just like Google I'm like asking myself, what are you trying to say to me? What am I supposed to learn from this word or this phrase? And so I could be up all night long trying to.
So you are a high priestess of your tribe, right?
Okay.
And the reason why you are a high priestess because you are in charge of receiving spiritual information from source and giving it to your family in terms they all understand, and you become the resident wise woman.
Okay.
Right. And when we get back to our culture and stop everybody trying to get one up on each other, your position gonna make it where you gonna always have people bringing you gifts. Those are the donations from the gratitude of the people that's bringing them. When you receive them in gratitude, then the spiritual message that you give them in return is their compensation. And if they adhere to it, 9 out of 10, it's going to alter their life for the better, and you the vehicle. So now they all of a sudden end up haphazardly making an excessive, ridiculous amount of money. And they say, if I had never talked to Auntie, I would have never knew. Let me go give her some more compensation. Right? So they might be built up an $80 million empire. You still operating off $200,000 a year or less. And they come in and they be like, I'm so grateful that you taught me what you taught me. And this is my gratitude, love offering you. And then your next thing you know, your $80,000 is now $2,080,000. Because the gratitude they had, and because of the good energy frequency, that's they locked in to doing a righteous deed in return for a righteous reward. But they return in the reward for you being their Delphi priestess, your family oracle, right? And then they start doing events around you because of your gifts, because they want the rub to be on the next generations of priestesses coming up. And this is how you end up being a tribal mother, which is the highest rank in the tribe. Higher than the chief is a tribal mother, right? Because she's directly tapped into source, directly tapped into Mother Earth. And she's able to assist people in so many different ways because of the connection in the spiritual nature of the 3D reality. So, yeah.
You have confirmed a lot of things that I know to be true in my own personal life. When you talk about Big Mama, Mother, a lot of people in my family liken me to my grandmother, in look and in, I don't want to say attitude, but they liken me to my grandmother a lot.
Okay, so your grandmother was the matriarch that kept all of the family together.
Yep.
She crossed over?
Yes. Yeah.
Somebody has to be the heir. And normally the heir is exactly like the person energetically, even if they express it different from a different environmental training simulation. So they recognizing you, and when you accept the responsibility of being the glue to hold the family together, this is when they get more tight-knit. They begin to be more functionally tolerant of each other, where that they can properly communicate. And all of it is generating a harmonious frequency. We call it the, and it makes it where all of the family functions is beautiful. When you have a drunk uncle, because the other sober uncle's gonna sit his ass down. You're not finna be ruining Big Mama's stuff. Now we sat here and watched you. You didn't entertain us enough, acting the fool in front of everybody. But now Big Mama said enough is enough, and she sent us out here to sit your ass down now.
Yeah.
Right. And they normally, you don't have to go beyond the discussion that the elder uncle is giving him with all of the cousins and nephews and brothers that's behind uncle, waiting on you to act like you don't want to hear what Big Mama said when she said, pipe that noise down. Pipe it down, buddy.
Yeah. We just had a family reunion, and my mother normally kind of keeps it together since, her mother has passed over. And I'm normally the one that sits back and observe, because my family can kind of be kind of cliquey and So I don't mess around with that. And so last year when they said they want to have a family reunion this year, my mother said, okay, let's have a committee. Well, the committee, when it all boiled down to it, on the last day, most of the work was put on me to do. And I can tell you,
training program.
I get it. I get it. And I get it. And I was like, I quit at one point. I was like, I can't do this, y'all, whatever. And I had to go back to my mother and I was like, I'm apologize, but I got to, it's some things that I cannot allow you to do to me to continue. I'm willing because I feel like my grandmother is unctioning me to do this, and I want to adhere to what she's unctioning me to do. But by the same token, I got to draw a line of what I'm gonna allow you to do to me. And
supposed to have your boundaries. Anybody tell you that you're not supposed to have your boundaries is trying to control you for their betterment and at your demise. Anybody that accept your boundaries is going to work with you within your boundaries because that's a matter of respect. Right. So, but you was going through a family initiation because remember, your mama was doing it by herself. But then she called the committee for a committee. This is like a CEO calling a meeting of the board members, right? And at the other end of the table, there you sit, heir to the throne that your granny left. But we don't know as the board if you strong enough yet to handle the responsibility, or will you even be able to understand that because you're in charge, you can still delegate responsibilities to how you going to figure that out on your own and execute the plan like Big Mama would have did. Right.
Well,
now that's so that's the equivalent of a board review with your mama sitting at the head of the table. She called for the board review because they want to give you the family torch. Okay. Now they can't just give it to you because they don't know if you can handle the responsibility yet.
Okay.
So they had to start somewhere and you had to experience it to even know if you want to accept the part. Right? Nature calls you. Nature's going to make sure you understand if you're the most qualified for the part, that everything will be provided by the law of nature in order for you to be effective in being the glue that keeps the family together. Right? Just because they put you in, it looked like you got most of the work.
Yeah, it's been completed. We've already had it. I did get.
But I'm showing you the process on the training method that your family is using in order to develop your skill set and understanding of the role so you can determine if you're willing to take it. Right. So in the course of being delegated the heaviest load, you can still look and say, okay, let's just say we're going to use this for an example. We need a pan of macaroni. And you know that your cousin Carol cooked the coldest macaroni in the family. Delegate. And you call Carol and say, look, I got on my list, I need this amount of macaroni for the family reunion. And you the best macaroni maker in the family. So I want to know if you're willing to take on that responsibility.
Right.
And she said, well, girl, ain't no problem. I'll do anything for you. Right. And then the same with the other sister is the fried chicken because she the coldest. The other one got the potato salad because she the coldest. You got to remember when you're in those places, you can also delegate if somebody is exceptionally good in an area.
Right.
And all you need is a mutual agreement and love and harmony between the two of y'all. And they'll gladly do that for you because you ain't telling what they was going to do. You requested if they would be able to handle this load. And it's in the confines of what they like to do anyway, or they wouldn't already be the best at it. Right. Let's say you ain't good at bookkeeping or banking, but you got a little cousin that is an accountant. Baby, can you come over here and assist me in organizing these accounts? Because I don't want to ruin the money for the family reunion. Oh, girl, I'd be love to do that. It give me something to do when I ain't at work. Right? Now you learning to allocate responsibilities according to skill set. And if somebody's already good at it, they're more likely to accept the responsibility than if your plumber cousin call you and he tell you he's going to do your electricity and he don't know nothing about being an electrician.
No.
Don't you call your brother? He the certified electrician and you just come fix my plumbing. Right? So that's part of being a matriarch. And this matriarchal rule is the one who does the job best is the person you select for the mission. When you understand those things, those are understanding tribal mother duties. Right? Now, the load of you on you have in the most part, even though it might be the biggest chunk, because you know what you need, you know who can help you with which part in proper context, which makes everything go off without a hitch, smooth and trouble-free.
It makes a lot of sense.
You being groomed and developed by your family to hold the part with grace and with dignity and with style, your style, the way you like to see things, right? Because you are creating experiences for family members to enjoy themselves. And because they all enjoy you, that's going to make your inner light shine. You're going to be walking around glowing like a light bulb. Right. And it's going to radiate through. They're going to feel it. And when you at Big Mama house, you don't really have no arguments. You might have one or two drunk uncles that everybody know going to come with some bullshit. So you already got the uncle committee ready to sit their ass down if they try to fuck shit up.
Okay.
And this ironically can be seen in what we call gang culture because they tribal. Right. On the West Coast, it's run the fade. Right. And in the Midwest, it's more you're gonna get this violation if you don't act right. Right. So that's the difference, but the similarity at the same time of following our DNA program culture as opposed to following the script that the corporations gave us as to how we're supposed to live. We still won't follow our tribal traditions no matter what system is in place. The families are going to always try to reconstitute, and we always need a person in the family that's the guiding light. In your family, you the one.
Yeah. I don't want to be on here. I don't want to be the only one to talk, but
did I answer what you needed to know when you asked about the census?
Answered a multitude of questions that I had here that I didn't ask because a lot of things that had been going on, you brought it to its finest point. You brought it all together for me to understand what's going on.
Okay.
And it explains the dreams of my grandmother. I feel like my grandmother was communicating with me. Yes.
She absolutely is, because she picked you when you was a baby. That's why they called it you the anointed one. You the one that's blessed as the heir to the position in the family. And that's why the other family members openly compared you to her after she gone, because they openly telling you next in line without telling you next in line, so you don't get the big head and close your mouth. Right. So then you understand it now as you develop and fine tune your senses, your psychic senses. And the more you understand how you communicate your personal communication with the self, you're going to be so effective that this going to be spooky effective. Some people are going to be scared of it because they don't understand how you can be that tapped in. They don't know that they can too, because they was told they can't by the system. Right. So your assignment is, when it's live over, is to watch your part. Okay. So you can see your responses as you agree or don't understand something and you need more information. It all plays out in your autonomic responses on its own. You just have to learn it because it's going to help you fine tune the skill. And the more you understand it, the better you control it. And the better you control it, the more of it that the universe gives you, according to your level of control. Okay. All right, sweetie, I'm going to let you drop down and I'm going to take somebody else up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
There was a sister that was supposed to came up, but I forgot who it was. If she can send me a request, we get you up there. India, you won't come talk to me today? Miss Carter? I just accepted somebody that was sending me a request. I don't know if he gonna get it because it's not showing it. Okay, it's another person. It's Cliff Simmons. What he do, player? What he do? Sent you that accept. I don't know. Oh, it say add, so he about to pop up any moment. Big Cliff in this mofo. Irie Sweets is next. So make sure you don't unrequest yourself. Okay. It say Cliff declined. Okay. So I'm gonna go Irie Sweets. See if you can come on and chat with the chief while the chief be chiefing. That was a pretty good conversation I had with that sister. Hey.
Doing?
I'm doing good. You're so cute.
Thank you.
So how can I help you today?
My first question is I want to know about speaking in tongues. I first learned about this topic when my mom, she brought me and my family up in a Christian form, and we went to that's when I first learned about what speaking in tongues were. And my mom, she was able to develop that gift from the church. And then eventually I was able to tap in with that gift too. And so whenever I would hear myself speaking the tongues, I always thought about if speaking in tongues is related to our original tribal lifestyle.
That's a good question. Okay. So in the Bible, in the New Testament, the first time they say speaking in tongues is Paul talking. And they're saying that the Holy Ghost or the Spirit settled on the disciples and gave the ability to discern and speak in many tongues, right? The word in the Greek is lingua. Lingua means tongue, right? But it means that they able to translate other languages without ever knowing the language.
Okay.
So that's the biblical version of speaking in tongues. In the modern American churches, is the only place where you hear the Mamo Sakambo speaking in tongues, right? And what that is, that does not come from Christianity. It's not Christian to speak in tongues the way the so-called black church speak in tongues. That does not come from any Christian denomination that hasn't touched the shores of North America. It don't exist nowhere else.
Okay.
This is a practice that came from the earth rites. The earth rites are called today voodoo and hoodoo, right? And the origin of shouting in church is also a earth rite, right? The reason why people was flopping around like a fish when they caught the Holy Ghost is because what they are actually doing is they're in a slumber and they're trying to wake up. And the higher conscious spirit is a sensory overload for the central nervous system, and the body involuntarily reacts. And that's the origin of shouting, right? The speaking in tongues out of the Voodoo culture is actually ancient Atlantean.